Hello, everyone, and welcome to the realme BGIS 2025 Round 4 stages. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Necros, Baby Necro in this case. It's going to be your English commentators for today. And welcome back to the stream because why? It is going to be day number 2, the halfway point, or in this case, the halfway more to the finish line for some of this group to actually qualify into the quarterfinals. Necros, what do you think about yesterday's match? Because today we are going to be starting things off with Group 2 of this run, starting things with Erangle. What do you think about this match?
I mean, already what we ended the day with an Erangle with Group 2 itself, and we are again starting with Erangle. The previous match that was capitalized was by Rivals Apex. That was an incredible circle to play along. Every team was contested to their limits, and right as now, there was another team that we can't forget. It's going to be Raven Esports. That one player, Smiley, got 7 finishes altogether in that particular map of Erangle. I do feel that we have a lot of high expectations from them, and they are the table toppers as well.
Like you said as well, Raven Esports, 8-Bit, and also Rival Apex are the top 3s based on this group, based on yesterday's performance, and they have been one of those teams that has been very, very consistent. Like you said as well, Rival Apex and the sudden comeback was kind of unexpected as well, but all things considered, let's talk a little bit more on the cutoff for some of these teams, right? Based on Round 2, 3, and 4, the cutoff for the top 8 was somewhere between 38 to 44 points, and currently only Raven is comfortably-ish over the 40-plus mark barrier.
Yeah, definitely they are, but I still feel like one good match, again, they do need to capitalize in order to just say, okay, we are in top 7 and we will qualify to the quarterfinals. Can't say the very same for the other teams out there because, again, as you mentioned, Rivals Apex came up with a sudden comeback, but also they need some consistent performance to come in.
Agreed. But before we get into the details on more about the teams here, the teams are going to be fighting for the slot to make it into the grand finals to compete for a certain set of prize pools. Now, up on screen, they are going to be competing for a total prize pool of 2 crore rupees plus. Just because the esports crate is not going to be released yet, but once it is released, you guys will be contributing into the overall prize pool.
Exactly, and also there are so many individual rewards that we talk about: the realme MVP, the fan favorite team, the best IGL, the best clutch, the merging star, and the MVP of the finals.
Agreed, and of course all this will be awarded during the grand finals in Kolkata. So in order to actually participate and fight for those awards there, you have to make it into the Kolkata stages. Meanwhile, in order for them to achieve it, they do need to go through a certain set of rules, and that is going to be the points distribution up on screen here, with the chicken dinner awarding 10 points and 1 point per finish.
Exactly, and out of that, you have to keep that in mind that from 9 to 16, you're not going to get any placement points. So you better be in the top 8 if you want to even get a single point for yourself.
And agreed. And of course, for these guys just tuning in, if you're wondering what's happening here today in round number 4, the groups that are playing today itself in day 2 here, we have Group 1. We start things off with TWM, K9, TE, Los Hermanos, U7, BO7S, Burnex, and also TMM.
Exactly, and followed by that, the other set of 8 teams are also waiting. Quirky Sports to OP. We see REMP out there, Mafia Officials, Gods and Kiddos. We also get Saur Esports, Team 4Snake, as well as Team Korba to end things off in Group number 1. But that's about Group number 1 that we're talking about. But there are so many teams in Group 2 that will be playing the first match itself. Starting it with Raven Esports, followed by that, it's going to be 8-Bit, Welt OMG, Diesel Esports, Team CV. We also get GSGX Circa Gaming, Team Altitude, and DWC.
Exactly. This is going to be an interesting roster as well, considering that we started the day with Group 1 yesterday. Now we're going to be starting things with Group number 2. And in this group itself, we do see Raven Esports, 8-Bit, and Wellflow OMG being one of the strong contenders. But Wellflow OMG didn't really do too well yesterday, so I'm a little bit worried for them. But on the screen as well, we have the second half that is going to be joining them in Group 2. It's going to be Rival Apex, Team Halo, Cyclone, Sign to Gods, Rider Esports, Mysterious 4, Dread Havoc, and Volcano Esports.
Yeah, that is definitely one of all the set of teams. But right now, we do look forward to the Group 2 overall standings, and it's going to be Raven Esports on the top. You see, with 41 total points they've accumulated in the span of 3 maps that they've played. That's a really good run for them so far, but still 3 more matches to go. Let's see where the storyline ends. But followed by that, 8-Bit, they don't have a single chicken dinner, but the consistent performance have let them prevail in that second position.
Agreed. Even Rival Apex was able to secure the chicken dinner, but what I want to really talk about as well is Rider Esports with that miraculous comeback from Fami yesterday for them to narrowly sneak into the top 4. So that is decent amount of points, but like we said as well, the cutoff based on the average of all rounds here is somewhere around 38 to 44 points. So the second half here does have their backs against the wall to try and break towards the top 7 to qualify towards the quarterfinals.
Exactly, that's going to be a really heavy lifting job that they had to do. And for the teams, those are down from 12 to 16. They need a game like only gods. 2 back-to-back matches, 2 chicken is what they need. And we talk about the schedule. We start things off on the map of Erangle, then we come down to the map of Miramar. Then the final match will be played in the map of Sana for group number 2.
Exactly. And of course, continuing on yesterday's group 1 matches, on match number 4, we are going to be starting things off with Sandhawk, Miramar, and then Erangle to proceed with their overall journey of whether or not can they proceed in towards the next stage, which is the quarterfinals, or will they actually make it to the wildcard stage? That's going to be a different question altogether. But now, the caster's prediction for today's performance seems to me we have a little bit of split from Welt OMG again and also M4. And Keyboard actually joining our side now from yesterday's predictions.
Yeah, but you know what? I have changed my parties this time. I've gone with Mysterious 4. I'm going to agree with Darshatan Engineer on the Hindi desk. But overall, Spear has always been somewhat of a different guy who has always coming up with some different predictions. He's gone with Altitude.
I think he's just sick of us all, considering that, you know, Anki was the only one that had some sort of success based on group number 2, and everyone went for Welt OMG. It seems like the caster's curse was very, very strong yesterday, because in today itself, Welt OMG only had 14 points after 3 games, and that's going to be quite worrisome. But all things considered, this is a team that none of us actually predicted, was Raven Esports actually being the table toppers in this match itself, and they are currently just what, 4 or 5 points to to break past the cut-off phase to actually qualify towards the next round.
Yeah, definitely. There's no doubt about it. And the main factor about Raven Esports, everybody individually has stepped up their game. We did see that in the last match of Erangle, there was some difficulties that was faced by Raven Esports, but in spite of that, Smiley stood his ground. He got 7 solo finishes for his team, and he got so many points accumulated for the side of Raven Esports, and that's why you see he's got 12 solo finishes by his own.
I think this dual combo coming from Smiley and Lens is what makes Raven Esports such a force to be worked with as well. Smiley has been very, very consistent in getting up frags. But to start things off in group number 2, Lens was the guy that secured the chicken dinner in a very, very intense 1 versus 1, because it was a do or die between him and it's just, I would say, a very, very nice play coming from Lens, because that was a moment that, hey, you know what, that solidified Raven Esports' position to get the chicken dinner yesterday. So consistency is going to be the game here. We've talked about this as well. Raven Esports, one of the few teams coming from grind who struggled with that kind of consistency, but over time, now in towards round 4, they look stronger than ever.
Yeah, I mean, round 4 is again being that one test for a lot of teams out there, but I really feel like, again, we've also seen some more rivalries being built up. Altitude and these esports, can't forget about them.
Agreed. And now, for these guys watching at home here is a little bit of a teaser for you guys with our special sponsor, realme, to give you guys a little bit of incentive. Well, there you have it, the Realme P3 Ultra 5G segment's best performance phone and also the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. Necros, what an amazing phone, isn't it?
Yeah, it also has a very big battery life, so I really believe that you can go on for hours and hours in gaming, and also having that lunatic soil texture at the back. It gives you a glow in dark, but it also gives you a premium look when you get it in your hands. So, the devices are right in front of us.
Exactly.
We've tested, personally, and yep, they are really, really amazing.
Agreed. It is, after all, the segment's best 90 FPS performance phone out there, and it also has its class-leading chipset performance and an Antutu score of over 1.45 million, which doubles its score in its segment itself. It is a brand new one, and it is currently going to be launching on the 19th of March. All you guys got to do is just Google it and also potentially get yourself some amazing rewards itself.
Yeah, exactly. I'm on my way already, but talking about it, it also, as I mentioned with the battery thing, it has got 6000 mAh battery. Again, it's very optimized when it comes down to the performance, and everybody wants it, right? You want an optimized gaming phone where you can play on for long hours, and also you won't face any lag or issues inside the game. So yep, you can definitely go for it. But coming back on the discussion with the teams, we are talking about the rivalry that was built between Diesel Esports as well as Altitude. And I don't know, it felt me, it happened unwillingly in both the matches we were talking about. It was the scoreline of 1-1. One time Altitude won, other time it was Diesel.
It's interesting, right, considering to see that the fight actually went in towards that way as well. But yes, you are not right. Based on Game 1 and Game 2, it was 1-1. Game 3, Diesel was able to step up. It became 2-1 now. But all things considered, even though they had that kind of rivalry, I don't know if they can continue to do so, because it is somewhat hurting their overall standings, which I feel it is a little bit worrisome for them.
Exactly, and they need to kind of focus on what's going to come up next. And we do see the teams playing right now in the question. It's going to be Reven Esports, 8-Bit, Welt OMG, Diesel Esports, CV Academy, GSGX Sarkar Gaming. You do see Team Altitude. We do see Damn Who Cares as well in the first set of 8 teams. And the other set of 8 teams in Group 2 itself, they are waiting on the next chart. But also, picking up the names, definitely, we will have our eyes on Welt OMG because of the performance they have done in the previous rounds. But right now, this is going to be the final 3 games I see, and if they don't step up now, they might just not qualify.
Agreed. Justy and Johnny has been a little bit struggling as well, considering that the previous rounds they were the star players, but yesterday's performance, Justy and Johnny wasn't able to pick themselves up. And in the second half as well, we have Rival Apex, Halo, Cyclone, Sign to Gods, Rider Esports, Mysterious 4, Dread Havoc, and Volcano Esports. And guess what? Mysterious 4 is a very, very mysterious bunch, because every single time, based on their journey since the round stages from the grind itself, especially coming to the grind, yes, they have the experience playing with the grind teams, but in the round stages, it seems like during day 1, they tend to kind of fall off, but for some miraculous reason, in day number 2, they figure out a way to crawl their way, barely qualifying the next stages.
I mean, I feel like they're not showing their true cards right now. They were like, I'm gonna wait for some time. When the main stage hits, when we are almost on the brink of getting eliminated, then I'm going to show at least one of my cards and make a comeback. But I feel like, yep, keeping that small margin of not showing all your tactics on the broadcast and again playing it a little bit slow and steadily. Because right now in these kind of rounds, you do need to just kind of qualify for the next one. Though it's a tough one, round 4, we are seeing the competition being built up. And you also have to make sure that you are in top 7 by the end of your 6 matches.
I agree. And of course, like you said as well, Mysterious 4, Hero and Fragger, this were the star players coming in from Mysterious 4. Yesterday, they pulled up very, very big runs as well, almost getting the chicken dinner in the first map of Sandhawk against Raven Esports. And unfortunately to say, they almost got it, but Lens was the one that actually stole it away from them, which is from the side of Raven Esports. They share top 1 and top 2, and they are currently in an okay position. But still, consistency is key. We still have 3 more games to go. Anyone from the team at the bottom here can actually potentially overtake them. But the question here remains, will we see Raven Esports dominate the lobby? Or are we going to see them kind of fall off a little bit here and kind of give points away from everyone to kind of elevate themselves?
That's a big question indeed. But I really feel like Reven Esports, they would be looking forward to kind of continue their original game. Because I feel like first 3 games, yes, you have done very good. It's fine, you're sitting on the top position. But still, as we mentioned earlier, they're just 3-4 points away from just crossing that thin line margin where you can just say that, yep, I'm qualified, I can just rest and chill now.
Yeah, for the safety cushion. Yeah,
safety
I get
cushion.
it.
Yes, exactly. But I feel like going a little bit aggressive, playing how they played the first 3 games, it would be a very, very good choice.
Well, based on Raven Esports' performance here, their average is somewhere between 5 points per match now, and they're pretty much set and dusted here. However, let's talk a little bit more on the other teams here, because in this case, Welt OMG was one of the table toppers coming from round 3. Even yesterday's segment as well, all of us were expecting a big comeback from Welt OMG, but we saw moments of inconsistency coming from World OMG, especially when their first debut match in Sandhawk. We saw that spray down coming from Justy as well, was that, hey, that was a perfect spray. He got one knock, but he just couldn't not get the second one, which is, feels like, I don't know if it's just the jitters or is it nervous or not, because as of yet, they need a lot of points to actually bounce back to top 7.
They need Johnny and Justy, both of them, to step up their game, and that's really important for any team having two good assaulters. And if both of the assaulters are not working together aligned, it's going to be really difficult for that one individual team to kind of pop off and break that barrier. Yes, there is always a pressure of round 4. We know it, that everybody's feeling the heat. Everybody's trying to make their own mark in this tournament. But sometimes we know situations doesn't go in their favor. One of them, again, it's a different group. I'm still having that in my mind. It's going to be TWM Gaming from group number 1. They also face a lot of consequences. But also similar thing happened with GSGX Sarkar Gaming.
I think GSG Sarkar Gaming is in a very unique position, right? Like, they were one of the favorites-ish in terms of their dual combo, KSR and also Sakar Gaming, Sakar in general. I feel like they haven't found their footing on understanding how the meta or the playstyle is, and so far I haven't seen any sort of improvements yet. Maybe just because it is the jitters or people are just, you know, doing a little bit better. But I feel like, especially day number 2 compared to day 1, was that it was very obvious based on day 1's lobby, even in both groups, everyone was playing very defensively, and there was a lot of uncertainties on what they should and shouldn't do. But day 2 is where the coaches and analysts shine the most in each individual teams. And round 4, we know for a fact that some of these teams, actually a majority of these teams, have individual coaches and analysts to kind of analyze what they should be doing a little bit better to get through. And I feel like this is going to be putting a lot of pressure on the coaches.
Yeah,
in particular, I'm going to call World OMG. The coach here has got a lot of homework to do from day 1 to kind of morale boost them, kind of figure out what went wrong yesterday. Because yesterday, everyone was playing so passive, and the teams that played aggressive got away with it just because there was very minimal 3rd to 4th parties. The only time we saw it was in Erangle, which is the first map.
Exactly. I mean, for the likes of Group 2, we saw it in the last match itself, where we saw that one compound below the Everest. Diesel came and Altitude was there. 8-bit was there trying to chime in. A lot of commotion was happening in that particular area. But as you mentioned, the coaches and the analysts will be looking forward to put up their own efforts, would be looking forward to put some more inputs for their team to perform better. And for the teams like GSGX Sarkar Gaming, the points that they accumulated in the first 3 games were so minimal that in today's day, they need at least 2 games. I mean, one chicken dinner is must, and the second one has to be a game where they find a lot more finishes, at least 10 points plus.
So far, based on the current broadcast here, especially for round 2 all the way to round 4, we've only saw 2 instances where there was a miraculous comeback in day number 2 with back-to-back chicken dinners for a team in the bottom to actually qualify into the top 7. Last round here was Old Gods, and the previous round there was another team. But I feel like, will we see that again here? We shall see, because as of now, based on the current settings, I feel like the most likely team to pull it off is World OMG. You can call me biased. Caster's prediction is pretty much there as well. 3 of us actually voted for that. There is a lot of expectation coming from them, but can they pull it off is a question, because 14 points to 30 points means they need a chicken dinner or maybe a high finish volume for all 3 games, at least 7 to 10 finishes per game consistently to kind of break past the barrier.
Exactly. And it's not going to be a very easy job, as we mentioned earlier. This group seems to be really promising. There are other teams, like when you mentioned Team Halo, there is Rivals Apex as well. Yes, they have just made a miracle in the very last game, but they did pull off a chicken dinner. They're in the top 3. So we need to keep them under that consideration, because it kind of shows us that not every team with position can pull off a chicken dinner. We have seen it yesterday with some of the games as well. But Rivals Apex, they stood tall in their grounds. They marked their territory, never allowed anybody to trespass it. But I feel like even Team Halo, they will be there in the contendership. They are almost in the top 5, and the main goal at the end of the day is to be in top 7. If not top 7, if any team from the bottom 8 manages to get at least 1 chicken in the very final game, if they finish in the 8th or 9th spot, there is a very slight chance that they might fall into that category of 52nd to the 72 team in like the 16.
Now, the reason why, like, to all the audiences watching as well, the reason why we're not talking about 2 specific teams, which is Raven Esports as well as 8-Bit, is because that what is there to talk about then? Yeah, they're the table toppers. They're pretty much going to be guaranteed to make their way through. In this case, the stakes are not as high. You know, there is a possibility that there is, like, if let's say Raven Esports gets 0 points in all 3 games, there is a possibility for them to be eliminated. And yeah, I would say overconfidence is a thing, you know, consistent is something. How hard is it to get 1 point per game or maybe 3 points a game? Just 4-man rush one team, take 2 guys out, that's it, job's done. You know, technically, that's the most dumb way to actually qualify, but again, qualifying is still qualifying. However, why we don't really talk about it is because they have been very consistent in all 3 games. Even 8-bit as well, they have got 30 points, 10 points per match. And if they follow this track record for the next 3 match, that's a total of 60 points in total. So it's way past the borderline. And we saw brilliance coming from Owise and Mafia as well. Yes, there were a little bit of questionable moments coming from them, but they look very, very in tune as a team.
Yeah, definitely, no questions asked, and that's why we have also seen that Owace was there almost in the top 2 fraggers from Group 2 itself, and that's how he kind of managed in the map of Miramar. The Miramar was really good for the likes of 8-bit, and yeah, they have capitalized a lot of finishes in that particular map itself. So today, again, the eyes will be on the top teams, but also we will set our eyes on the teams, those who are in the mid as well as in the bottom, as we still talk about the contendership and the criteria, which teams are going to make it to top 7, but I believe everything will be decided when we jump in the map of Erangle, because that's going to set up a benchmark that is going to help teams get a head start for themselves.
Now, there are a couple of teams that we didn't actually brought out as well, as pretty much Dread, Havoc, CV Academy, and also Cyclone. These are the teams that are currently in the borderline of bottom here. To those teams, in order for them to qualify, they need 3 chicken dinners or maybe 2 back-to-backs. Maybe they will do it, but for now, we're going to be jumping into the first game. It is going to be the map of Erangle.
Right as now, we are all set to start with the very first game of today's day. Round number 4, day number 2. A D-day for the teams of group number 2 to start things off. This is going to be the map of Erangle, the default ones, as we see the flight path starting from the areas of Primorsk and ending in the area of Severny. It's a northwestern side oriented flight path. A lot of teams will be having their privilege to fly down to their respective drop locations, but do we anticipate any kind of early clashes, I see?
I don't think we would see even more crashes, considering the fact that, yes, the analysts and coaches have done their homework, but if we still see potential clashes, it's most likely going to be a ego check or even a stat check coming from the top teams, right? So, as of yet, the top teams are not safe yet, except for probably Raven and 8-bit, but even that, they just want to play their usual play style. So, being consistent is going to be very, very important for some of these teams. However, teams like OMG, DSL, STG is going to have a little bit of a struggle, because in yesterday's game, especially coming from Georgia Bull, we saw at least 3 teams migrating into there, including OMG. So I'm not sure if this is going to be the same thing again. Are we going to see 3 teams being shared for Georgia Bull's loot or not? It seems like we do see Dread Havoc, we do see OMG hitting that direction. Maybe even Volcano as well.
But we also see GSGX Sarkar Gaming completely changing their drop, going towards the eastern side of the map. They're still gliding, searching for those vehicles. Maybe they will be looking for to go down to the areas of Lipovka, as the circle is also favoring most of the eastern side. All the teams will be pretty happy with it. M4 going to the areas of Severny. We also see DWC in the areas having a good split around Stolber. So most of the teams, as much as we see, they are inside the circle. There are like hardly 4 to 5 teams that we can consider outside of the circle, keeping most likely the Georgia Pool as a hot area.
Yeah, agreed. But as of yet, we do see a little bit of a scuffle with those vehicles. Unfortunately, no takedowns yet, so they are going to be able to reset this fight coming from Sakar Gaming. But briefly just now, in Georgia Bowl itself, the 3 teams are in there. It's going to be Halo, Dread Havoc, and also OMG, which surprisingly, yesterday didn't go in for any kind of collision at all.
Again, being those happy neighbors, doesn't want to poke their noses up. And that has kind of worked out for GSGX Sarkar Gaming as well. Somehow when we just look what happened just a few moments ago, they got the vehicles and just started rotating. No hiccups, no exchange of shots because they didn't have guns. But overall, we are in the phase. Again, the loots are gonna get started. We do see altitude on our screens. They have lived up to the expectations. That's what matters the most because we do see them in the 5th spot, having 22 total points for themselves.
Agreed. Before we talk about altitude here, it looks like we're going to see a wild goose chase because Raven Esports is going to be sending one of the members from Volcano down into towards the seas. And Flash pretty much going to be parting ways in towards the fishes as Flash is going to be scouted out as well. Smiley finds the knock. And that is going to be one man down as Raven Esports immediately backs off. And talking about clashes, look at Raven, the confidence in this game. Oh boy, Volcano Esports. They're going to lose Flash. He's inside the waters. And even if they try to make an attempt to pick him up, that is going to be so much time wasted from the side of Volcano Esports. Do they pick them up, though? Seems like Raven, they just gave up. Flash is swimming his way through, but he's slowly drowning. They need somebody to save him.
There comes the rescue. Arjun is already there.
Oh, no. So much time. Look at this. This is at least, what, 30, 40, 50 seconds wasted? In their overall rotation? That is so much time. Can't even make it, Flash. Okay, he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. But, again, so much time wasted. I feel bad for Volcano right now.
And kind of Yashi doesn't have a proper loot yet. So, yep, again, there will be some more time invested in that process. Then the rotation will come in. We talk about the rotation. We talk about the smart plays. We also have 8-bit right in front of our screen. They had a really decent run. They have been consistent in the previous day, sitting in the 2nd spot itself with a total of 34 points. Not much difference between them and Raven Esports. If we talk about 8-bit, what they lack is just a chicken dinner. One good chicken dinner with at least 7 or 8 finishes, they're good to go.
Yeah, but 8-bit, I don't think they're going to be looking for chickens. They are looking for finishes for sure, as they are going to be on the outside of the circle. So that's something that they have to kind of worry about for now. But as of yet, for these guys who do not know, the realme P3 Ultra 5G is the segment's best performance phone as of yet.
Already you've got 6000 mAh battery in it, so you can just game for hours and hours. And also it has got the segment's most stable 90 FPS BGMI gaming. So you know why you need to get this one.
Yep, it is currently launching on the 19th of March. You can Google it on realme P3 Ultra 5G. Just remember to Google that and stand a chance to win some amazing prizes while you're at it. Meanwhile, as the game continues, Raven Esports is still on their hunt, looking for pickups potentially. They had a little bit of run-in just now, but I'm surprised they didn't get the confirmation. So, as of yet, as they continue to venture on, seems like they are going to try to take center circle instead. Meanwhile, inside Georgia Pole, Dread Havoc hasn't been able to leave the northern section yet, but seems to me the 3 teams that were in that vicinity has completely backed out. Well, the OMG nowhere to be found around the surroundings, and the only team left inside there is pretty much Halo, who's still looting up and stocking up as well.
Exactly. But right now, we do see Volcano Esports. They did get one revival on Flash, but they came down here in the areas of Rozhok, maybe trying to get some more loot because Water City doesn't provide you that much. But it's going to be Team Cyclone to give them the welcome party, and Aki fires some shots on the vehicle just to ensure that, hey, we are here, so you better not come in our territory. And that's the kind of markings that he has proven or given to the lads of Volcano Esports, as they have completely changed the course of rotation, went back to the areas where they came from. But on our screens, it's going to be Signed to Gods. Once again, this team, they will be looking forward to do something better because it hasn't been a great performance so far.
Definitely, and even Signed to Gods as well, they're going for a pretty early to mid rotation as well, considering the fact that they are not fully geared yet. Positioning is going to be the key. And coming from the west side, outside of the zone as well, there is a lot of teams heading towards Rozhok. And especially if the circle shifts towards the school and Rozhok region, those mountain terrains and specific compounds inside Rozhok is going to give them that upper hand. And Signed to Gods, they have to think whether or not they want to push towards that direction or wait for the next phase of zone, which is going to be closing in about a minute time as well. So I like that every single team is being very patient about their rotation pathway first. And you can see pit stops being set up by 8-bit as well on top of it all.
Everybody's taking their time, right? Nobody wants to hurry it up. Until unless you're Raven Esports, I mean, what they started off with, they have made their intentions quite clear, I see that. We aren't going to stop. We're not going to settle in one compound. You come in front of us, we are getting a fight. There is no second chances that we are giving you. Until unless that was I would say a very wise choice that Revenue Esports backed out because they knew to go for one finish, they might just lose two players. So yeah, they didn't take the risk pretty much, and now they're almost sitting in the dead center of the circle, playing it slow and steady. But Rise of Now, Cyclone, I mean, they are getting all the read of the worlds. So many teams just rotating around them.
I really like what Aki is actually doing, right? This house in particular has one of the best advantages from punishing people, but having only one man scout all those information, that means is that if they realize there's only a solo player and people rush him, he's pretty much done for. And this spread coming from Cyclone is doing some kind of work, but they're not scaring people off for some reason. And as soon as the zone shifts, look at this, everybody is panicking and actually rotating on east side. And it seems like Yasnaya is going to be having a lot of companies. And if the circle shifts out, which most likely, most of the time will, it is going to be in the open fields and specific spots, especially those sniper towers, become very, very crucial.
Completely agree with you, IC. And us, I feel like this is a circle where GSG Sarkar Gaming can find the most potential out because the extreme of the eastern side of the circle is completely vacant. There are some compounds to play along with. If they can rotate a little bit quicker, then they might have a chance to kind of get a hold of it. But overall, so many clusters just happening. I'm really, really concerned about the teams on the northern end. The ones who have the hard compounds to play along with, they are quite safe. They're all prepped up that, yep, teams are going to rotate around us. We need to take them down, scare them off from our territories. Again, it's going to be a difficult task if anybody just slams in, and there comes one of the first openings, I believe. Cyclone, they were annoying STG just a few moments ago, but Psycho seems to have some different intentions.
Seems like the teams are starting to thin the herd as well, considering that it is getting a little bit crowded with not much action in Stage 2 in particular. And fortunately for some of the team, there is still a lot of compounds to work with. Vacancy is going to be something that they are going to be eyeing for, but Sakar, look at this, GSG Sakar, they've got the one knock. Fortunately for them, they do have a little bit of a compound to work with, so resetting isn't that bad of an issue if nobody clashes them. But you can see so many rotations, even Diesel Esports as well is trying to find potential cheeky spots. A lot of pit stops has been made, but it seems like Diesel, they will try and settle down in towards this ditch. Not exactly the greatest ditch to hold on, but for temporary-wise, I think it's going to be A-okay.
Pretty much, but eventually we do see once again Dread Havoc. They're just being completely decimated one after another. Cyclone, they have been annoying a lot of teams out there lately. And again, Dread Havoc, they are almost falling down to the similar positionings where they ended the day number 1 for themselves. And right as now, Aniket is already up close and personal. This is going to be a proper visual. One knock confirmed, but that one player barely survives. Up a nade, and the entire team is going to slam in. One good nade can just change the tides for the entire team, but Wrath, he won't literally give him that opportunity, and Dread Havoc faces an early exit once again.
Very, very unfortunate for Dread Havoc, but Cyclone, nice picks here. A little bit of a nice bounce back. They've lost Aman, but they've got a total of 5 finishes as of yet. And they've set up a really nice pit stop on towards Yasnaya's west entry point. And a lot of teams are going to be thinking to push whether or not it is going to be an urban one or not. But it seems like the circle is going to be still including Yasnaya Ponaya and also the wheat field on the south side. As you can see, Sign to God right in the middle. We do see Diesel as well, setting up a couple of potential roadblocks. But in terms of vantage points, Yasnaya Apartment still has one of the highest vantage points in this zone itself.
Completely agreed with that. And you do see a lot of clusters around that particular area. And now we look onto the small compounds, the small real estates being occupied by a lot of teams. The southern side seems a little bit dicey still. Now we do see GSG around there. There's another team, CV Academy, trying to chime in. But, well, OMG, look at them. Going for a long rotation from the northwestern side, trying to find up some sweet spots in the western side. Quite aware, maybe, that there are some compounds which might be vacant for them to kind of occupy and play along with it. Want to have a safer approach because once again, they're not way too far behind of qualifying, but they do need some good matches.
Well, both OMG is taking a little bit of a different approach, but based on grind statistics until now on Scream, the percentage of teams winning on the edge zones is pretty much almost like 20 to 30%. So it's not that high, so I'm a little bit worried for them.
And for now, We've also got the best segments phone, Realme P3 Ultra 5G, launching on 19th of March. Definitely go on Google, search Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you can stand a chance to win some exclusive rewards. And one of the major factors of getting this device is that it has got a beautiful chipset, also with a Dimensity of 8350 Ultra, and now having a 6000 mAh battery. It gives you long hours to play with a very beautiful design, having a lunar soil texture.
Speaking of this, I want to get myself a Realme P3 Ultra 5G now.
You have it in front of you.
Yeah, I'm going to potentially steal it very, very soon. Meanwhile, on the finish feed, we do see World OMG actually losing a couple of members. One player actually getting knocked, and that's going to be the confirmation from Cyclone. And so far, this is a bounce back coming from Cyclone. And that's going to be the 6 finishes for them in the bag as of yet. What an unexpected turn coming in from them. Meanwhile, another pickoff again. Justy getting knocked off from outside as Mysterious 4 also goes in for the punish. It seems to me my percentage of teams heading from the edge zones here is starting to come true because World OMG is losing 2 players right from the get-go. Oh boy.
You have to watch your back. You just can't go all in, and that's kind of a mistake they've already done. Even GSG Sarkar Gaming have lost one of their players. It was CV Academy coming into question. Caught one of the players off guard. They're on the extreme edges of the circle in the southern end. That's going to be a very important contention between both these teams because once again, the one who wins it will have a little bit of advantage, will have a little bit more breathing space around their corner. But the next circle shift is right in front of us, which is going to be a major factor because almost all the teams there in the compounds of Yasanaya will be looking forward to come down, and it's all in the open lands.
Oh my goodness, this stage is where Altitude, Cyclone, and Raven is going to have one of the best times picking everyone outside. And that is provided if they don't clash against each other. And I believe they have no reason to, but they do have to thin the herd. But eventually, the circle is going to shift them out, so they have to really rethink their strategy. Meanwhile, CV Academy is going to be on the southern side of the circle. They are pretty far away on the open, as it is going to be a little bit of a chaos right now because the spray comes in. 8-bit. Look at this. Mafia finds 2. Pick off.
This is going to be a problematic scenario. Ash is barely surviving and he will be burned to a crisp. Psycho gets Ash down, but between that, 2 players are down. It comes down to the final 2 players of 8-bit. GSG Sarkar Gaming, they know how to play along with it. Oasis dropped down to a very low HP. The artillery is being exchanged from both the sides. Are going to be really important. Mafia just in time, just makes out of that compound. But Manny Jod, he's going to fall down on his knees. There is still Sarkar alive. The hopes are alive. Always going for that revival, which is really crucial. Ash is still passing all the intel in the world. While Sarkar Gaming, they can't delay the fight because there's another team trying to chime in around the corner. It's going to be Volcano Esports coming up from behind. The nade is already cooked up. Goes inward. Sarkar Gaming, that's down and out. 8-bit gets 2 finishes in their bag, but eventually it's VR. We flash just at the back doors. Maybe waiting for that right moment to strike in. Will they? I don't think so.
Yeah, 8-bit very, very decisive on what they want to do. They realize that this compound is a very strategic spot for them, immediately going for the rush. And I like what Mafia did there with their jiggle as well, taking advantage of the one-way smoke pick, and that's going to help them a little bit more. But on screen, look at this, Welto OMG, they're getting pummeled once more. They've lost 2 players, and now with Nick down, Johnny is going to be the last hope for Welto OMG unless they get the reset. As Mysterious 4 going to be continuing the hunt. Fragger looking for the flank, spraying through the smoke. Does clip Johnny by a bit, and this might be it for Welto OMG to try and potentially make a comeback, as Johnny is going to get flushed out. The nades comes through, and Welto OMG will bow out on 14th place.
Another tragic elimination for Welt OMG, and the downfall run still continues for them. Not something that they would wish for the very starting game. That too in the map of Erangle, I see, where we call it the map of default map, where everybody tends to find the most advantage of. Nothing serious still coming up from their side. They need to gear up. But damn, who cares? They're still there in that a little bit of ridge area. Against them, it's going to be Rivals Apex playing all together, but you can see so many teams in the eastern side. Rivals Apex out there, Rider Esports coming up from behind. It's going to be a problematic scenario for the likes of Damn. Who cares? The shot's being fired. 2 players are down already. Rider Esports, this can be a problematic situation. A 3-way fight might just commence because Rivals Apex, they have all the information in the world. Devansh wants to go up close and personal, gets taken down eventually, and Rider Esports, they will be out of the question in a blink of an eye, while Damn, who cares? They're still standing, but Spray God's revival revival is crucial, but look at those artillery strikes coming up from the side of Rivals Apex.
Oh my goodness, the timing cannot be perfect. Rival Apex, they find two. They were caught out of position. They did what they can, and Rival Apex will be the ones that reap the rewards. They set up a very decent bunker. They were able to pick off one team, but Rivals Apex, all they had to do was just sit and be patient. And when they're weak, they strike. They get themselves a very decent amount of finishes. But now, look at this. Stage 5 is coming in. Everyone is starting to zone people off. And Raven, look at this. Smiley, he's all by himself. He's afraid. He's all by himself, and he's just in the front. No backup whatsoever. Look at how he's just scaring off the people by himself. What is happening in his game? How is one man able to just completely scare off everyone from the side of Rivals Apex?
Oh, all the three other players of Reven Esports are still in the Yasuna compounds, but as of now, we do see Team Cyclone. They had a really decent run, but the run ended by the hands of Team Altitude. Not a kind of exit where they wanted it to be, but CV Academy going for an extreme southern rotation. There is going to be Volcano Esports just in the compounds. They will wait in the ditch for some time, trying to get some more information just around their corner. 8-bit in the western side. On the eastern, it's going to be to Volcano Esports. So they are kind of in a situation where they need to decide which team to engage first, because I don't think without engaging, they can advance further.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a problem for them considering how open it is. And look at this. Every single team is trying to protect those vehicles for that stage 6, especially when it is all out in the open. As you can see, even Rival Apex, they're a little bit hesitant to actually crash onto his volcano, knowing that for a fact that it is not exactly center zone. So they are going to wait for a little bit more information. Seems like Raven Esports, they won't get scouted out by Rival Apex. Is trying to snake their way from the north side in this circle.
This is a really good position for Rivals Apex to play along. There's nobody from the backlines, playing it very slow and steady, trying to take down the enemies out there who are in a very distant area, but Diablo all by himself. He's cooking up a nade. One good nade can literally turn down all the dreams of Team Altitude. Atom is just there. Diablo forced down in the bottom. He has got one player in the back. Shots being fired. Cloud's been taken down, but Atom came unanticipated from another angle, and that's going to be the end of Team Halo as well. Atom, he's surviving. He needs to go for the revivals, but the players are way too far, I see.
Agreed, and guess what? Raven Esports, they heard all those commotions, and they are going to be looking to go for the third party themselves. As Raven Esports, they know they're weak. It's about time to strike as the circle is about to close in. But the question is, do they want to strike? Because as of yet, Smiley is in a little bit of trouble. He needs to be picked up, but the sprays through the smokes. Oh my goodness, he's so low, and he's not going to make it as well. Tyson from Sign to God was able to find him off, and that's going to be Raven Esports losing 2 players. Unless they go for the commitment, Loki is half HP. Seems to be both Lens and Sun God will say, you know what? I've got this, guys. 2 men is all we need from the side of Raven.
I mean, they've done it before in the last map of Erangle they played, so yeah, their hopes are still alive, but Sign to Gods, they've also lost 2 players. Kind of spoiled the game of Reven Esports around the corner, but next circle shift is what concerns the most now. Reven, I mean, they did try to go for the revival. Oh my god!
Oh no!
No man is left behind is what Reven Esports says, but the blue zone doesn't listen to you, man. And the circle is moved up on the northern side. Altitude will be pretty happy with it.
Oh no, but at the same time, because of that play, Lens is left all by himself, and he's going to get picked off as well. As Sign to Gods continues to finish him off. Sun God finally joins the fray, but he's so low because of the blue zone. Mistakes were made, and now Raven might be bowing out a little bit too early here. Sun God goes for the pick, and Kyoto takes him out. That's going to be Raven Esports out and dusted, with 8 teams left in this next phase of the zone.
Just 2 points from this match, and that's all for Reven Esports. Didn't get a single placement points. Tyson being knocked out. Still will be looking forward to get the revival done. The nades being cooked up. Dumping in the ditch. Both the sides of Rival Apex and STG, they are doubting that, yeah, there might be a single team out or maybe a player inside the smoke. But Rivals Apex, they're playing it very smart from the eastern side, clearing one team, one after another, making their own path. That's a really great move. But now, the one concern that they might just face is going to be Volcano Esports from the back, or maybe Diesel Esports from afar.
Well, they got their chicken dinner yesterday in Erangle. Seems like they are looking for those back-to-backs coming from Rival Apex. Sign to Gods is going to try and prick Kratos off, but the smokes are coming in. Naman pretty much giving away his own position because of those smokes. Artilleries are coming in, but it's not connecting at all. And Sign to God, they just pretty much abused everything from their arsenal. And I don't think they have enough more to go. As rival Apex still considering if they want to take this fight. They're leaving Trigger to kind of snake their way in. Can they find a potential flank? But Sign to Gods, they are going to try and double up this fight. Meanwhile, 8-Bit also be able to find a couple of fights on the other side. And look at this pandemonium.
Diesel Esports, they're taking a two-way fight. CV Academy on one end, but Volcano Esports, they have been forced off from the compound. Now they are in the ditch. They will be looking forward to convert, but those artillery strikes really creating the pressure on the players, and that nade was really close. Diesel Esports just knows when to strike and how to take the fights.
Oh.
Psycho gets taken down. CV Academy unwillingly coming up with the help, but it's going to be 8-Bit chiming in from behind. Oasis all alone in that mosh pit, eventually getting taken down and out. Mafia was just too late. CV Academy, that's going to be a free finish onto their name.
Oh my goodness, this is the biggest fight ever here. It's absolute chaos here in the Sound and Side. And Mafia is trying his best to hold down the fort, but eventually he will go down. He's dropped so low, and the nades. Woo! Mafia is able to find one, but he will get taken down. But CV Academy holds on. And while this fight is happening as well, Diesel Esports still deciding if they want to chime in as well, because there is also going to be Mysterious Fall looking for the play.
Psycho!
But the nade from Psycho! What a nade from Volcano Esports to wipe them out. From a three-way showdown to a four, to a fifth, now down towards a three-way between Diesel, M4, and also Volcano. Diesel Esports finally shows their fangs.
Got that right opportunity to strike in, and they did it at the very vital time. They knew that CV Academy, they were a little bit in a dicey position while taking a fight with 8-Bit. They got distracted completely. But right now, Diesel Esports, they need to understand the situation completely, because yes, they are surviving through the smokes. They're playing with those artificial covers, but all those utils being dumped onto their side, they have to be cautious not getting knocked out from it.
They're so low as well. They have to fight each other. Mysterious Fall, they have to push in the next phase of zone. Meanwhile, instead of talking about west side, guess what? Rival Apex from the east side, they are going to try and clean house. And guess what? In one fell swoop, less than 5 seconds, they wipe off Sign to Gods with that rush. What a rush from Kratos and Naman from Rival Apex.
That's a pure display of experience and the kind of idea that they have. Strategies being completely understood. But Volcano Esports in this entire mix, they're still surviving. 6 finishes, 4 players alive, extremely in a very good position. But now they have to be a little bit cautious, because I feel Rivals Apex might just try to hog into this pit and clear off the players of Volcano Esports if they want so. But the question is, what is M4 up to?
Well, seems like they have to make a move soon. It is slow circle, stage 7. Circle will be closing in, but it does give a lot of time for some of these teams. And we have 5 teams left. Volcano Esports looking to break past into the top 7, and they are in prime position to do so. Look at this. They're inching away from that fight against Diesel to kind of get even more position. And fortunately for them, 2 are ahead. Reflex and Arjun already in the next phase. They have a decent amount of split. And the question here is, who do they take this fight against? Because Rival Apex is also driving around, waiting to punish anyone. Mysterious Fall seems to be chipping away on Diesel. But aside from that, a lot of pokes coming from all these 4 teams in those ditches.
They're going for that bait and switch strategy kind of right away. 2 vehicles completely running around, keeping the diversion in, but slowly and gradually they're trying to advance and take them out. Diesel Esports, it will be one of the most biggest factors which M4 will be scared of. But right now, from the eastern side comes Rivals Apex, coming with a very similar strategy of that bait and switch. But Volcano Esports, they need to understand between the shots being exchanged, it's gonna be M4 going up in front. Gokul gets taken down, Sketch, he gets knocked out as well. Fragger is down, Grind he wanna go up front and take the battle, but it's a 1v2 situation. Olo gets taken down, Hero on a pixel HP, he can be the hero, but no way, he is not. 5 finishes being backed up by M4, and that's it. But Sham, it's a really problematic situation as Volcano Esports comes up from behind and they know the exact position, and Diesel Esports got third-partied. Psycho with 6 solo finishes and total of 10 for Volcano Esports. They're literally ruling this map of Erangle.
They're an absolute psychopaths here, Volcano Esports. They were just waiting for someone to make a move and going for the third party, and they found the perfect timing as well. Great decision from the space. And through it all, we're down towards the final 3 teams. And guess what? Altitude, 2 men alive, 4 finishes. And they have been laying low the entire time. A bunch of snakes now just creeping on by, but they have to push through the next phase of zone. And rival Apex also having 4 men healthy. And as of yet, Altitude, they have to make a decision. Who do they side with? Because as they slowly push in, Volcano will eventually point their crosshairs onto them. But the biggest threat is still rival Apex, is still not made their moves yet for this fight.
Altitude is just waiting, I see. They want these 2 teams to collide at any point of time, but as I'm really kind of excited about whose patience limit is just going to break. That barrier, that small 10 barrier of patience. We will be the first team to kind of break it through and want to go up front and take the battle. All the 3 teams, they are just being very patient because they know it. For most importantly, Altitude and Volcano Esports, they are in a dire need of points. Mostly Volcano Esports, they were sitting in the 11th spot with only 9 points, and they've already backed up 10 for their name in this particular match itself.
Well, this is the final zone. The zone is about to completely close in. Rival Apex has a decent amount of split. Same can be said for Volcano, but they are still the closest to the zone. Psycho slowly inching their way. Altitude as well, looking to try and potentially third party this, but no one has been spotted yet.
Flash.
They can't make a single move. A game of snakes is all they need, or a well-placed nades. Volcano looking to try and inch away, but guess what? Altitude is going to be chipping away on Volcano, so they are split off for now. They are losing on space, but guess what? Tiger finds the opening. That's going to be Psycho taken out.
That's going to be problematic, but Flash is still alive. Arjun has been taken down as well. It's going to be Altitude coming into the mix, and it's really disastrous position for Volcano Esports. Psycho, the confirmation will be coming anyway soon, but Naman also chimes in. Altitude faces the consequences, but eventually it's going to be Kratos to go for a drive-by, get those confirmations, but Flash, he was still there, but not anymore. Everything will be under their control, and Reflex, he's just fighting for his team's aliveness in this game. He's trying for that one last moment, but it's going to be Rivals Apex to rule, and Atom, out of all the mix, he's surviving for such a long time, but he gets spotted finally, and that's it. It's going to be Rivals Apex once again to start things off with a winner chicken dinner.
That was so smart of Rival Apex to actually play that game as well. That was a well-deserved win from Rival Apex because that is a back-to-back chicken dinner from Rival Apex in both the Erangle maps here in round number 4. It seems to me, based on round 4 in this group itself, they are the dominators of Erangle.
Yeah, we can just literally give them the crown on their head that, yeah, guys, you're the kings of Erangle for this group itself. But I mean, Altitude, the kind of game they played was very smart, being silent, not taking any shots, just gathering the informations of what is happening around them. But I really feel bad about Volcano Esports. They had such a good control. It was their match, but I mean, the last circles, it is always tough to kind of keep your calm.
I think this comes down to experience, right? Like Rival Apex, the moment they got that opening pick, they realized that, hey, guys, we have vehicles. They have pretty much set up a lot of defensive smokes. Defensive smokes means that it works 2 ways, right? You yourself inside the smoke are going to be blind, and the guys outside can't see you. But the guys outside will have a rough idea where you are. So what was really smart of Rival Apex on how they take that final fight was that the moment they got the opening knock, they knew they had the numbers advantage and they had those vehicles. They sent 2 guys driving around to scout for information, and they leave 1 guy to pick them apart. And the moment if any of this guy gets shot down, immediately you can see the rush coming from the vehicles, just running them over, just because of the fact that, well, number 1, what are snakes afraid of?
Vehicles.
Cars. Unfortunately to say, they are very afraid to cars.
And yeah, I mean, they also did a strategy while they went from both the sides. On the right, they faced Altitude. On the left, it was about Volcano Esports. And they knew 2 of the players of Volcano Esports got knocked out. One was knocked out by Rivals Apex. Another was knocked out by one of the players of Altitude. So it kind of sums up by reading the finish feed that, okay, there are 2 players knocked out on the left-hand side. The nade got exploded in front of our eyes, so we can just see where are the players now. But Flash position, I felt like that was a really crucial one. But again, those drive-bys coming in, it was really, I would say at that moment, these kind of teams kind of triggered their anxiety, that kind of, they panic a little bit more, which kind of causes making them some really bad decisions or maybe losing their calm. And I think like that kind of thing happened with Volcano as well.
Yeah, I think Volcano Esports got to count their lucky stars, right? Because they had the worst start possible, where one of the players actually got picked up from Raven Esports and then somehow miraculously makes it to the top 4, gets so many finishes. I think this is a potential comeback coming for Volcano Esports, and none of us in the casters on the desk from both English and Hindi was able to predict and see Volcano's Esports. We saw moments of very tiny brilliance in yesterday's games, but with this opening, they are right now in a position where I think they are in the running for the top 7 as well.
Completely, 16 points being bagged up from this particular match itself. Definitely a really good jump out there. But we can have a better look on it as soon as we look onto the highlights of what happened in this first match of Erangle. Starting it off, this is going to be that pit fight, a 3-way fight that happened, and CB Academy, they got literally thrashed out there as soon as they ended their fight with 8-bit.
Yeah, and even then as well, you can see absolute pandemonium, right? Like Volcano, while this fight was actually happening as well, Volcano and Rival Apex were the instigators of this fight. The moment they made so much gunshots, Mysterious 4 thought like, hey, maybe those teams won't turn partiers, and as soon as they went to head-to-head fight against Diesel, they lost that fight, and they were third party by Volcano at the same time, so which resulted in this Volcano just baiting that fight initially. So that was a very, very interesting bait coming from both Rival Apex and Volcano Esports. It's a very subtle thing, but that small gunshot head fight that felt like, oh, they're taking a very serious fight, nobody's looking over, just instigated from Mysterious 4 to actually push that fight. That and also the blue zone, of course. Unfortunately to say.
Everything played their own parts, but right now the MVP of this particular match is going to be Psycho from Volcano Esports, having 6 finishes to his name, 629 damage. I mean, this guy has done some really heavy lifting, but followed by that, we also see Reflex from Volcano Esports having 4. Then we see Sketch from Mysterious 4, Trigger from Rivals Apex. I mean, this player has been really, really good in terms of experience, and followed by that, another player from Rivals Apex is going to be Naman with 4.
I think Trigger's debut in the grind wasn't a really good one, but over the rounds that has happened for Rival Apex, he has slowly shown that why he is a very, very top contender, right? We saw a lot of growth coming in, and now with the 2 chicken dinners coming from Rival Apex, I feel like they are getting there, but to get there into the land still requires quarterfinals, semifinals, and maybe semifinal to actually worry about as well.
Exactly. But as of now, we can just look onto the standings of which team got how much points in this particular game. It's going to be 24 points for Rivals Apex. They got 14 finishes, 10 placement points. That's a huge jump, completely leaving Raven Esports, eradicating them from that first spot itself. But followed by that, it's going to be Volcano Esports with 16 points, also coming in that top 5 category of overall standings. We see Altitude with 10, Mysterious 4 with 9, 7 all for Diesel and Cyclone. We see 6 on Sign to Gods and 4 points on 8-bit.
Well, the top contenders are slowly falling like flies as well, because in the second half, CV Academy has 3 points, Damn Who Cares 3 points, Raven Esports only 2 points, Halo 1 point, Rider Esports 1 point, Welto MG 0, Sakar Gaming 0, and Dread Havoc 0. So this is not a great run for these teams in the second half, except for Raven Esports and Halo, who's still kind of okay-ish, because considering the fact that they still have 2 more matches to go. But, like you said, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners from Rival Apex will solidify their spots in the top 1 right now, with 52 points, followed by Raven Esports in second place, 8-bit on third, Altitude on the 32 place here to get themselves a little bit more decent points. Diesel Esports also with 5th place here with 28 points, but look at this, 5, 6, 7, all 28 points.
3-way tie. Volcano Esports also coming in with 25 points in total in the 8th spot. But in the second shot, there comes the disappointments and still the hopes of making comeback. It's going to be Halo with 23 points on total. Welt OMG with still 14, having a 0-pointer game for themselves. They still are in the very same position. Damn Who Cares, Cyclone, Sign to Gods, making a 3-way tie with 13 points, 10 for CV Academy, 6 for GSGX Sarkar Gaming, and 5 for Dread Havoc. I mean, I feel so bad for Dread Havoc and GSGX Sarkar Gaming, because from yesterday, these 2 teams, we are not even seeing them on screen. The screen timing is so low because they're getting eliminated earlier on.
And as of yet, especially after this game and them not getting any kind of points here, this is going to be a do or die situation starting from now. Coming from every single team at the bottom. The only way they actually qualify to the top 7 is literally them getting those chicken dinners, or maybe even top 4 with high finishers volumes starting from now, because not only do they need to compete for the top 7, they also need to potentially complete for that wild card slot. So they have to do their best.
Exactly, and I feel like, I mean, you don't want to be in that place where you will pray that, oh, if I make it to the wildcard, it's going to be a really big thing. But also, you have to try to be in the top 7, and that matters the most. And I really feel like the first match is already gone, but the second match of Miramar awaits, and we have to see what happens next.
सो नीरज स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता। ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता। नहीं आता। अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। ओह यस।
Such beautiful outfits coming inside the game as well. But right as now, we have seen a beautiful Erangle being converted. Rivals Apex seems to be dominating like hellfire out there. But right as now, I've got a change on the desk. I've got Fixes with me joining. But Fixes, what are your thoughts about this map of Erangle? Because Rivals Apex, 2 back-to-back chickens.
They were quite opportunistic, if I have to be honest. They waited for all these other teams to fight it out. They knew when to take those right fights, when to disengage, when to back off. It feels like Rivals Apex at this point, they've cracked the code of Erangle at the very least.
Definitely, there's no doubts. Nobody can literally question this team when it comes down to the map of Erangle. But also, I'm really happy to see Volcano Esports step up. They have got some ample amount of points to play along, and they will be looking forward to make some more changes in the upcoming games as well. But also, when we talk about changes, there has been a change on the desk. It's going to be the realme P3 Ultra 5G coming into the picture, having a 6000 mAh battery. Can you just imagine? You can literally play games for hours and hours. It has got a stable 90 FPS BGMI gaming.
And just to make sure it really stands out, it's got the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. Double the performance in its segment. And now we've got a little bit of a sneak peek on those new colorways. You've got that luminous soil pattern. You've got a glow-in-the-dark pattern, which is also one of world's first. So, lot going on with Realme. Do check it out. All you're going to do is head over to its Google, search for Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and stand a chance to win exclusive goodies.
Exactly, but coming again back into the discussion with the teams, Altitude once again stepping up with that same consecutive performance, and I really feel like they're not playing it very aggressively, they're not playing it very passive, they just know when to take a move and when to take the fights, and they have been really, I would say, clever in terms of decision making.
You know, for Altitude, their performance in round 3, round 4, it has just been scaling upwards. But when you talk about teams that I really want to talk about, I want to bring it out because I'm starting to hurt, I'm starting to bleed. Welt OMG, I've been predicting them for 2 days straight. And when you compare Welt OMG in round 3 into round 4, there has been a stark difference. And that is hurting me because they're not playing the way they were supposed to. Because Like, you asked me about altitude, I'm pretty impressed. You know, they haven't done anything really crazy, but they're doing things by the book and they're making it work. But well, to OMG, you ask IC, he'll also have the same opinion. You ask the other talents on the Hindi desk, they'll also have the same opinion. We wanted some undergods to rise, and well, to OMG just gave us that glimmer of hope to be playing like this.
I mean, yeah, Fixes. It is a little disappointing to see that
Little?
team. I mean, I'm just gonna go for a little because I don't want to.
You're just being nice.
Yes, exactly. See, being nice is one of my nature, right?
Okay.
But also, moving on to the different perspective, yes, I also think like the other teams are making some really good comebacks. We talk about Volcano Esports again because they have made a very big comeback and that's the kind of performance we expect. Also, when it comes down to Cyclone, I mean, they were getting good finishes at the very start, but they couldn't end it the way they wanted it to be because they were caught off guard by the players of Altitude. So I really believe that Cyclone, this is going to be the map where they will be looking forward that yes, we can have a good start, but also a better ending as well.
For Cyclone Esports, honestly, at this point, they have to take an upward climb even more at this point. They've got so much to do. Just getting a couple of finishes here and there isn't going to make the cut, but still, we've seen miracles happen, and it tends to happen in the desert of Miramar. So let's head on and find out who gets your chicken dinner.
It's now time for the map of Miramar. The map of Golden Sand is already prepped up for another battle royale to come in. And we do see the big bird flying high up in the sky. This is going to be the match number 2 for today's day, but it's going to be the match number 5 for group number 2 itself. And the flight path starts from Torre Ahumara and ends in the western side of La Drillera.
As you said, the penultimate game that decides the fate of all these 16 teams. It is going to be Group 2, but the action is just going to get so much more exciting. Now, eyes panning out for any potential drop classes. We've seen one thing, Necros, is that a lot of these teams tend to avoid taking those early fights. We've seen a lot of those slower circles form up. But for now, Diesel Esports. Look at this. There's a slight change. Yesterday, we witnessed them going down south. This time, Diesel, they have taken their old Campo Militar area for Welt OMG with nothing to really fight for or anything. I just want them to have their last dance and go all out. Who knows? Maybe they can pull off an Only Gods.
That's what everybody who's supporting Welt OMG will be looking forward to. I mean, once again, they do need the chicken dinners. They're in a position that one good match, maybe at least a 17 to 18 point a game can just work out for them. And they need to kind of focus it on because I don't think relying on Sanhok is a good decision. But as of now, as we see the circle in the southeastern side of the map, keeping Los Leones as the heart of this particular circle at the very center point, I'm really excited to see how the rotations are going to turn in because most of the teams, they're still trying to glide out, be in the western side of Los Leones. Rider Esports, 8-bit, once again, they might just look forward to rotate a little bit quicker to find those real estates for themselves in the big urban city of Los Leones.
It's going to be an interesting one. We're seeing repetitive certain circles, and I think a lot of these teams are actually getting a grasp of that. Halo Esports, they were quite incredible yesterday in the game of Miramar, especially Chief. They rack up quite a lot of finishes. They'd try to have a survival game up. But if you ask me, the only problem with Halo Esports is that they've been a tad bit inconsistent. So if they can somehow carry on or maybe get a better one, their fortunes might change. As for now, they're up against Raven Esports. Now, Raven Esports is such a composed team. They've already done their bidding, Necros. And at this point, whatever they're going to secure is just going to be an added bonus for them.
Oh, and they start off early. Loki finds that opener against Team Halo. That's not going to be a good sign for Team Halo because once again, they're not in that much comfortable position as where Raven Esports stands. They do need the points, and Miramar once again is one of the most crucial maps where you can bag up some more points for yourself to kind of confirm your qualification for the quarterfinals. But once again, Raven Esports also, they did bag up only 2 points in the last game. So what I feel like, if Miramar in this particular map, they can bag at least 7 to 8 points, they can literally confirm their qualification for the quarterfinals. But as of now, being very steady.
Raven Esports are pretty much dictating the fight here. Look at them constantly on the move. As for Halo Esports, they're all hunkered down to those two compounds that they have to themselves. So it's all about Raven Esports being the one finding that first opening, or else it could also be Team Halo trying to put a stop on them. At this point, Lens, we've seen Lens and Smiley IGL, two of the players really stand out in terms of getting those finishes for this team, but this standoff is now turning into a little bit of a stalemate. Raven Esports still wanting to be a little bit restless, wanting to be a little bit more proactive, but not getting enough done. But feels like Smiley IGL, he wants to contest, he wants to get that first knock. But look at this, you can see the scarcity of utilities on them, just that one grenade to work with. So he has to make sure it counts.
That's not going to be enough, what I think. He's got an entire team of Halo just waiting in front of him. He might have just got one player at the back to support him. It's going to be Loki with a Thompson, but that man doesn't have utils as well. One stun nade. But is it going to be enough? They're pushing up. Diablo needs help. He might just jump off the balcony, reunite with his team. But Zoro, if he has a read, he can just push some of the limits of Diablo. But nope, that doesn't going to happen. Team Halo, again reuniting, but this nade, it can be a vital one. It goes in and it makes the connection. Smileys, that one nade has pinned them down, and that's the opening that Raven Esports wanted for themselves.
He made that net count, didn't he? Now Smiley IGL, oozing with confidence, wants to go in and get that finish secured. As Team Halo, this is not looking good as Smiley slaps one more. As he goes for the third, we'll go in for a little bit of a reload there as Loki, he also doubles up. And as Team Halo, they're in a world of trouble over here. Diablo does find a trade, but it is not going to be enough as Loki, he gets devoured. That's going to be quite a selfish one. As Raven Esports, they're starting to lose out on number. Lens on the backlines, wanting to provide aid, but it feels like it's a little too late.
It's not. It's a really, really bad call. The backup should have been arrived a little bit more earlier, but right as now, Lens comes into the rescue, but even he falls down. Team Halo, they're making a drastic comeback out there. Chief OG, he can literally pull. He's literally pulling the strings. Raven Esports, 3 players down, 2 players knocked out, 1 got confirmed. Zoro is in a very low HP, doesn't have any healings for himself, and now Team Hello, their revival has been completed. Chief wanna go all in, finds a beautiful 1v3 all to himself, and that's a clutch. That's Raven Esports denied of every single point from this map of Miramar, and it's a 0-pointer game. The first one was 2, this time 0. I guess Sanok is going to be really important for them.
Yeah, I mean, at this point for Raven Esports, it's still something that they can live with. But for Team Halo, this fight meant the world to them. They were scared to death for a point, but somehow kept themselves alive. It was Raven Esports being a little too cocky in that fight. Could have completely avoided all those casualties. Could have been the one stomping through. But rather, deciding to let the complacency take over. They were punished for that. And who other than Chief OG? Just talking about him a couple of moments earlier. As now, we've got Team Altitude on our screens. They've been just too good.
Exactly. And around them, in the close proximity, it's going to be Rivals Apex around the corner. Altitude, once again, they need to be a little bit cautious about all their surroundings. We do know that Miramar is a very vast map. And again, a player to watch out for. It's going to be Clouds. This man has been really popping off some heads recently. Man has got 470 damage and got 7 finishes.
Yeah,
completely a big thief out there.
It's still fight. Let's not take it away from him as Team 8-Bit right in front of the players of Cyclone as it's a fight again. And Aman, he's already gone down. Follows up is going to be Aki on his knees as Aniket, the only straggler there. He wants to escape. He wants to elope. I don't think that 8-Bit giving him an inch of space. They want to double down. They're right on his tails.
That's a beautiful display of combat we are seeing from the side of 8-Bit. Proper execution, a clean execution coming up from their end, but not something that Cyclone would like for themselves, because eventually the last match that they played, they did gather some points, but not enough. They were not satisfied with the results because they knew that they could end things in a very different manner, but it was not the case. But for your case, the audience, those who are watching us live, you can get your hands on this Realme P3 Ultra 5G. This is segment's most stable 90 90 FPS gaming mobile where you can play BGMI all day, all long with having a 6000 mAh battery.
Now, simply put, if you're Necros and you want to clutch things out,
Aha.
all you gotta do is get this device and maybe pull off what Chief did or how Halo survived. You know, that's the key to success. So might as well check it out. It's going to be launching on the 19th of March. All you gotta do is head over to Google, search for Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you stand a chance to win freebies. But now, getting back, well, to OMG, they're starting to scour around the land, maybe gauge out the situation, know who's next to them, because, well, to MG, this is so uncanny of them. It feels like they've gotten back to their shells, Necros, because they're playing around the center, they want to be defensive, but this is not well to MG that we have come to know and love.
Their backs have completely slammed against the wall and they just know it. They're in a certain position where they can't mess up things. They've already messed up it big time. And right now, once again, if they kind of make any major mistakes, it's going to be really problematic for Welt OMG to even qualify for the quarterfinals. And now, as we know, the qualification is on stake. The kind of strategy has been changed completely.
It certainly has changed completely, but a couple of moments earlier, we did have a look at the circle. It was quite flooded, or rather crowded, on towards those eastern areas. So many teams finding some piece of real estate. So it's going to be interesting. If the circle shifts towards the western side, we are going to have a death race going on. As for Red Havoc, what amazes me is that every single time I watch this team, they've got a good central compound to themselves. But the only big problem with Red Havoc has been in defending those compounds. And this time, they've gone for a different approach. Let's see if this works out.
Playing it very slow and stable. They just knows it. They're almost on the verge of getting eliminated from this round. And once again, round 4 is the very first round. It's the very round where you are going to get eliminated directly. There will be total of teams qualifying. If you're in top 7, yeah, that's good. Otherwise, you're just praying that I'm there in that bottom 16 category so that I can qualify for the wildcards. But seeing the condition of Dread Havoc, I don't think fixes that they might even stand a chance to go in the wildcards.
Yeah, of course. I mean, for Dread Havoc, they've got a lot to do. I mean, at this point, it feels like it's a little too late, but a quick look at the replay of how that fight erupted. It felt like Raven Esports, they had all the chance in the world. They got a little too hasty. It was just 2 players of Raven Esports deciding to go after the entirety of Halo Esports. You could not see them working in tandem with each other, as a result of which they got taken down. And just to make matters worse, that little revive over there, which I just got right now, wasn't supposed to be given. You know your player is down, that's on him. Just go in, provide some cover fire, and get back up. Now, a quick reminder to all our viewers that only the top 7 make it inside of the quarterfinals. So right now, Ryder and Team Halo, they are just separated by 1 point. So it's going to be very interesting. You've also got Volcano Esports. But this is the circle shift, Necros, I was talking about. Look at that western area. It's all out in the open. A lot of compounds to take.
And the first team who might just try to chime in might be Rivals Apex, but around the corner you also see the players of 8-Bit in the open lands. And one of the players has been knocked out, so 8-Bit, they have to be cautious with their next move because Rivals Apex, they have been popping off really well. And the recent past, the last 2 matches back-to-back, they have taken a chicken in yesterday, the last game, right now today's first game. So against them, you don't want to stand a chance, and Naman literally is making problems for the likes of 8-Bit. We'll be getting confirmation on Mafia. Termi is trapped, Ash is trapped. They need to get out of that position, or otherwise 8-Bit might just run down the hill.
No, for Rivals Apex, what I feel at this point is they need to start working on their Miramar and Sanhok games, because yesterday's performance wasn't that great. As for Erangle, they've got it sorted. But for now, Tiger unleashes Hellfire on 8-Bit. One of them being a headshot, and there you have it. But it's going to be somebody from Halo who gets that knock. And now Ash, he's in a heap of trouble. Does find that little bit of a hay bale to get some cover though. I don't think it's going to be enough, because they're not just being shot by one team, but But even Halo Esports is making 8-bit's life miserable. They're still sitting at 41 points. They need a couple more, given that we're considering the threshold to be above 40. So they have already 1 foot inside the doors of qualification, but they need to get a couple more, Necros.
No doubts about it. And when we talk about getting some more points, yes, this match, again, can't forget about the other teams out there. Team Halo, yep, they will be looking forward to get some points. Volcano Esports, what they did in the previous match, they will look forward to reciprocate. But Trigger, he's way too close. Oasis knocked down. Ash is still there in the downhill. And there is no way I can expect Rivals Apex, any player, to go for any overcommitment. They're in a very sweet spot, having a table-topping position for themselves. An average performance works pretty fine. Getting 6 to 7 points, and the other 2 games in the map of Miramar, make it Sanok, should be fine.
It should be. And at this point, even if I come back and take a look at the overall standings, they're constantly being updated. You can see M4 at 28 now, and Mysterious 4 have got a really good compound to work with. As Team Halo successfully wipe out Team 8-bit, they secure 6 for themselves. Now this is helping them so much. Look at this, they've already breached through that top 7. Now they've got 29 points, and just to add the cherry on the top of the entire icing is the fact that now they stand a good chance. They've got all 4 of their players alive. And Miramar games for Team Halo, even yesterday, was quite good.
They will be focusing more and more deeper in this map of Miramar, finding some more finishes. But as we talk about the positioning just right now, Diesel Esports once again claiming a very good ditch for themselves. They have got a little bit of height to play along. They can get a lot of information down the compounds, because you do see M4 out there. They have a compound to their name. They will be playing around it. But asking me fixes, I'm not a very fond of that compound.
I mean, at this point, you've got so many ridges to play around, so might as well take advantage of that. As damn, who cares? They've got Welt OMG right beside themselves as Rage. He lets loose. Justy's got a little bit of damage, has been softened up over there. Not enough to take him down though. But damn, who cares? They do not have any numbers on them. And for Rage at this point, it feels like he does not really care. He just wants to get away with it, let the matches end. Because sitting at 13 points, just 1 player alive after this 1 more game, yeah, the chances are looking quite slim.
Can't forget the solo plays that happened yesterday. I still can't forget what Ryder Esports, that one player Fame, did for his team. He literally pulled off a great game, found so many points for themselves. So I still believe that one single player can at least gain you a lot of points, if not win the matches. But this artillery strikes will annoy. But saying that, TWC ends their run on a different part of the map, but eventually signed to Gods. They are looking for a sign for themselves to find an opening and maybe advance or maybe leave this position, because this is definitely not a good spot for them to hold on.
It felt like for a moment there were heat-seeking missiles being sent forth by the players of Team Altitude. But Sign to Gods will be thanking their stars at this point. Still breathing, still kicking. They have 3 players alive, but yeah, not even a single finish. But Aniket, he steps out as Team Halo snuff him out in the open, battling it out, will be put to rest as God will be the one getting that finish. So Team Halo, they're actually starting to pull through. They're starting to make that comeback happen as we've got another fight. CV Academy against GSG Sarkar.
Need being cooked up, Ninja tossing it right in the position, but it's just too far. Skeleton is also cooking up a nade that has to make a connection, but it goes way too far. And you see Pasha coming in. Sarkar from behind wants to make a play, but that one support has been denied. Daddy Oji finds that big opening. CV Academy in that control. Sarkar has been confirmed, so there is no backup coming up from the side of GSGS Sarkar Gaming, and the one player Pasha has been taken down. Baby Girl wants to go up close in person, wants to find an opening. Where are you looking at? My God, he makes a mess up, but eventually the backup arrives. He still makes it count, and that's going to be all 3 players down from the side of GSGX Sarkar Gaming, while KSR, he's still surviving, but he's way too far. Another mishap, another bad strategy, and with that, I feel fixes, there is no chance for GSGX Sarkar Gaming to make a comeback right now.
Yeah, and that's a stark awakening they will have tomorrow once they know They're outside of realme BGIS. They will be eliminated. And they're all to blame. At this point, GST Sarkar having so much experience, I still cannot get my heads wrapped around as to what went wrong. Never really played like somebody who could deliver. But for now, taking the circle, taking that shift, Mysterious 4 around those central areas. I feel like they can be a little bit exposed. As for Rider Esports, they're right next to Team Altitude. You've got Sign to Gods as well, so we might see some turbulence happening around these areas. As for Team CV, they might enter in from that eastern side. Everybody trying to vie for a possession inside the zone. Let's see what happens next.
Again, Volcano Esports holding a ditch, and definitely they will be playing around it. But so many teams around them, they need to be very cautious. I wonder how many smokes they have, because they do need a lot of utils to play along. But we just talk about utils. It's going to be Dread Havoc versus Diesel Esports. It's a battle through the ridges, but a lot of utils being committed. While Dread Havoc, they also face some backlashes from the side of rivals Apex from behind. This is not a great position if you ask me, Fixes. This can be really dicey for the likes of Dread Havoc.
It can be. At this point for Dread Havoc, still around the foothills against Diesel Esports, who have that high ground advantage. Saksham already exposing his position. So Diesel Esports, they are a well-knit unit. They know what needs to be done. As Orlo bombards two of the players, but not enough to get them down. As Sham trying to provide some cover fire over there. It feels like Diesel Esports at this time, they're looking a little bit scrappy. This is where Dread Havoc need to make good work of Diesel Esports just being out in the open. As Saksham, he's sort of come in, and I feel like Gokul might have an idea. But look at this, Sham just being rattled down, but not enough of those knocks coming through as Gokul gets that finish on towards Saksham. Dread Havoc already starting to lose out on numbers.
They tried to come up with a different strategy, but right now they have been denied to Diesel Esports. They might have the driver's seat in this one, because another knockout has been there. And then Chaku drops down to 50 HP as Yogi is still there. Orlo, he's going on a 1v1 duel against him, and eventually Orlo finds one, might just get a second one. That's a beautiful play. And Diesel Esports wipes the entirety of Dread Havoc from this map of Miramar. But all these commotion has been heard by rivals Apex as they try to chime in. They have always been those cheeky guys, but Trigger, this can be a little bit of overcommitment. Another bait and switch strategy, but Orlo, he is understanding that kind of situation and he switches back.
I like this, because Diesel Esports, they were still getting the loot done over there from the crates, and Sham felt it's better to let them pass. We'll deal with them. As a result of which, look at this. Oh my god, Rivals Ape still find an opener there. I'm not sure though, they won't be pushing through. Or are they?
Oh, they are. Look at Trigger. He's already up close and personal. Orlo will have to take care of it. He's got the S12 kit ready. He's got 10 bullets in it. The need is being cooked up. It's not only Trigger, but Kratos as well. 2 players up close. Orlo, he has to be the playmaker. But if he cannot, this can be a big mishap for the likes of Diesel Esports. Sham, there's no way this man is getting any revival, and all his position has been read like a book. He has to be the playmaker, and the support has to come up from behind. But rivals Apex, a little bit hesitant, trying to get the intel for themselves, but they are being pushed away by all the utils from the side of Diesel Esports.
At this point, rivals Apex, they've got that leeway. They can do whatever they want inside of this map. They've already done majority of their heavy lifting. Courtesy to those 2 chicken dinners they earned in the map of Erangle. As of now, rivals Ape getting a little up close and personal against Orlo, just to maybe try and flush him out, trying to annoy them as Diesel Esports, they have been cornered in that position as Naman trying to draw in attention as Sham, he steps out of his vehicle, so does Gokul. Diesel Esports, albeit they do have that high ground advantage as they exchange blows against each other. Gokul still somehow gets away with Kratos, as now it all rests on Naman, as Albi and Orlo, they will have to piece it out together. Rivals Ape just making mistakes after mistakes. Tiger still left away from his pack as Rivals Ape. How are they going to pull through in this fight? Because it's the 6th stage, Necro, as that Molotov goes in. Oh, Rivals Ape, they might meet their makers.
Thanking their stars right off now, Fixes, because all the needs are being dumped on a different perspective. Trigger has got the revival, but the blue zone, it never favors anybody. They need to enter the circle as quickly as possible. They might be a little bit in the slower end of the circle, but still, they have to move up. They have to be a little bit quicker out there. Utils, being dumped blindly, not having any information. But Tiger, he might just get one connection. Gokul is knocked out. 2 players compromised. Gokul will be confirmed eventually. Albi drops down. That's really not the way Diesel Esports wants things to end for them. But there's one more player, Orlo. He has to be the playmaker. He finds Numan down and out. It's a 1v2 situation for him. Trigger going up close. He has got the M249 but gets taken down eventually. But the rivals Apex will survive as Tiger. He is the savior for his team. 5 finishes being registered, but only 2 players survive. Not an easy battle for rivals Apex, but they still live to fight another day.
It's still a-okay. All good in the hood. I loved how they kind of researched back inside this fight as rivals Apex. They will have to march their way inside the circle. And if you want to march your way inside the battlegrounds as well, might as well check out this device launching on the 19th of March. I'm talking about the Realme P3 Ultra 5G.
It has got a beautiful design, which is, again, glowing in the dark as well. But also having a 6000 mAh battery, it is the best device you can have for long hours of gaming. But coming back into the game, Volcano Esports Psycho has been knocked out. Arjun Reflex is there, comes up Welt OMG. They're all intact in one position. One good nade fixes. The entirety of the team can be literally pulled down. This is not a good situation for Volcano Esports. One player is knocked out. They're going to get up close and personal. Nick has been knocked out, but Arjun, he's getting all the backfires coming up from behind. The support is literally immense, but Reflex, his position is compromised, and that's it. It's going to be Volcano Esports to go outside of this map of Miramar, while Welt OMG, they're still surviving.
This is one of their longest run they've had inside of round 4 for Welt OMG. At this point, if they had 2 more extra players, they might have started dreaming about the chicken dinner in this one. Might have spoken a little too earlier, because look at that. CV Academy can strike in any given time. Even the players of Team Altitude, they're just waiting for CV Academy to maybe make that push on towards the players of Welt OMG. Whilst for Team Halo, they're very smoothly securing these southern areas of the circle to themselves.
Always being those cheeky guys out there. Halo know how to play, but CV Academy, the kind of patience barrier gets completely broken down. But Baby Girl, why did he just wait there? The entirety of the team went up close. They went past that particular ditch, but eventually they fall prey to the hands of M4 out there, who has their eyes above this hill. While Welto MG, they have kind of grabbed a lot of attention to themselves. Some ones that they don't want to, but eventually it's going to be Team Altitude to chime in. Maddie is going to be having a tough time, but still finds one, gets his second one as well, gets a triple. Maddie is scoring bonkers right away. Welto OMG, they're still surviving, and Matty, you beauty, he still survives, and that's 9 finishes being registered. Welt OMG, they're writing their own comeback.
The demons finally rising from the ashes. As for Welt OMG, still a lot needs to be done before they can pull the curtains on qualification. As for CV, that will mark their end as Welt OMG increase their tally. Still surviving, still kicking. But right now, the road even gets more treacherous. Have to deal with 4 players of Mysterious 4. Fragger, Grind, Sketch, and Hero. As the nade sails in, does it make its mark? Have Welt OMG been bested so far, as Hero from another angle, as Fragger from another, just cornering them down, penciling them out as Matty, he falls. Johnny, he's feeling quite pressure, just to eventually get eviscerated from the lobby.
Still in top 3, they will be pretty happy, but it all comes down to Team Hello versus Mysterious 4. Final 2 teams, both the teams, they are in at points. Hello, definitely, this is a match. They have started things off in a very decent manner. They've got ample amount of finishes, and Hero opens up, finds one of the most crucial picks, Chief OG. The savior for Team Hello in the early fight against Raven Esports. He has been taken down. 3 players still remaining. A 1-3 split for the side of Mysterious 4. Grind in a position where I really don't think that Team Hello will anticipate, but eventually he is in a very key spot. He can be the playmaker. But Chief OG, there's no chance that man is getting a revival. But Team Hello, they are in a situation where they have to move out. The circle is not in their favor. It's all about Mysterious 4. How can they just hold on to their side?
It's getting exciting at this point. Team Halo, they've deployed a lot of smokes. They want to get Chief back up alive. I'm pretty sure Hero's got other plans. No idea at this point. Look at this, 7 God. He really commits for it as Mysterious 4. Maybe they find their right moment to strike over here. All 4 players of Team Halo again just clung around that one spot as Prateek. He decides to be brave. Brave and bold will not pay off as he gets naded by his own teammate. Oh my god, that's a disaster as Diablo. No time to cut on his losses as now both these players down too low. As of now, you've got Team Halo. Diablo does patch himself up, pretty much exposed, and that will be the end of him as Mysterious 4. They bounce back, they get a chicken dinner, and might have already broken through the doors of qualification with this game.
There's no doubts about it. They were very close in the 8th spot before we started at the day number 2 itself. And well, the previous match was a decent one. I'm not sure they have got a lot of amount of points in the first map of Erangle. But right now, Miramar seems to be really good for Mysterious 4, very good for Team Halo. Even for Welt OMG, the much anticipated comeback that everybody wanted to see.
I don't know. At this point, is it fair for me
He's a
to
happy
start
man.
dreaming? No, I am happy. But imagine, had they pulled off even glimpses of that yesterday, could have been a completely different story. They might have been top the order. Now, just to make things even more worse for Welt OMG, you see, Mysterious 4, they've had a great game. Even for Team Halo, they've had a great game. Everybody was somewhere around that 25 to 28 points marker. Now, considering they've got 10 plus points in this game, they've already breached through 38 or 40 plus. That means we've already got 4 teams that might have secured their slot. Now, for 2 more slots up for grabs, anything can happen. I feel like 5 to 6 teams are still in contention.
Yeah, completely agreed with that because there are a lot of teams that we are talking about. Volcano Esports, what a good start. They are almost in the top 4. We did saw just a few moments ago. This match was not something that they desired of. And it's fine, right? One good match, another one, it is a little bit dicey, but they are how far? Like, I feel like they've got 1 or 2 points, maybe. But still, there is Sandhawk. And Sandhawk is something where I feel like a lot of teams may come back, a lot of teams face setbacks. But if Welt OMG can do this, can pull off this kind of pace, I feel like Sign to Gods, CV Academy, there are Damn Who Cares, there are 2-3 names, those who are still fighting for that 7th or the 6th spot.
At this point, even for Damn Who Cares, they have to pull off a double whammy. They have to get a chicken dinner and at least get 15 to 16 points. Because now, Rivals Ape, despite the fact they did not get a chicken dinner in this one, they got enough points. It feels like Team 8-Bit, they aren't really having a great day. The first game did not go their way. The kind of consistency we saw from their side yesterday is invisible today. But they still are in the pecking order. They're still there. But when you talk about Sign to Gods, Damn Who Cares, Sarkar Gaming, again for once, I think they will not be pleased with themselves. This is not where their journey ends. We know we get to see upsets, but I know this lineup of Sarkar Gaming can do so much more.
I mean, they have proven themselves in the past, right? We have seen them evolving through the stages. There has been a lot of roster shuffles, but 2 players have been consistent. Pasha coming in has also improved their performance. But as you mentioned, this is a kind of performance you don't expect from a team like that. Those who have been playing officials for a long time, kind of continuing with the same roster. But we'll have a quick look on the highlights as well of what happened in this entire map of Miramar.
Yeah, we will. But, in this game, we're just showing those end phases, right? So, Volcano Esports, they started this game with a shebang. They kind of give me those Rider Esports vibes. And even for Rider Esports, they're still in the rest. But I feel like Welt OMG were the ones who stole the show, especially Matty and Johnny. The way they played, in fact, Matty, to be honest, it felt like he had enough. He was like, if I'm going down big time. I'm gonna throw a wrench into your works and do whatever is required. But for Mysterious 4, I think very well composed, very well poised. They let all the other teams fight it out. You can see they did not get a lot of finishes, but towards the end, 8 to 9 is still enough to see them through into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I completely agree with this fact. And also talking about the MVP of this game, it's going to be Matty with 5 finishes, as we mentioned earlier. Man has stepped up big time, and maybe we can say this is the right moment to do something like this. Matty stepping up should boost the morale of the entire team. He's got 1000 plus damage as well on him. So that again brings up a lot of confidence among the entire team, among the entire unit. But followed by that, Team Hello, you've got 2 players, 3-4G as well as God OP. God OP having 5, Chief OG having 4, Fragger of M4 having 5, and Johnny having 4. So even Johnny from Welt OMG have stepped up this time, and I believe that him stepping up was very, very much necessary for his team.
Yeah, but still a lot of work needs to be put in if Welt OMG want to see the days of the quarterfinals. But the match summary in front of us, 156 smokes used, 1 vehicle finish. For Devansh, I think we've seen these standard numbers pop up, 384 meters of the getting the longest finish there. But this is what I was really waiting for. So Team Halo, they have secured 19 points out of this game. And even for Mysterious Four, they've gathered 17. Welt OMG, they have 15. So Welt OMG bring themselves back into the race. Rivals Apex, they just increase their lead. Even these lead spots, they're doing quite decent. Even for altitude. Now, I'm starting to get worried. I feel like the cutoff is going to go past 40. Easily.
Yeah, I kind of feel the very same as well. I mean, all the top teams are performing, all the mid teams are performing, so it's almost in a very dicey situation. But moving on to the next chart, 3-pointer game for 8-bit and Volcano Esports, Shine to Gods having 2, 1 point for GHX Sarkar Gaming, Dread Havoc, Cyclone, Damn Who Cares, Reven Esports having 0-pointer game for themselves. But quickly jumping on to the overall standings fixes, this is where all our questions will be answered.
Look at this. I might go out of my place to say that even Mysterious 4 is not safe at this point. Because when you take a look at Rider Esports on the 8th position, one good game from all these teams down the bottom and they could squeeze in through. At this point, it's safe to say it's just Rivals Ape that might have qualified in entirety, because Team 8-bit, they have been losing steam. Team Altitude, they also need to bounce back, and Welt OMG back into the race, Volcano Esports also. So for that top 7 spot, we've got 10 teams in contention. It could be anybody from them.
Exactly, and Welt OMG, I mean, I feel like this is a kind of situation where in the map of Sandhawk, they need a similar game of what they demonstrated in the map of Miramar. I mean, a 10+ finish game, having some placement points in addition, maybe a 15 to 16-pointer game should be enough, maybe to earn their spot in that 7th or 8th position, because we also know there's a wildcard phase coming in.
Yeah, I think you just need to push through. You have to focus, but wildcard is a different story. This is one of those places I do not want to see all these teams going through. Might as well have a rather better qualify chances. But you know, that being said, this sets the tone for Sandhawk, because you've got so many teams in contention. Welt OMG, they've got some good track records in Sandhawk. Can they pull it off? We will get to know, folks, after this very short little break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping, King Kong beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gate. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. Got iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, God, wild master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
It always boils down to the last map, isn't it? And I feel like this is where the temperatures, if they were soaring high, it feels like we'll get burned. Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the realme BGIS 25. Along with me, I have got Icy. And Icy, you were on the sidelines watching the game. And Welt OMG, are they back? Is it safe to say?
They're back in the race for sure, but not safe yet, because as of yet, like you said as well, there's at least 9 teams up for contention for the top spot as well. So currently, we only need the top 7. Like you said, Rival Apex is the only team that is up for contention, maybe the 2nd position, but even then, it is going to be a battle between the top 1 all the way to the top 10. Anyone below that, they have to pull a potential 28 finish chicken dinner in order to bounce back.
Yes, whoever gets a chicken dinner amongst the ones in top 10, they pretty much qualify. That is established. But if you want to qualify, you want to get that oomph, you want to get that power, might as well check out this device. The Realme B3 Ultra 5G does have the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. And what do you have to say about these amazing colors, I see?
To be honest, I really like the color itself as well because it does have a brand new glow in the dark feature, which
So you like
features
this
a
one more?
very lunar-ish design. And I feel like, I sometimes in the life, if I want to confess my love to the love of my life, I want to show her this. You are like the moon that is on my phone, man.
Yeah, I don't think that risk game works out, I see, but you might as well make a go for it. I mean, for all the ones going out in college, still studying, I think this is your colorway. For somebody who's as old as me, I think I'd go with that. But now coming back, we have to talk about what's at hand. 8-bit. They have been missing, I see.
I feel like this is a game where both Raven and Abit kind of took a little bit of a pause and
Even the
chill a
first
little
one.
bit as well. Both two maps in general they played, it felt like they were struggling to get some sort of placement points. But was it because of overconfidence, or was it just placement, or is it just timing as well? It felt like they're just taking a little bit chill pill, and because of this chill pill that both of them had, everyone at bottom has started to boost themselves in those overall points. So overall in general, based off this group itself, the overall standings for the top 7 is so high to a point that even maybe the top 8 or 9, if they are like around the 40-point mark, might have a very strong contention to actually qualify from the wildcard stages still.
Yeah, the wildcast is definitely there. And let me remind you once again, after we have all these top 17 teams qualifying, then from the 57 to the 72nd ranked team, after all the entire overall standings come up, those 16 teams will be heading on towards the wildcard. And this is one of those phases where I do not really like it, because I see in the moment you're going through wildcard, you've got 64 teams playing and only the top 16 get through. So you would not want to go over to that place, but still there's a second chance at life. Now coming back, is it still safe to say that Rider Esports, they have, in fact, they have qualified, or do you think that work still needs to be put in?
I think Rider Esports is in a situation where, would I say it's lucky or not? Yes. Yesterday, when they played the map with Erangle, they had a little bit of an awkward stance where they had for a 2-2 split, leaving only Fami all by himself. And for Fami to pull that clutch in towards the top 2 and also getting a lot of finishes gave them enough points to make it to the top 4. Which, unfortunately to say, that was yesterday's news.
Yeah.
Now, we saw no news of Rider Esports, and because of that, it is put them in a spot where, even in this round, if they don't start getting finishes or making the top 5, they might be pushed out of top 7, which they already are. Number 1. 2, can they qualify to wildcard? I don't know. Only God can say.
We'll talk about the wildcards a little bit later, because so much action still remains. Last I remember, Welt OMG secured a chicken dinner in the game of Sanhok. I'm going to be a little bit greedy over here. I really want them to make a comeback as we finally head on inside the rainforest and find out who the winner is.
All right. The final map to decide the fates of everyone in this lobby here for group number 2. This is going to be match 6, and it is going to be in the map of Sanhok.
Yeah.
And the flight path is going to be flying all the way from the southeast corner, or in this case, the northeast. So apologies for that. Northeast corner heading towards the south of this intersection. A pretty southeastern flight path, but a majority of teams will be able to head towards their usual drop spots, except for teams who are making towards Alpha Island itself. It is going to be a long journey for them, but again, it is 4x4. Most of the teams are going to be A-okay, but the question will remain, will we see those collisions for those vehicles?
Oh, I mean, for these vehicles, we've seen a lot of these teams actually use a lot of them in Sanhok. As for now, you've got 8-bit. I feel like at this point, if they get picked off early, then who knows? They also might be pushed off, and seems like Dread Havoc are here to do their bidding. This hasn't happened in the previous game of Sanhok, and look at this. 8-bit give them that respect, they back off. But it feels like somebody's stuck inside of bootcamp. What have they wrapped around?
I'm surprised 8-bit is just losing our bootcamp to Dread Havoc because this is gonna affect their overall loot pathing as well. Considering that 8-bit does take a very long time to loot up bootcamp, and they do like to rotate down south based on their usual rotation for those high grounds. But seeing the circle shifting to the north side here, seems like they have to be a little bit more flexible on how they want to approach this circle. Meanwhile, on screen we do have rival Apex and also GSG Sakar, who in this current predicament, Sakar Gaming not in contention for this top 7, but if they pull a big one, it might be possible. And to pull a big one, they need 28 finishers, but with that opening coming from Kratos, it is going to be very difficult to do so.
And they look at this. Trades have come through, at least for GSG Sarkar Gaming, something to latch onto. As Rival Zabe have nothing to worry about, as Skeleton does find one more. Gets that knock and the finish. But it feels like GSG Sarkar Gaming, they aren't safe either. You've got another team. It's going to be Team Halo. Are they going to go in for the strike? I see, because if they do, I see a lot of points up for grabs.
I think they need to as well. Halo is also trying to solidify the spots into the top 7. And as of yet, with a big fight like this happening, they have to take an opportunity on this. But as of now, you can see the hesitation as well. They have decent amount of weapons, but no helmets, no whatsoever. Any random headshots is going to take them out. But they do spot out members coming from rival Apex. Trigger a little bit far off. Sakar also a little bit of a predicament. KSR are going to be stranded out in the open, but this stalemate needs to somewhat conclude because this is a very early drop cash. And look at Trigger. He saw it, but he's hesitating himself as well. None of them has helmets, apparently.
Yeah, none of them have any loot, to be honest. It's just them dropping down and hell breaking loose at this point. You got a feel for KSR. Look at him out in the open. He's got no cover for himself. But Trigger, he's going to take his sweet time. He's maybe anticipating somebody from Team Halo to overexpose himself. As for GSG, still haven't taken a loss, but still really not in contention yet as Diablo. I think he spotted him. KSR, just moments before getting picked off.
Yep, Halo currently having 42 points means that they have a decent amount of footing. But if they get eliminated down here, it means that the cutoff may be a little bit lower than expected, considering that top 7's current cutoff is 35 points, being held on by Diesel. And of course, with Halo losing out first means that if Diesel makes it to the top 5, Halo might drop the position of potentially being the gatekeepers. But seeing that this fight is dragging on a little bit too long, choosing to disengage is going to be the wisest of choice coming from Halo. They have to. But Sakar Gaming's dream of pushing up seems to be slowly but surely dwindling down. The odds are dropping significantly because of this.
The only good thing happening inside this entire situation, at least for all these teams, is they're still inside the zone. And KSR, he's literally playing with fire. He's got no options. Caught between a rock and a hard place. And it's quite literally. But now, he might get some room. But the big question is, I see, has Trigger spotted KSR out?
I don't think he does, but from what I see is that KSR is now one with nature. There's only so much he can do. The rest of his compadres got to help him. He's got 17 bullets. And that means it's enough to get one knock. And the shotties is going to be a little bit different. But Trigger, he hears this movement. They get the pickup and they are able to get out. So Trigger, does he want to take those chances? But seems like he will back off. So this three-way showdown will be put on halt as we will drag in on towards another day. But guess what? Naman actually getting scouted out. So Trigger is the last man standing for rival Apex.
Trigger has to be careful, I see. Because right next to him, you've got Damn Who Cares, but looking at things in front, look at Team Halo. They have just managed to relocate themselves. They've got an even better angle.
Feels bad.
Yeah, they feel like they kind of have this idea that says that rivals Apex and GSG, they will be going in for a round 2. And that is where would be the perfect cue, because Trigger has, of course, opened it up. Could maybe potentially go for that second strike, but before that could even happen, Skeleton comes in, gets that finish off. But this is where, from the far off fray, you've got Spray God. I did mention. And he strikes, and GSG, again, dealing with all those losses.
Well, DWC with the third party alongside Halo is pretty much put the nail to coffin to rival Apex. The journey ends now. but they're pretty much qualified to the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, the rest of the world is still fighting for their dear lives. Altitude on screen, having a little bit of a run-in with Raven Esports now. A little bit of a long-range pokes. Clouds goes for a couple sprays. It does connect, but it does put Altitude in a very, very awkward position right now.
It does. At this point, the only good thing is Team Altitude are outside of Quarry. The bad thing, however, is Raven Esports got their eyes pinned on them. And now they have to enter inside the circle with Raven Esports keeping watch, making their lives hell. The big question, I do not see any vehicles for Altitude. How do they get out of here? Because even Lens, he's got such a nice flank angle. So they have to take that longer route down the southern sides, I see.
Well, it's going to be tough, right? Considering
Yeah.
that they were gatekeeping, they've done the damage. Altitude losing out a couple of utilities means that they are going to be set back for a while Raven is going to push up ahead. Zone is about to completely close for stage 2. Being on the move means they will have first dips on where stage 3 may or may not be as well. As the zone is about to close in, as you can see, in 5 seconds, they are already making their way into the next phase. Zone, is it going to be in the center on Paradise? Seems like it's going to shift even far north now. Oh boy, this is tough.
It indeed is. Raven Esports. I think the idea here is they want to contest for the center. They want to maybe go through Mysterious 4. They wanted to take Paradise Resort, but they realized it's already taken. And now, right beside them are the players of CP Academy. Nobody wants to welcome Raven Esports. Everybody just thwarting them off.
Well, speaking of thwarting them off, because Raven Esports, they are going to prioritize a little bit of a safety net, right? Like,
Yeah.
they are on the 4th position with 43 points. It is technically still within the legal boundary to actually
Is it
qualify.
enough?
But better safe than sorry, because
Yeah.
anything can happen, right? We've seen back-to-back comebacks before. We've seen how teams
No.
making a little bit of a bounce back, but Mysterious 4...
Uh-uh.
did he not spot him? Like, Grind
No.
saw him, but...
No.
Him? Oh, okay. Oh, whoa! Okay! Grind! Nice headshots. Level 3 helmet saves the day, man.
It certainly does. But it has taken its due damage there. As Raven Esports, at least decent space to get that revive back up. As suddenly, Mysterious 4, they feel threatened. So they get their numbers back. That was such a weird fight, man. How was Grind alive for so long? Still got away with a knock, but could not get the finish. As even for Mysterious 4, I think they did the right decision. They do not want to let go of Paradise Resort, because the moment they can come in for the push, somebody else is going to take that place.
Yeah, and in Mysterious 4's case right now, they are very, very safe. They have a very decent amount of safety net as well. So they don't really need to take very huge risks, considering that all they need is like, what, 2 to 3 finish points, and they're pretty much set and dusted.
Yeah.
Even if they don't make it in the top 7, they will still have enough points to qualify for wildcard, 100%. But, you know, 100% is one thing. But when it comes to odds, 95% of success means there is still 5% chance of failure.
Yeah.
And Raven Esports is in that particular spot right now as well.
And just a couple of more stats and figures. For Raven Esports, we saw they managed to get the chicken dinner yesterday in Sanhok. And they did it by the virtue of them trying to play around the center. So they are doing exactly that. They're following their own footsteps. But you know who could cause a ruckus, right? I think the most notorious elements inside the lobby should be Welt OMG. We've had our hopes alive. Even Diesel Esports, as a matter of fact, I see, they are also in the race.
Yeah, they definitely do as well. Considering that right now, top 7 is where you need to look to qualify. But every single team from top 8 all to the top 10, if they can get somewhere around 30 overall points, each of them, it pretty much gives them a higher score to actually qualify towards the wildcard stages. So even if they don't get the chicken dinner, they still need to try their best and do their best.
They have to. And if you want the best though, you need to check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G. It's launching on the 19th of March. If you're wondering about any juicy features, let me tell you, it's got the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. Doubles the performance in its segment. But now, coming back, I see, it's going to be an interesting one. And Diesel Esports, are they really doing this? Are they going for meds? Is that even a thing in Sanhok?
Well, Met strategy still kind of works, but it is still
Does it?
stage 3. It's probably onto stage 4 is still okay. It's a little bit risky, but it's still doable. But it is gonna bleed a little bit more faster compared to the old zone meta.
Oh, look at this. Look at Well2MG's position. Right at the smack center. You've got ridery spots. They've taken over those western hills. They've got nice areas to play around. And even for Volcano Esports, who are in the equation, still not out of the tournament yet. So all these contending teams around that 7th to 10th position, they've got good spots now. It's going to get so much more intense towards the end. Because even for Team Halo, they've got a nice position to themselves.
Oh, speaking of Halo, right now on screen, Sign to Gods going a little bit of a run in with Wealth OMG. They get 2 knocks, or in this case 1, but they have to hold down the fort. The nade comes through and they flush in another one as well. That's going to be even more finish points. Justy gets taken out, but Maddie is going to go in for the push, and guess what? Out of nowhere, they're just gone. Sign to Gods is just eliminated just then and there.
And just to make matters more interesting, look at Well2MG climbing up. Now sitting at 33 points. One of their teammates has been taken down, but still nothing to be afraid of. As Raven Esports, they decide to launch an attack. It's going to be against the players of Mysterious 4. Their position still not revealed. So, in fact, our team Raven, they decide to blitz on as Grind does manage to find one, but eventually gets traded. The numbers do get the better out of the players of Mysterious 4, and that is where they're rubbing the salt on the players of Mysterious 4. Team Raven Esports, they've been amazing. And for Mysterious 4, looking at their position, I see, oh, things could get really interesting towards the end. Only one player remains.
Only one team indeed. And currently, all they need to do is just somewhat survive a couple points. But look at Raven Esports. They are going to pan everyone from the side of Mysterious Force, regardless of whoever it is. Loki 2 times now.
Do they have any personal vendetta going on? Because I do not seem to recollect about 40 multitude.
Hey, man.
Got a fight in front of them. Yeah, we'll get back to that as Prey God. He's got his teammate knocked down already. He's got so much on his shoulders. At this point is Clouds. Just trying to inch in, get in a little bit closer. Ajay, his position has been revealed.
Oh boy, he needs to cross the road as well. They are on the outskirts of zone. Altitude going to be gatekeeping their way through. Clouds looking to try and pressure through Spray God. Now, we're going for a couple peeks here. FPP mode from Gods. Can he get the shot? He does get the connection. And now RJ outside the zone. He sees him as well. And here comes another FPP mode. And Gods finds another one. And that's going to be Altitude wiping the floor with DWC. Goodbye, DWC.
Yeah, pretty much bowing out of the game and out of the realme BGIS 25 as Mysterious 4. They have been dealt with as Raven Esports. They will be happy, but this has come at a cost. Lens is out of the picture, but still enough for Raven Esports to have secured 48 points. Now they can have a huge sigh of relief because at this point, 48 points might be enough. When you talk about the top 7, the cutoff still around 36. Ridery spots, they've got all 4 players alive. You've got Well2MG, all 4 of them alive. And this could be a very important battle if Well2MG and Team Halo lock horns.
Agreed. Very, very important round for 3 teams to try and potentially change the scores of this top 7. Halo, Raven, M4, Rival Apex pretty much safe at this stage. But for Altitude, 8-Bit Diesel, these are the ones who are currently in the hot seat. And as of yet, look at this. Ash getting taken out. Clouds was able to get a couple knocks in. And Welto OMG also looking to try and farm a little bit more finishes themselves.
Oh, this is not looking good. Well2MG at this point. Nick, he's got that perfect angle as Team Halo. They decide to go on the retreat. As for Well2MG, they have to be very cautious. They cannot be out in the open like this as this grenade sails through perfectly. Nick finds that opener and Well2MG, they would want to double down on this as one of their players with the buggy decides to just run over. Who else but Johnny as he takes the Danger Man Chief down.
Oh no, Johnny, they're going to be running their way through. Look at this, they're farming finishes. Nick still needs to get a little bit more resets coming in, but look at this, the rush comes through and Halo's able to get a couple trades themselves. They lose one, and Welto OMG gonna be regrouping. They will force to lose one player to survive for the bigger cause, but Halo, the damage has been done. Each site's has lost a couple of members, but it's not worth to take the risk. But seems like I was wrong. Well, the OMG, they want their revenge, and Nate comes through.
This is absurd. This is ridiculous what Johnny's doing, I see. He just decided to charge in, and at this point, Matty is going for those nades. And they're all pincered down inside that little compound as Johnny just trying to circle around. Has he found enough? Not anything yet. He's just trying to lure the players of Team Halo. One still outside, trying to run him over. But Johnny has taken a lot of damage, and now he needs to retreat.
Oh, smart play coming from Well, the OMG to back off as well. Because Volcano was looking to try and third-party this action. The bait reactions coming from Halo is good, but Welto OMG, they have to back off. And look at this. The members from Welto OMG, very far off. Meanwhile, guess what? Ryder's out. Diesel is out as well.
And 8-Bit, this down to the last player. Oh my god, this game will come down to its conclusive phases in such an interesting change of scenes over here. As well to MG, still inside the circle. But this is where Team Halo, they'll have to march in. Still have 3 players, 3 finishes. As the cutoff might be around 40. So they have to breach that marker. Spotting down the players of Volcano. This is something that Halo cannot afford.
They definitely cannot do so. They are in the top 4, but as of yet, they are okay. Meanwhile, for Volcano, they need even more finishes to actually try to make it to the top 7. Or maybe even the wildcard stages, but the rush comes through. Look at this. 7 God is trying to hold down the fort, but unfortunately, Psycho, the madman, picks him through the window. He's going to be able to find a couple of picks here. And as soon as I say this, Pratik is going to be the last man standing from Halo, but it doesn't matter because Volcano Esports completely cleaned them out.
Look at this. Volcano Esports, by the virtue of this squad wipe, they've secured 33. And suddenly now, they also might be in the race. That being said, we cannot forget the fact that they're still outside the circle. And well to OMG, they're getting overzealous. They're having that itch in their skin that says them to somehow be the guardians over there. As 8-Bit, last player Mafia, still alive, though he's been spotted. And now he's taking a fight against the players of Volcano. One of those players of Volcano being dealt with, Arjun, taking a lot of shots, will put Mafia down to the ground. Is it going to be enough? 44 points secured for 8-Bit as Volcano Esports, they march on with 4 finishes to their names.
Oh boy, not enough points. They need to farm it no matter what. 5 final teams left. Altitude. Look at this. Clouds. Looking to try and flush their way through. The nades look decent. But Volcano,
just done.
They need the chicken. They need these finishes in order to somewhat try to make it to the top 7. They're only 5 points away from the 40-point, and Diesel has got to be shaking their legs right now, scratching their heads. Whether or not will they be overtaken. And Welto OMG, they just might do it as well. They're 3 finishes away from the top 7 there, Fixes.
I'm starting to get worried about even Team 8-Bit and Diesel Esports. It feels like they might crash out. It's not looking good for them because see, look at this. Welto OMG still alive. You've got Altitude still alive. Volcano, if they can pull off something special, that would be the end of things. But Psycho, that is a psychotic spray. Instantly laser beaming the players of Welto MG, who are apparently looking lost out in the open.
They need 3 more points, but seems like the 3 more points might be a little bit too far off. The reset comes through. Volcano Esports finally pushes out. The nade comes through. Altitude might be the saving grace for Welto OMG as they try to third party on towards Volcano, and they've got them completely pinned. Look at Clouds, he's got that high angle, he's praying with the DVS. He's got Reflex checked out on the board, but he misses the shot and Reflex takes him out instead. Oh boy, Volcano holding down the top 4 left, and Altitude is able to clean them out finally. But it is 12 finishes in the hands of Altitude, and we're down towards the final 4 teams now, Fixes.
Now even CV Academy, they feel like they can also do their bidding. As well to MG, down to their last player. For Altitude, it has been a smooth sail so far. 12 finishes secured already. Baby Girl down on his knees. And now Ninja is going to go in for that revive. Please some time there. As for Welto MG, Johnny has to hold on to dear life.
Oh no!
Grenade. He falls down. Gets those extra 4 points out of those position points. But is it going to be enough? That is the big ask. We're left on a cliffhanger, I see.
It's so close. It's so close for him as well. We have to wait for the official scores before you announce it. But the game continues. Final 3 teams. Raven Esports, only Loki remains. But he is all by himself. Altitude 3-man, CV 4-man. But CV Academy seems to be, even though they've got 4 players, can they wrap up all these finishes and the chicken dinner? And even with that, I don't think it's going to be enough to this top 7. But hopefully, it is going to be enough for their wildcard stages.
At this point, I'm starting to be more interested, I see, in what Loki is up to. Because for Altitude, it feels like Loki, he's gone unmarked. They have no idea. He's a ghost lurking out in the shadows, could step out any given moment. Raven Esports have already done their bidding, but do stand a chance to deny Altitude from the guilty pleasure of getting a chicken dinner. That means if CV Academy can pull off a chicken, who knows? There might be a change in the storyline, as there you have it, Daddy. Opening it up against Lazy, as Team Altitude find themselves in a little bit of a pickle.
CV Academy, 9 finishes thus far. Hoping to make a comeback through the wild card. Final 2 teams here. 4v3. Altitude going for the rush comes through. Daddy finds the pick. And it's going to be, oh good! And it's going to be a 3 versus 1 situation now as the rush comes through.
It certainly does, as Wiz. That Molotov will be enough to force the player outside of his hiding. But no, seems like it's been overshot. But the nade does follow. And it hits its mark. That being said, Team Chinnar Valley. Oh my goodness, I see. They might have just squeezed through. CV Academy almost on the verge of pulling off an only gods here.
Well, maybe, just maybe, but we have to see the official scores, whether or not do they make it to top 7 or do they have to fight for their dear lives in the wild card stages, because eventually only the top 7 advances into the quarterfinals.
Listen, let's do our maths, okay?
Okay.
So Team Altitude, they have qualified. Rival Sape, they have qualified. Raven Esports, they have qualified. We did see Team Halo touching 46 once the game ended. And there was another team that was at 46. I think it was Raven Esports. 8-bit though, they were at 42 or 43.
Yeah, 8-bit was somewhere in the 6th position.
Diesel Esports
Diesel
was even below them.
Diesel was exactly at 7th place with 40 points. So technically, if Welt OMG was able to get like 3 points, they were like somewhere around 39 points. If they get like 2 or 3 more points, they should be on top of Diesel for 7th position, technically.
They had 4 position points though.
So technically,
they ended up
should
4th.
be very close. And Diesel might need to fight for their lives in the wildcard stages.
And not just that, even with CV Academy getting a chicken dinner, they had more than 10 finishes. So if they were somewhere around that 22, 23 points marker, they could maybe potentially put a surprise over here. Is it going to be enough? Like, you have...
I don't think it's enough. I don't
you
think
don't-
it's enough.
right.
Like, it's gotta be very, very close, but all things considered, I don't think CV Academy has enough. I might be wrong, but again, we have to wait for the official results, right? Like, from my understanding, CV Academy is so far off that they should be enough to get them in towards the wildcard stages.
What about Mysterious 4? I think they've done enough.
Mysterious 4 has definitely done enough. 100%.
So we already have around 5 to 6 teams. It's just that battle for
It's just that
one
one spot, which is between Diesel, Welt OMG,
8-bit.
8-bit. And also, I think maybe...
Rider Esports, I think they haven't done enough. In
No,
this game.
Rider Esports was eliminated rather early, which is kind of unfortunate for them, considering that they had a great run yesterday.
But Team Halo, I mean,
Yeah, Halo.
talk about them. That was some really nice composure in that final game. Especially that moment, that fight against Welt OMG had me literally on the edge of my seats. At that point, I was starting to wonder what's going to happen next. But Welt OMG, they were doing so great in this match. To just kind of get themselves out in the open like that was something that I could not digest.
I think Welt OMG has pulled one of the most difficult things to do, because they were like on the casters' desk predictions' favorite to actually dominate from yesterday's games.
Yeah.
But they only had 14 points based on yesterday's games. But today, especially even game 1 itself in Erangle, didn't exactly go well in their favor. So game 2, game 3, they started to bounce back a little bit more. And I saw signs of life that, hey, maybe Welt OMG might just have just enough juice to squeeze them in the quarterfinals. But again, luck may be a factor, skill may be a factor, but eventually it can only take you so far. And that's why the journey here at the realme BGIS is a very long one for some of these teams. But in case you guys all missed out on the action, this is pretty much
Yeah.
the highlight moments on how things went through in the final game here for Group 2.
And even for Volcano Esports, just before this game, they also felt like they could achieve it. And for Mafia, it just did not have enough finishes. And that was pretty much visible from 8-Bit's body language. Yesterday, all three of those games were quite consistent. Today, they felt bad. I don't think they've even secured double digits points out of all those three games that they played. And now, once all these teams, they removed their shackles, they felt like, oh, all right, we've got nothing to worry about. Might as well just play our hearts out, and they suddenly secure a chicken dinner, which goes on to show that all these teams, they haven't been playing in their natural habitat. The pressure getting the better out of them.
Agreed. And now the MVP for the match is going to be Daddy from the side of CV with 6 total finishes in total. And even with that, the top 5 joining with them here, we do have Altitude here. Gods, Cloud's going to be joining in the top 5. Ninja coming from CV, and also Smiley from Raven. He pretty much sums up the top 5 in this match himself.
Yeah, it does. But my
Look at
brain
Gods.
still... I'm still doing that maths. At this point, it feels like just mere formality that we need to complete, and requesting the production just show us the overall standings. But the match summary, 41 smokes used. I think it's fair considering how the circle panned out. But 323 meters of a knock. That is interesting from Damn Who Cares. Ronak.
Well, that is damn who cares indeed, because 323 meters is not as high as the 400 meter mark, but in this map, especially how close Sanhok is, I still think it's pretty impressive. But with that being said, you might be just right here, because CV Academy, with that chicken dinner and 12 finish points, gets themselves 22 points. But do they actually have enough for the top 7? Because technically, last I recall, I don't think it's going to be enough.
Dude, if they had more than 20 points before this game began, maybe they might squeeze it. But what matters is, Well2MG got 10, Volcano got 8, Diesel ended up with 5, Team Halo with 4,
Wow.
and 8-Bit with 3. It feels like one of those biggest names. And let's not forget how important this is. Because if 8-Bit Esports gets eliminated, we're talking about a team that secured the podium in the previous official tournament, being already eliminated in round 4.
Oh boy, seems like we do have the official results as of, Diesel Esports' position still remains on the 7th position. So your top 7 that is going to be making it towards the quarterfinals is Rival Apex, Altitude, Raven Esports, Mysterious 4, Team Halo, 8-Bit, and Diesel Esports. And however, for CV Academy, with that chicken dinner, was able to bounce back to 8th position with 39 points, just 1 or 2 points away from qualifying. But this point is a very, very high benchmark to push themselves into the wildcard stages.
It certainly is, because nobody really anticipated this group to be so feisty. Well2MG as well.
Oh, this is heartbreaking here. Well2MG also 1 point away from almost qualifying.
Oh my god.
This is heartbreaking for all these teams who's been eyeing for that spot. But nevertheless, they just have to pray that they will have to do well in the wildcard stages. Same can be said for Volcano Esports and also Rider Esports. All these 30-pointers, so close, yet so far.
What a change in the script we had so far. But taking a look, Altitude, Spiro, I think, has to be the undisputed winner. Even for Mysterious 4, they played well. We wanted to be believers, and it was just that 1 point separating. But who knows? Well2MG still might stand a chance to get through that gauntlet of being in the wild card and make sure you are in the top 16. So Well2MG, the hope's still alive there, because this group was quite a competitive one. There's no team like K9 who's just rampaging through. Everybody was quite close to each other.
Yeah, this is going to be a test of testament for some of the teams competing during the wildcard stages as well. So, Well2MG, unfortunately to say, they will be bowing out for now. Hopefully, they will be able to bounce back. And also, we have to take into factor where every single group has to finish their rounds first before they choose their wildcard teams to be playing on later on. So, I hate to say it, but for now, it's goodbye for Well2MG until probably the wildcard stages.
Yeah, that we will get to know once round 4 matches are over. But so far, summing things up, what we witnessed in round 4 so far. Sarkar Gaming, complacency took over. Team 8-Bit barely qualified by the skin of their teeth. That was not coming. They should have done much better. But for Team Halo, I think considering the fact that they were not even in the equation or in the race to qualify, making their journey to 46 points. That is something really beautiful, I see.
I think Halo has done something that most people didn't expect them to do.
They did not give up.
Yeah, they were very consistent. They pulled through. Congratulations to them for now. But hopefully all things stay as it is for now.
I really hope, but this marks the end for this group. Another one awaits after this short little break.
भाई ये देख नया फोन,
इसका पंप देख रहा है, पंप इसके कट्स देख,
एकदम प्लेटिनियम प्रो मैक्स। बकवास है।
अरे वो छोड़, इसकी बैटरी लाइफ इतनी लंबी है ना कि तू चार्जर भी भूल जाएगा।
क्या फेंकता है तू? बकवास है।
ओ प्लीज, इसके कैमरा में ना इनबिल्ट स्नैप फिल्टर्स है। क्या ग्लो अप आने वाला है यार?
ग्लो आने वाला है। ड्रामा क्वीन। बकवास है। अच्छा, तुम लोग के फोन में BGMI है क्या? फोन में नहीं है BGMI, तो फोन नहीं डब्बा है ये। जल्दी से BGMI डाउनलोड करो और अपने फोन को अपग्रेड करो।
अब तो इसको भी अपग्रेड करना पड़ेगा।
हाँ, तो गाने के बोले, तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट।
कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तो नूब नहीं है।
नूब नहीं?
टाइम आ गया है, सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे। नेक्स्ट शॉट! हेडशॉट! हेडशॉट!
तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट। तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ। मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा। नूब नहीं हूँ।
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है।
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी। हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी।
TPP पे जा। FPP। TPP। FPP।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ।
एक काम कर, TPP पे जा।
कौन? लूंड्री नासर। विनर विनर चिकन डिनर। कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025 round 4 stages. We have had day number 2 pretty much summed up in the halfway point here. We pretty much summed up group 2 where we had a little bit of a disappointing result by some of these teams, unfortunately to say. Hopefully they will be able to bounce back if they make it to wildcard stages, but all good things will have to come to an end for that side. But we have to continue on with another group, which is going to be Group 1. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is Necros, Baby Necro, as we are going to be taking through the English commentaries for today itself. Now, after seeing the first group here, what do you think the next group is going to be looking like here, Group 1? Give me a little bit of an insider here.
Okay, so what I think that the top teams, those who were sitting on top in the previous group, we did see them that they were not performing up to the expectation. I mean, they were quite safe, it's fine, but 8-bit dropped down big time. But this time, what I'm expecting once again, as there is K9 Esports, they will be looking forward to kind of come up with that very same domination, not to take any other team lightly, because everybody is looking for comebacks. But also, for you guys watching us live, you can keep your hands ready for this Realme P3 Ultra, which is launching on 19th of this month. So, it's not very far. This device looks really slick in design because, again, this glows in dark, I see.
Exactly. The previous one had a little bit of glow in the rock, but this one has a lunar design, which is very, very sick and very, very sexy. And I love it as well because, why? It is going to be launching on the 19th of March, and all you gotta do is just search up on the Realme Q3 Ultra 5G on Google, and you may be able to stand a chance to walk away with some amazing prizes. So, with that being said, now Group 1 is where the journey begins. Are we going to see a domination coming from K9? Because yesterday was a complete stomp coming from them.
I feel like they should do it. It's not like we will expect. I mean, they should again, because once again, there are a lot of teams in the contendership. They are looking forward to make comebacks, and nobody can be taken lightly. There are teams like TWM Gaming, those who haven't been able to perform lately, not keeping up to the expectations, but as of now, last 3 games, anything can just happen.
Well, in case you guys are wondering how Group 1 is going to be starting things off here, this is going to be the rosters coming up. We will have TWM Gaming, K9 Esports, TEX TCW officials, Los Hermanos Esports, Universe 7, BO7S, Burnex officials, and Mastermind Mavericks.
This is the first set of 8 teams that we are seeing on the next chart. We will have the other set of 8 teams. Those who have been looking a little bit dicey out there, some of the teams, they are trying to make a comeback. Again, talking about the teams, we have Quark Esports 2OP official, Royal Emperors, Mafia official, Guts and Kiddos, Soar Esports, Team 4 Snake, and Team Korba. I mean, all these teams, we have already seen their performance in the previous day itself, out of which Quark Esports, I mean, we haven't been able to see them at all in the matches. Every match, a 0-pointer game almost for them.
Now, based on their overall standings, based on yesterday's game so far, K9 Esports is pretty much the only team in that safety cushion with 55 points in total. However, everyone from the top 2 onwards here is still not exactly safe. TEX TCW officials here getting 30 points means that based on Group 2's performance just now, if it goes the way it is based on Group number 2, 40 points is the cutoff for top 7. And currently, TEX TCW is 10 points away, and everybody else below follows through. So in this final 3 games, they have to pull a very, very big number in order to push forward into the top 7.
Definitely, and out of which Burnix officials, Team Korba, TWM Gaming, so many big names, those who are still waiting for their comebacks. But also, as of now, we have got our own predictions right up on our screen that what we have decided, which team might just make some really drastic comeback in the overall standings. Yes, on the English desk, there are 3 different set of teams. TWM for IC, Fixes I've got with LHE, and I have got with Mastermind Mavericks.
Well, and Anki went for Sour Esports as well, so it is a little bit split here coming from Group 1, even though we know for a fact that the number 1 is K9 Esports, but we want to see a potential bounce back for some of these teams. And in this case, the TWM, they were one of the favorites, I would say, from the grind stages as well. They barely actually made it, but I would say they qualified here in towards the round 4 stages here for Group B itself. But now, after qualifying and taking this long break, their debut match, which is yesterday's 3 games, has been a little bit shaky. We saw a lot of integrations coming from TWM, but it felt like they need to do more. What do you think, based on yesterday's performance coming from TWM?
Again, Lobster in the question. That man needs to step up. As a unit, TWM has to function pretty well. We have seen some, I would say, some weird rotations coming out from the side of TWM yesterday, and I didn't like it somehow, in my personal opinion. I know that team has a lot of potential. They could do something better, and this 3 games, again, will be the most crucial 3 games for themselves, as they're not at all closer to the safety cushion, not at all in that top 7 yet, but they will be also praying that somehow K9 dominates the first game, at least so that the other teams in the mid doesn't get a lot of points.
See, that's the thing, right? I had a little bit of a chat coming from the members of TWM itself.
Okay.
Right? They told me during the grind stages they were pretty happy based on their performance because it was a relatively new team. But now, seeing this position they are put at, I feel extremely nervous for them. I don't think they should be feeling happy anymore because the pressure is very, very much on TWM now because of this.
They have to. I mean, if they can play under the pressure, if they can perform better as comparative to what they've done yesterday, it's good for them. But also in that contendership comes in Los Hermanos Esports. Fixes predicted it yesterday, he predicted it today as well. I mean, Los Hermanos hasn't been able to perform and lived up to the expectations as what we wanted from their side, similar as what we are seeing from TWM Gaming. But they do have a shot. One good match, we did see what actually happened with CB Academy. 1 point, same for Welto MG. 1 point a game, that is where everything just got completely shattered. The dreams of qualifying to the quarterfinals completely shattered. Might have a chance for wildcard, but still, it's a question mark.
Exactly, it is indeed a question mark considering the fact that right now K9 Esports has pretty much taken away so much of the majority of the points based on yesterday's games. We also have to take account that in these 3 games, will K9 Esports continue to dominate the lobby or give opportunity for everyone at the bottom to actually have some sort of points, because it's not just about a fight for the top 7, it's also a fight for a potential slot in towards a wildcard, which we saw from Group 2 was a very, very high benchmark set by both Wealth OMG and also another team, right? So 39 points was what they got to kind of find their way to push in towards the wildcard stages.
Exactly. At least for the teams in the bottom 8 of this group needs 30 points out of those 3 games if they even want to stand a chance being in that quarterfinals. We don't know what's the cutoff gonna be for this group because things can be different for every other group's perspective. If the top team dominates, the mid doesn't perform, again the cutoff is gonna be low. But right away, K9 Esports Beast, the most Mr. Reliable player, has been literally popping off heads in 2 of the matches yesterday. One Erangle, another Sanhok. Let's see what happens next, because the first map that we're going to start out, it's going to be the map of Sanhok itself.
Yep, it is going to be that as well here, considering the fact that everybody's been fighting for that final spots, or in this case, top 7 in this 3 maps here. We are going to take a look at whether or not Group 1 is going to be as dominating as we predict, or it is going to be a little bit even, because now it is going to be Sanhok.
It's the first map of this Group 2. This is going to be the day number 2 of round 4, starting off with Sanhok. All the teams are all set, all prepped. A lot of expectations from a lot of teams, but who is going to thrive? That's a bigger question. The flight path starts from Khao, ends in the northern side of Tambang. It's a northwestern side oriented flight path that we do see right away, but do we have some potential drop clashes coming in? That's a lot bigger question. We see T4S completely gliding down to the southern side of the map, and I'm really surprised to see there's nobody in the areas of Tatmok and Khao.
Huh. Again, very, very similar approaches for some of these teams. Apparently, nobody actually likes Tatmok and Khao just because, you know, yes, it looks like he's got compound, but exit strategy is not a lot. It's pretty spread out as well. It's a lot of open carriers. And once you loot up, if somebody decides to third party, you can't really get out because vehicles, very, very difficult to find along those shorelines. So it makes sense why people don't really prefer it. But if the circle is on towards north side, well, that's a completely different story because they're going to be praying for the circle gods, saying that, hey, you know what? Sometimes the north side is the best side.
Oh my god, what is this happening? Toroki was waiting for such a long time that, okay, Toxic, he hasn't seen him. I'm going to go for a peekaboo moment and steal his vehicle away. But nope, Toxic was just too good. TWM Gaming, they're not overcommitting. They know there's one player knocked out. He can just finish him off and literally go, and he's going to bleed to death, and that's it. TWM Gaming getting that first pick, definitely a good start for their side. After what performance it has been on the previous day, TWM Gaming definitely will be looking forward to get some ample amount of finish in this particular map.
I think this is a good start coming from TWM Gaming, right? Like, they only got 9 points yesterday out of all 3 matches, and for them to actually qualify in the top 7, which currently is held by BO7S, which ironically was BO7S losing Doroki. So I would say this putting a stop towards BO7's aggression, or in this case, his ascent towards the top 7, is going to help them a little bit more. But one good game from TWM Gaming means they are going to be back in action for the top 7. But I don't know if this is going to be possible here, because this seems to be a repeat from yesterday's Sanhok, where K9 was the only ones inside the entire Alpha Island. And again, Group 1, everybody's got to play in Alpha Island again.
But this time, T4S, they're quicker. You do see them already rotating there at Alpha Island. They're already there holding a compound, a quick rotation coming up from there, and I'm really happy with that. Also, the likes of T4S, there is Quark Esports also coming up with some early rotations, which somehow lacked in the previous map of Sanhok. That's why K9 got a lot of room to play with Ninja Boy Omega. They were not prepared. They were not prepared for this. They have to make a slam, and both the players are down. K9 Esports are drastic. A nightmare start for them as they lose their IGL, lose one of their strongest assaulters. Team 4 Snake, this is a W move from their end.
Yeah, this is a very early rotation, right? Like, based on yesterday's rotation, K9 had full control of all Alpha Island just because that they took so much space. But now, because Forte came in early, it was a
Oh, no.
nice moment that actually catches them off guard. But meanwhile, Burnax officials also starting to share some signs of light because they do find members coming from Mafia as they take 2 with this spray down from Burnax.
Oh, Mafia official, they won't be happy with that, but so do Godsa and Kiddos. That same kind of game continues. They were really hesitant to take those fights yesterday as well. We did see that coming in. Mitsuki is trying to just put some utils, maybe dumping it, pushing away the players, but I don't think it's going to work out the way because Sauri Sports have been really great in the previous match. They were sitting in the 4th spot after 3 games. This is the 4th one that they're coming in. Started things off on a very good note. But Arib in the meanwhile, they have been taken down. 2 of the officials, they're engaging with TWM Gaming and they're out.
What?
What?
TWM right from the get-go. This is not a great start here for TWM. And as soon as we, see that, because this fight, the stalemate between both Gods and Kiddos and also Sour Esports is just taking a little bit too long, but the big shocker here is, like you said, TWM Gaming, they had a great start, they got 1 point, but 9 points out of 3 matches yesterday and 1 point now, 10 points in 4 matches, does not make it very, very good for them at all.
Not at all. They need a big match, but so do Gods and Kiddos gonna take, but Mitsuki, he wanted to go up close. Rockley was all prepped up. That was the second finish going out of the way. Sauri Sports. Again, it is a 1v1 battle coming up, one after another. They're coming in, they're going out. Similar story continues for Gods and Kiddos. There is no such improvement that we do see right away. But T4S, they're like literally the snakes in the map of Sanhok, biting everybody who's coming in front of their eyes. And 2 players of K9, now one of the players out there of Mafia Official. It's not sparing a single one out there. It's a really tough battle for Mafia Official to start things off. But Gods and Kiddos, I mean, they have kind of pretty much given up on their dreams at this point, what I feel.
Sour Esports just going to be rushing their way through, trying to make sure they thin the herd before they push through it. Here comes the rush comes through, champ. Gets naded out pretty hard as well. But the Molotov is going to be taking a little bit of standstill, but the rush comes through. They're all holding those weird angles. Sartak going to go for the rush, and they get 1 knock in, but can they get more? Champ is going to be taken out, but Sartak, he's seeing an angle, he's blind. What is he looking for? Sour Esports, but eventually Sour is able to come on top. But mistakes were made. They have to reset this fight, but Sensei, boy, he didn't sense that at all.
What? I don't know what he was doing, man. He was just taking a TPB, maybe like, I'm there tucked in the corner. I'm not going to see who is coming up next, but...
I think it was a blind spot just because he was looking that direction, but I don't know. It feels a little bit over weird. He might have not looked at the right side, but all things considered, even though it was a small little mistake, but Sour Esports still holds on. They get 4 finishes, and they will push on, but from outside the zone because they are the furthest away from the next phase of the zone, which is currently in the Alpha region. And look at Malphite Official, Beast. A different kind of beast. Pretty much all by himself, smack middle of the zone. Finds a very, very nice spot to hide in. And all he needs to do is just sit down for maybe 3 to 4 stages. And hopefully he doesn't get scouted out.
He has to play the game of what Fame did from Rider Esports. Surviving till the end, getting the finishes, which is possible. Which is almost similar game what BO7S they are doing. Doroki, he got taken off earlier on, but right now the circle is going to shift. Again, almost a similar circle.
This looks almost like the exact same circle.
Copy-paste.
From yesterday. But, I don't know, it feels very weird to be seeing an identical one here for Group 1. Are we going to see them close onto the shorelines? Which may happen as well. TMM, currently in one of the best spots possible. Same can be said for teams in Hatin itself. K9 had one of the biggest control, but this time, with 2 men down right from the get-go, I don't think they will be able to have control of Hatin in general. And as you can see, there is a lot of teams flocking towards that direction. Sour Esports far south, U7 going to be far east. But it is still divided between 2 different sections of the map.
Look at them, Team Korba. They're in a swimming competition. You do see two of the players, Arsh and Rage.
Hey man, we
And
all have
Bornex is
dreams.
just there. Look at that. Rishabh is just waiting out there.
Yeah, we all have dreams. Sometimes in life, we wanna imagine ourselves to be like Michael Phelps.
Oh man, I wish I could just swim, but for you guys those are watching us live, you can just get your hands on this beautiful device, Realme P3 Ultra 5G, launching on 19th of March. A beautiful mobile phone having a 6000 mAh battery. It's also segment's most stable 90 FPS BGMI gaming. It supports it. I mean, why not, having such a beautiful chipset within it? So definitely get a try to get one.
Exactly. You can search up the Realme P3 Ultra 5G on Google and stand a chance to win amazing prizes. It is going to be launching on the 19th of March too, as well. But all things considered, the fight continues. Team Gorba outside the zone. They made their way across the shorelines. But like you said, will they have a little bit of run in? Because we do see remnants of Burnex officials, as they only have one player left. But on the screen here, look at TMM, Filter, also getting picked off. What is going on? It seems like the fights are just happening across the entirety of the map. Two OP officials are looking to bounce back as with themselves. They are 17 points away, and they're on 8th position.
They already secured 4 finishes. They got all the players down from the side of TWM Gaming. A good start for their side. They have crushed almost, I would say they have spoiled this entire game of Sanhok, which they did anticipate to get a lot of points from. 2OP, as you mentioned, they're not very far away from that marginal point where they need to kind of qualify or make themselves comfortable in the top 7 spot. They do have an intel that there is at least 1 or 2 players in that compound. Not sure about the exact positionings, but Mastermind Mavericks, 2 players already lost just in the process of crossing from one island to another. They don't want to lose any further, but also this team in the question, I see, Royal Emperor. The kind of performance they put up yesterday was really great.
Yeah, Royal Emperor is a team that kind of stood out during the round 2 stages here. Narrowly qualified from round 3, and now in round 4, they're having a decent start, right? But based on how the intensity and the skill cap that is happening in this match in general, it feels like everybody is so stressed and so patient that it becomes so difficult to actually execute plans, because one wrong move, you are going to get heavily punished. And in this case, seeing how the circle shift, it is going to decide the fates on everyone. It seems like it is going to shift in towards Hatin, so everyone from the south side is going to have a very, very difficult time handling 2 OP officials who's holding on those compounds. But we do catch flips in towards K9 Esports, who holds down Hatin, and look at this, Slug. He's getting chipped away. He's going to run for his dear life.
Oh man, Slug. He just wants some peace. He's having a medkit for himself. It should give him the full heal. Even Beast is dropping down to a very low HP. Everybody anticipates that yes, K9 will be there. Not everybody has an idea that they're already down to 2-man. Corky Sports, what a beautiful split. They're having the entire western compounds of Heart into their name. They will be looking forward to get K9 down and out, but also take care of some of their backing area.
Yeah, at the same time, Kakara was able to find one himself as well. Royal Emperor losing a couple members while they were rotating in. Sour Esports, one of the furthest away, finally makes it into the zone somehow. But it seems like they are in a very awkward spot here, considering that they are taking the mountain terrains, which has one of the highest highest spots in this circle, but it is right at the edge. So temporarily, they will be able to get vision and information, but they will eventually need to rotate out if the circle shifts east.
I feel really scared about this position, IC, because sorry Sports, I mean, if they want to rotate inside, if the circle shifts again towards the western side of Hatin, they will have to do a heavy lifting. But right as now, it's going to be entirely a team coming into the question. U7, they wanted to chime in. Broly got taken down eventually. Raz is completely stacked up the vehicle, literally turned over upside down. There is no way he could have escaped that spot.
Oh my god.
Sorry Sports, they will be cherishing all the finishes to their name. There's only one player who survived, and he have went way too further from that particular location, and that location is not quite safe.
That's the worst possible outcome for Universe 7. Losing 2 members mid-rotation and having your car flipped because of a overhang dive like that is just a little bit unfortunate for them. But Universe 7 will lose 2 players, but Cobra from swimming somehow makes it to shorelines, tanking the zone. They did hear a couple of remnants here, and that's going to be TEX. TCW right in front of them as they try to make way into the next phase zone. But because of the sneaky approach, yes, they don't have a lot of mets. Nobody knows that Korba is around, and because of this, well, as soon as I say nobody knows, guess what? Rage finds a pick on TCW. And with that being said, everybody's going to be turning their crosshair on them. And look at this. Immediately, they turn back and they are going to be fighting.
They are a well-experienced team, TCW. They just know when to strike and how to strike. They do have a read about Pekka. If he's coming from down, he's going to be a big threat. Core gets one of the openings as well. Predator was ready, but eventually got taken down. It's going to be Korba chiming in, spoiling the dreams of TCW. Maybe they had a very good average yesterday, but no ace. He's just not going to give up this moment. He's still surviving. His HP is quite low. U7 wants to chime in a low toss nade just for precaution. It's not way too far. It might just give him some more damage, but Ace needs to fall back from that spot. One finish can be confirmed. That's going to be easy for TCW official, but that one last remaining player, I see. Not quite sure how long he's going to survive because Korba, they will be looking forward to those revivals, and Core is very up close and personal, but Honey puts that final nail in the coffin, and that's going to be the end of TCW officials from the map of Sanok.
Oh, there was a little bit of unlucky moments coming from them. However, they are still the table toppers with top 2. They have gotten themselves 5 points from this map itself. So they are very close to their 40-point mark. Meanwhile, Universe 7 going to be one of those teams looking to try and push into the further into the top 7. They have 2 players. They found themselves 1 finishes, but there is still 12 teams left alive. So options are they might get kicked down. But on the screen, look at this. Los Hermanos, they're pushing into the hot in, and K9, Beast, and Slug somehow still surviving all these fights as the circle closes in into the city even more.
I'm really scared of this duo particularly. Slug and Beast both have the capabilities. They're literally a walking cannon when it comes down to the K9 squad. Definitely at this moment, the revivals for Los Hermanos will be really crucial, but you talk about U7, they are really close to Team 4 Snake. And Team 4 Snake, they have spoiled the game for K9 at one point. They will be looking forward to put an end to U7, but if U7 plays it well, things can be different, and I really feel like they're going to take it very slow and steady while we do see this kind of real estate being conquered by T4S. The Hatin area is completely turned into a battleground.
Yeah, it is going to be an urban warfare in Hatin itself, so finding those compounds is going to be very, very important here. But on the finish feed, BO7S found a couple of members coming for 2 OP official. They were caught mid-rotation. They were the gatekeepers from the south side, but they get shut down. As Los Hermanos still not making a lot of noises as well. But it seems like they've got a lot of space themselves because there is so many people around them just looking through the city of Hatin.
So many teams around the corner. BO7S, they're also trying to enter. And they're not making the mistake what they did yesterday, right? In the map of Sanok, they took a vehicle. They wanted to rotate through the bench. Caught off guard by the players of Mastermind Mavericks. This time Mastermind Mavericks, they itself have 1 player, but this circle, which has shifted to another similar circle once again. And Korba might just be a little happy.
To be honest, Sour Esports, this is got to be the worst possible outcome for them. Just because of the fact that they have high grounds, they have a lot of bullets, but how do they get down from here? Because it seems like options are getting very, very limited. The only thing they can do is just play spoilers, get a couple finishes before they bow out, because as of now, there's nothing much they can really do, because I don't think they can actually parachute down as well.
Oh my god,
but
the nade!
look at the nade from Demon.
This is going to be a turning point. There's Fury who's surviving, but no, that's a big mess up. The gun was not as that, but he got finished away by the vehicle explosion.
He just took himself out for T4S.
Oh
they just took each other out. This is so unlucky of the teams from the West. Just like that, they lose the entire compound. Meanwhile, the rest of the world still busy inside the city, a very, very bustling city in Hatin. As there's still 10 teams left alive, Royal Emperors also going to be stuck out in the open. Their vehicles completely demolished by Quark and also potentially Sour Esports, who pretty much everyone kind of bled out because the shot coming in from K9 and also Quark Esports pretty much gets them a couple points themselves.
Eventually, Quark Esports, the focus shifts on Royal Emperor as of now. They've got a vehicle to cover up with. They're trying to make a bait and switch strategy, and Anmol gets taken down. A beautiful spray by Levi. That's a big opening for the side. Quirky Sports, they will be pushed back, but that's an opening. But Levi gets completely decimated by Kakarot, and that's a real great move with Voltric. He never anticipated the shots coming in. It's gonna be Los Hermanos Esports Afu to chime in. But the finish got stolen away. So all the hard work being done, not the result that they were anticipating. But oh my god, Mastermind Mavericks, that one last player, Adi, how is he surviving that?
Food spray transfer wasn't good. It's down to his last 20 bullets, but all hell is
Wow.
about to break loose because right now K9, they're holding down the fort. Los Hermanos is losing players. Bees, you can't do this. You just can't do this, man. How are you doing this? K9 Esports, two-man army fighting against the rest of the world. They're still holding on in this Hatin. Yes, this is your city, but god damn, what am I watching, K9? What am I watching?
They don't care who buddy walks in their territory. They're gonna welcome them with all the nades, utils, and the guns that they have. But the circle, a little bit change of what we saw yesterday. It went up north. PO7S, they are still surviving. They have the compound in their name. But I wonder how K9 are gonna wait. They have to wait. They have to be really patient at this position because once again, they have the compounds and the other teams, they need to come in the open, but everybody has to pass through them.
Well, Beast and Slug, the iconic duo for this lobby, is definitely making a statement that they are no pushovers. 59 points or not, safety or no, we're gonna swing as hard as we can, if we can. However, the journey continues. Quirky Esports, one of the teams that had a little bit of poor performance from yesterday, but today they have made themselves in the top 8. But look at this, Slug. Another knee comes through. Oh boy, Adi is going to be sprayed down, and guess what? 2 OP will be the ones that pick him apart.
Now the position has been compromised with 2 OP. Slug, he was just aware that this one player of Team Mastermind Mavericks. Now 2 OP, the compounds that they were holding, they have been compromised. But look at Beast. My god.
A different kind of beast.
Yeah.
He's going to be the ocean beast right now. But look at the nade. 2 OP, awesome. He's able to find an opening. Gets the finisher, the confirmation as well. Aryan gets taken down. They're also a two-man themselves. And look at the scale of what's happening in this map because there is 7 teams and nobody's got a 4-man team right now. Everyone has 3, 2, or solos across this entire circle itself.
And everybody wants to be in a better spot. Slug is already on the rooftop trying to get some information, but 2 OP. Now this is going to be an interesting fight. If Quirky Sports engages with K9, which probability is a little high, 2 OP might be there to chime in, but 2 OP will be the first one to engage with Quark at this moment. As what I see, Beast Nade can be a really vulnerable spot for them, but the nade is being tossed up. Slug finds an opening. Awesome has been taken down. The nade is being cooked. Beast, can he get the connection? Yes, he does. That's gonna be the end of 2 OP's run. K9 Esports, they had 5 finishes for their name, but right as now, Korba, they're facing the consequences against BO7S.
What tactical performance coming from Beast and Slug, because now they hear the fights on the sidelines as Quark having a little bit small run in. K9 Esports wants to wrap things up. They know for the fact that they are weak. The nade comes through. Arjun not going to be clipped by the nades, but Slug down to his one final one. He sees a body there, and Kakarot needs to survive, but the circle is going to close in, but he mistakes the mistake. He bounces himself. He nades himself as well. The Molotov comes through, but he's so low. He needs to reset. He gets the confirmation, but that's 6 finishes for K9 Esports.
Oh my god, he switched 360, got one of the players down, and he peeks and gets it down. 6 solo finishes for Slug. This man is popping up hard this time, brings it down to this 3v2 situation. BO7S, they know it's their game. Beast has been taken down. It all comes down to Mr. Slug. Can he do it? The shot's being fired. Position compromised. Slug wants to go, but the man advantage stays in the hands of BO7S as they walk away with this winner chicken dinner.
What a clutch coming from Slug, but K9 Esports, 2-man army. BO7S getting the chicken dinner, but that was the K9 show once more. Like, how?
Give them the Alpha Circle and Omega says, let me show you how to play the circle, man. But again, it has to be, all the credit should be given to the players Beast and Slug. because we did see that earlier on Ninja Boy Omega got taken down, but still K9 doesn't care. We are sitting on top, we will be on top. Nobody's allowed to be there, but this is a good comeback coming from the side of BO7S once again, because they were in a dire need of points to kind of confirm their stability in the overall points tables, and I believe with this chicken, they will be in a happy place.
For BO7S, they were on the borderline of 7th place. Now they are pretty much pushing themselves into its top 2. But all things considered, I don't know if this is a skill difference between K9 esports and the rest, or is it an experience difference? Because 2 versus 4, how do you win that? You don't, right? But for some reason, 2 guys against 15 other teams in the circle, making the top 2, getting 8 to 9 finishes just by Slug and Beast themselves inside an urban warfare. To be honest, wow.
I mean, they deserve all the appreciation coming in from maybe all the crowd. Those who are watching us live will be praising them as well because of the kind of game that they've pulled off. But also, I mean, it was a different game which I thought would be coming up from the side of Royal Emperor as well. They had a good control. Team Korba was there in the northern end, but nobody could kind of stabilize their position as how K9 did. And why we're talking about K9 over and over, because this is a kind of benchmark, or this is a kind of example that they're setting up for the upcoming teams or the teams those who aspire to be here.
See, that's the thing, right? K9 esports came from the grind stages. We know for a fact that all these teams has played in the highest level of competition in BGMI. So if this is the bare minimum you need to play in the grand finals, and if you don't perform like this in the grand finals, nobody's gonna watch you guys, because unfortunately, say when it comes to the grand finals, every single official tournament has happened. It has been a blast.
Yeah, indeed. And overall, again, the discussion shifts to the other teams, those who were in a dire need of points, TWM Gaming, Burnix officials. Still, I don't see them coming anywhere near. This one, again, a tragic game from both the teams, not getting any points, still like 1 or 2 mostly. I don't know what's going to happen
See,
next.
that's the thing about round 4, right? Round 4 is where all the grind teams, yes, you can see that they have experience, they can kind of bully out the teams, but as the competition goes, it gets harder and harder and harder. And even Wealth OMG, it took them 4 games before they bounced back. And even they bounced back, they barely qualified the top 7. That is based on the previous group. So in this case, DWM, 4 games is done and dusted. They don't have a lot of points, but this final 2 games is where they need to go all out.
They have to, there is no other chances, but we'll have a quick recap of what happened in the entire map of Sanhok, why this highlights, because it was a really quick map. From this very start, we did see a lot of action coming in, but this was the moment I really thought that, okay, Demon can have a chance, but that vehicle explosion happening.
Oh no, that's so
Team
sad.
4S would be like, what the hell just happened?
Well, mistakes were made, you know. Sometimes if you see your vehicles are broken, you gotta abandon it. But this massive performance coming from K9, it's just insane, right? Like Beast was just able to hold down the entire team of Lost Tomorrows by himself, and they kept pitting everyone against each other and just completely shutting down. The position has been really, really spot on as well. We saw moments of brilliance coming from 2 OP officials and also Quark Esports, where they were able to stabilize their overall point standing. But this name from Beast, wow, what a play from both him and Slug.
Indeed, and Slug, this moment, he literally switched 360. Player dropped down, took him down. Again, on a low HP, peaked, got him taken down as well. Brilliant sense of that particular situation. But if that Naden came in the picture, maybe things could have been different. But still, Slug, again, he tried to do his best. But talking about the MVP, it has to be him. There is no doubts about it.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, Slug, that 360 spin, no, the 180 spin knock, when you blink it, it's gone. That's how fast he was. When you blink, wait, he took out 2 guys in 1 blink. That's how fast he took them all out. What a performance coming from Slug.
Followed by that.
That's insane reactions, I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why he's the top fragger of this particular match. Followed by that, you also have Kandu from BO7S, Ghostface again stepping up. Both the players, they did an exceptional job, and that's why BO7S have got a winner-winner chicken dinner. But altogether, Quark Esports, this time, I feel like this is a very better game coming up from their end. Completely keeping the last 3 matches aside. Yes, this is the match. This is the kind of performance that they need to come up with if they want to qualify for the top 7.
Yep. And speaking of the fights as well, I'm curious to see how, based on that map, to kick things off here for group number 1, how the points will affect the overall standings here. BO7S, they do get themselves 21 points. K9 Esports, the two-man army, gets themselves 14 points in total. Quark Esports, 11 points. 2OP officials, 7 points. Team 4 Snakes, 7 points. Team Korba, 5 points. Sour Esports, 5 points. TEX TCW officials, 5 points. Seems to me the points are heavily dominated by the top 4 teams in this group.
Exactly, and there is nobody who could just kind of give them that competition in the second half. It's really something that we see a lot of disappointments coming in, but Royal Emperor getting 4 points, equalizing with Universe 7 as well. It was a tragic situation for Universe 7 out there where they faced some vehicle collisions, it got turned over. Can't do much, but my Mafia official having 3, Burnix having 2, 1 for Mastermind Mavericks and TWM Gaming, Los Hermanos and Godsend Kiddos having none for their name. But in the overall standings, yes, there will be changes. BO7 is jumping in the second spot with 41 points on the board. On the top, K9 still remains with 69 on the board.
That's got to be the biggest jump here coming from PO7S. From all the way to the second bottom here, climbs up, takes down the number 2 spot, which was held by 3EX TCW officials, who's currently on 3rd place. Mastermind Mavericks feels like they are in a very, very shaky position, but as of now, the top 7 is 24 points only, so technically anyone from the bottom with one good game is still able to reach for the stars. And in this case, TWM Gaming, 10 to 27, it's only 17 points, so 1 chicken dinner and 7 finishes will get them there.
Exactly, followed by same Quirky Sports, they're on 11 points. They also need a similar game what they demonstrated in the map of Sanhok to kind of bounce back, but can't say the same for Burnix official, non-team Korba, not even for Godsend Kiddos, because they are in such a position. They need a 20 bomber game to make something possible. They need miracles to come up back in the competition, and even if they want to have a chance in wildcard, in the next 2 maps, at least 25 points.
Well, in this case, 2 more games will decide the fates of everyone from here in group number 1, but the gap is getting closer and closer as well, and I am genuinely worried for teams here in group number 1, because the top 7 seems to be very, very reachable by everyone right now.
Exactly, and I feel like in this group as well, it is again with the same thing that we are seeing from Group 1 and Group 2. Yes, the cutoff in Group 1 was 40. I don't know what's going to happen in next, because the next map of Miramar is just waiting and getting cooked up. So don't go anywhere. We will be back after this very short break.
We, let's go.
कर क्या रहा है ये? सर लगता है अपना ब्रो वाव मोड में खेल रहा है।
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता। ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता।
नहीं आता।
अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ।
वाह, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार।
आते हैं।
नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी बीजीएमआई खेलो और रश करो फॉर चिकन डिनर।
यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। ओ यस।
The previous map of Sanhok did give us a gist that you don't need all 4 players to remain alive to win games or gain a lot more points. 2 is just enough. But joining alongside me is going to be Fixes on this dish to kind of break down the map as well, but also to hop on the next map. What are your thoughts about Slug, man?
I think he's the reason why I might go bald. Nothing else. Putting everything
Oh,
aside.
I want to see that. Yeah.
You've got really British. I'm not gonna get there. But yeah, so coming back, Anki and I, we were both sitting down, we were watching the game, and Anki was like, look at this, Slug made a mistake, these guys are getting cooked. I'm like, hold on. Let him be, he's gonna deliver. And we all saw what happened next. I'm pretty sure Anki, if you can hear me sometimes on the English test, he would for fact attest to the matter that at hands where we had Slug playing so well. But yes, you know, he played well because he did not give up. He was ruthless, he was confident, and if you want to play like Slug, don't forget to check out this device, the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. It has got the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset to make sure you meet all your gaming endeavors because it delivers double the power in its segment.
And as double the power, it has got a beautiful battery life of 6000 mAh battery, so definitely you can game for hours and hours, you can do streams. I mean, everybody's looking for those live streams. You can be a YouTuber as well if you want to play through it. I mean, this device supports everything. But again, coming back to the game, it feels like this was the same copy-paste game of what we saw yesterday in this map of Sanhok, in which Group 1 played. But the results, they were almost similar out there.
I think it felt literally the same circle where BO7s had the position that K9 took. So at this point for BO7s, it's been another day where they end up being at the right place at the right time, being the opportunistic ones, because all the K9 fans might be gutted at this point. How they clearly deserve that chicken dinner, but still, nothing taken away from BO7s. This was much needed in order for them to qualify, because let's be honest, K9 were already past 56 points. They were doing so well, just to do even better. BO7s were quite consistent, but Team Quark Esports, before the day began, they had nothing. They were sitting at 0 points. So now, starting off with a shebang, who knows? They might pull off a Team Halo.
Exactly. And the main point is not just Quark Esports, even TWM Gaming. They are in a very similar position.
Are they?
I mean, kind of they are looking forward to. But overall, when we just look onto the bigger picture, I mean, all the teams in that 7 or the 8, 9, 10, 11 position, one good match where they can get at least 15, 17 points like what Quark Esports got 11, right? But eventually, if you get like 3, 4 more finishes, they can literally bounce back.
At this point, I kind of am starting to give up on TWM Gaming. Same went with even Sarkar Gaming. It feels like the complacency really got the better out of them, because in this game also they could not muster much. They did not gather enough points, did not have a lot going on the board. They wanted to be aggressive but instantly was shot back. So for TWM Gaming, if they want to inch in a little bit close, they will have to play like Welto MG did in the previous 2 games.
Completely agreed with that. And well, to OMG, the kind of performance they pulled in the previous group, again, it sets a big example that anything is possible. But if you also want to be there in top 7, maybe in the 7th position itself, you go to direct in quarterfinals. If you stay in the 8th or the 9th position by the end of all the 3 matches, there is a chance that you can be in the wildcards, but that's for later. Right now, the map of Miramar awaits. Let's see what happens in this map of Golden Sand.
Game number 2 for Group 1 in round 4 of Realme BGIS 25. Here we go. Flight path trajectory all the way towards Porto Paraiso from the Oasis area. A little bit skewed towards that eastern side, whilst a lot of these teams dropping down around Ladriera, Chumacera, Menaste Valley, Valle de Mar. They will be kicked off. It's going to be a turbulent affair. But at this time, we will be eyeing out for a few of these teams. This is where the comebacks, if there were any, should happen.
Eventually, everybody's looking forward for those comebacks. A lot of teams having those preps already. They have done their homework, right? Because if they haven't, that's going to be this. All maps that they're going to play will be a nightmare for themselves. But for now, we do see the teams going for big splits. Team Corvat over La Cobreria. You do see T4S in the areas of Tierra Bronica. And all the players, all the teams, they have had a kind of discussion within themselves that we don't want those early clashes to happen. We don't want to lose our comrades in the very early phase of the game, which will kind of affect our later game. But we do see still a lot of teams rotating. There's a little bit of close contention in Lost Lunis, which I think might happen.
I hope it happens, because at least we've got Quark Esports, we've got Bonix, I believe. Once the dust settles, we'll have a clear picture. As for Los Hermanos, they haven't been doing that great either. So for TETCW, not really a great start, but they still have a little bit of a cushion. SAR Esports right above them. You've got even the boys from Royal Empress. And it seems like Los Leones is such a big city. And despite that, Quark Esports decided we've got no monkey business fiddling around there. We might as well take a bit of an eastern side for ourselves. Are they heading towards Impala? Because that also looks to be occupied by the players of Mafia.
They don't want to go. I mean, if they have the map study, they have the drop reads, they will not look forward to. And also the circle is there in the southwestern side of this entire map.
Yeah.
So keeping Chumasera in the dead center, you have got La Trelera to play along, you've got Partona to play along if you want to go down south. And a lot of teams, I feel like, Fixes, will be looking forward to at least rotate a little bit quicker. PO7S, I believe they're in Puerto Paracio. There you do get a couple of vehicles out there and you can literally rotate quicker. But talking about quick rotations, SAR Esports seems that bit interested in these kind of quick rotations.
Yeah, for SAR Esports, it has always been that same go-to way. Always take over the central areas and defend it with all your might. So just got down, got decent basic loot, and they will be heading somewhere maybe around Chumacera or Minas del Valle. I think they need to venture a further little down south, because at this point we've seen these circles. This is not a circle that has really caught us off guard. We've seen these zones, so by all means, if they can take over Minas del Valle, hold that little high ground for themselves, this is going to help them in getting some good points in this game.
Talking about points as well, I feel like Burnix official, they were in a different part. TWM Gaming right is now on the screen. We were talking about them, Lobster. I haven't been seeing this lad lately in the fraggers list, haven't been seeing anybody. Ralphie is also completely shut off. There's no involvement of Toxic. Arib also making some minor mistakes, which has costed games for TWM Gaming. Even in the previous match, TWM Gaming got the first finish, but later down the line, what happened is a mystery.
I think when you sit down and look at how TWM performed in the grind and how they're performing right now, it feels like that long hiatus has really ruined their gameplay. Because you do not get these new zones to scrim in different lobbies, and they've not had a first-hand experience. After having a first-hand experience of it, they've not got enough time to practice, and everything seems off about TWM. Now, first of all, this team did go through a revamp. We have Lobster, we had Arib making their way into this roster, and it's again a new roster that has been built up. But when they performed so well in the grind, we had our hopes high. But looking at them right now, it looks quite abysmal, even if so difficult to say, are they going to even qualify or not?
Exactly, Fixes. But for the kind of audience, those who are watching us live, this is going to be the biggest announcement. That is 19th of March, you will be able to access Realme P3 Ultra 5G, which is again the segment's most stable phone, which supports 90 FPS BGMI gaming. And when you're a kind of competitive player, you're trying to be in next BGIS, maybe this phone is again the most reliable one.
Dude, look at that glow-in-the-dark feature.
You did try it, right?
Yeah, I tried it with this color. It gives you that lunar feel. It's got that velvety touch and all of that in there just to up your risk game. You do go to college, don't you?
Exactly.
You know what you need to do. No, next, just throw your current phone, get yourself this one once it releases. And for all the viewers watching us, head over towards Google, search for Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and who knows, you might stand a chance to win some freebies. We love it, don't we?
Everybody loves it. But so do the love for finishes remains for TX Hunter. This player has been doing some really hefty job from the side of TX TCW officials, having 1,235 damage, 8 finishes. This lad has been doing some really good job. But when we talk about the previous match, TCW definitely not the ideal start. They had 5 total points acquired from the map of Sandhawk. They had a 10-pointer average in the first 3 games. So they will look forward that they kind of bounce back. I mean, TCW officials, they're still not in that one main spot where they can say that, okay, we have that safety cushion, we are comfortable enough that we are qualifying. They do need a good match, at least a 10-pointer plus.
They certainly do, because when you talk about Team Empire and their performance in the previous game, 5 points at this point, what I want from them is not to fall down like 8-bit did. I want them to be constantly getting that influx of 5 to 6 points. That should be enough, because this is something that you and IC were discussing in the pre-desk, where you mentioned that in this group we might see a lesser cutoff. So I think somewhere around 38 to 40, if they can get over that mark, I think it should be safe, considering the fact that K9, they're not stopping anytime soon.
Now, the intentions are quite clear of what we just saw in the map of Sanok. They want to go all out. They want to hunt down the players. And they are bringing those predators in the lobby. There's, okay, anybody wants to come in? We're always welcome.
Yeah, I mean, for K9, what really surprises me and at the same time delights me is how they still come out of such sticky situations. Just when you're wondering that, yes, this team is done for, you know, you still would be having your hopes high. Talking about hopes, what happened to Gods and Kiddos? One of their players just fell down and he's gotten knocked out. Is he getting shot from elsewhere? We were talking about K9, and look at this. They're taking a fight now.
Ninja Boy says, I did not have a chance to get finishes in the previous match. This time I'm going to go all out. And any team who surpasses or kind of goes through me will have to face me. But this time, Slug, it's going to be not a great move. Hunter misses all the shots that he took. Not even a single damage on Slug. That's going to cost the entire team. TCW, this is not a great situation. They did not have a great match, but overall K9, they're not letting them slip away. They will literally hunt down every player. Slug is just going with a bait and switch strategy. K9 Esports, my god, this is a team that everybody will be scared in the lobby.
Yeah, it's just Predator alive for Team Empire, and Slug, he wants to finish him off. Empire still breathing though. He's there as Beast from the backlines. He comes in for the wraparound, but is not required. And look at K9 Esports, just toying with their prey. Just playing around with them, fiddling with them. And it's just not any team. It is TETCW I'm speaking about, as the circle has taken a shift. Look at K9. They have secured the King of the Hills position. They've got a nice vantage point. They've got a lot of these teams around, and by the looks of it, they would just somehow disengage from here and go out on a hunt once again.
No doubts about it. But talking about the other teams, you do see U7 out there. GDS still so far away in the eastern side, tanking up the blue zone damage. Same for Mafia officials, as well as you do see T4S. I'm not quite sure what Erenzod is doing in El Pozo, because the other teammates, they've already shifted in the western side. But the western side and the kind of southern side seems to be a little bit more congested out there.
Yeah, it does. At this point, so many teams already clustered around. The only thing that's bugging me is that teams still haven't got it right. How to approach this circle, how to force those fights. As for the Mavericks, we know this is a team that is known for their good games in Miramar. And this time around, so close to the players of Royal Empress. And for Royal Empress, looking at the points that they've collected, both of them at 5th and 6th position respectively. So they have to be very careful with which fights to pick and when to disengage.
It's a very, I would say, important decision that every team should take. They need to differentiate between the good fights and the bad fights. because that again helps you build yourself as a team, as an entire unit. You can function properly, and that again develops your synergy, which is really important in the next stages of BGIS 2025. And if you don't evolve with the stages like what BO7 is they are doing, it's going to be really tough for you to even if you qualify for quarterfinals, from there to the further rounds, it's going to be a very tough task.
Just don't take anything for granted. Always stay on your toes. At this point, for all these teams, given the fact that K9 Esports, they're increasing their tally, they want to cross over that 100-pointer marker. I think that's their next goal, right? There's no chance on earth that anybody can somehow halt their chances of qualification. I don't think that's mathematically possible. But for TWM, out of the 4 games they've played, 10 points isn't acceptable by any standards, considering how good they were in the grind and how do they recover. They have to get a chicken dinner in this one, and then they might actually have a chance in the last game. Take a look at the circle. Shift it.
K9 again in a very sweet spot.
Yeah.
In the eastern side, no clusters around. They are on the hilltop, having the good control of Chimasera. Yes, there are a lot of teams rotating down south. We do see Mafia Official, Godsend Kiddos, you see U7, but this is a fight. TWM Gaming, they need to take it. Royal Emperor, they are already Voltric, up close and personal, all set, all prepped up for this fight. But TWM doesn't seem that much prepared. Reeb has been dropped down to a very low HP, while Royal Emperor, they're all set for this battle.
Oh, they are. Royal Emperor, all boys ready to strike,
no.
whilst Lobster was completely lost. Just gets smashed down as Royal Emperor. They want to march ahead. They want the other heads of TWM. They are looking so underconfident in this situation, so defensive, so scared. It feels like somebody entirely different is playing from TWM.
Util's being prepped up, still not aware of all the positionings. That's why we saw Lobster going all up close. He was not aware of the exact positionings of the players of Royal Emperor, but Levi, he's been dropped down to a very low HP. Reeb all intact. As you mentioned, Fixes, everybody's scared, but the nade could have been close for Ralphie. He's trying to make some shots, trying to make some connections, but all those utils being dumped on one spot. Ralphie, that's something that TWM never wanted for themselves. That's the green signal for Royal Emperor to go all in, and this confident bunch of units, they're going to go all in for now, but Toxic finds one. Hunter is down, playing to the rooftop, but for how long? That's a bigger question.
Yeah, that indeed is as Toxic fighting for his life, fighting to stay alive as Arib, he gets dealt with. As Royal Emperors have all the time in the world to get that revive on that fallen player, but this could get close. Look at this, Voltric pretty low, but Clutchex does not even break a sweat as Royal Emperor. They do have Levi to still get back up to life, get back up to pace. Does make into safe covers as 2 OP officials having got a sniff of that situation, but look at this, they're also being fired back.
Los Hermanos Esports just knocking in the back door. Definitely 2 OP. They were looking forward. They were thinking that should we just go in because fight just got over. There will be players knocked out. This is a very vulnerable position. We can just chime in. But I mean, at this point, 2 OP, they would be really happy that they didn't go further because Los Hermanos, they could have been a really big trouble for them.
I'm still not over with what went wrong with TWM Gaming. It felt like they were uninterested in that fight. It felt like, you know what, you just come and get these free finishes. And I have to be a little bit critical here, Necros, because this is a team that was topping their group, and looking at them like this really breaks my heart.
The confidence was just too low, but the circle, once again, it's such a good one for K9 as well as Quark Esports. They will be benefiting from a lot from this kind of circle, but sorry Esports, we look on a different perspective on the western side of the map. There is Team Korba rotating from the extremities, tanking the damage of Blue Zone. The shots have been fired, the position has been relied on. It's going to be a difficult task for any of the players of Sour Esports to get at least one pick because the distance is too much, but that southwestern side is too much clustered.
It is a little bit crowded there. You've got Korba, you've got Team for Snake, you've got Burnix officials. All of them are trying to get a piece of the pie. As for now, even Los Hermanos, let's not take anything away from the fact that these players have been quite seasoned. And at this point, struggling so much. Currently sitting at just 17 points as Burnix officials. They group up. They have to get inside the zone. But we've got two OP officials having a vantage point, and T4S trying to make things harder for them.
It's going to be a really difficult task to breach through this kind of all those teams, all this commotion. But as soon as you mentioned, I mean, if there's Los Hermanos, there has to be K9 to take care of them off, and that's going to be Slug to open things up. But a lot of fights are happening in the southern end. Burnix official once against Team Korba. This is a very crucial fight for Team Burnix because they are in a dire need of points. They're sitting in the 16th spot at Selfixes with only 4 points.
Yeah, for Burnix officials, it's been such a stark difference between how good they were in the previous round and now how much are they struggling in this one. So for Burnix officials, they have to pull out a rabbit out of their magic hat at this point. For BO7s though, feeling quite settled, feeling quite comfortable. The trajectory on the rise. They've certainly amped up their play, but look at this, K9 Esports right next to U7.
Important fight for U7. They don't have the topographic advantage unlike K9 Esports. Ninja Boy does have an idea that there's one player just below him. And if he goes out in the open, being unaware, but Ninja Boy being cheeky was like, I'm going to jump and see, where is that boy?
I feel like this is getting impatient there. Just a little visual on the silhouette. And we know he's got that one Molotov, one grenade to flush him out. Whilst Brawly, yeah, this is what I was hoping, that he might not have had anything for himself as Ninja Boy. This is where patience should have gone against him. But now, Beast, he does manage to find the trade, does manage to save the day. But for U7, look at them, still trying to figure ways to climb this mountain as from the backlines, you've got Honey taken down just like that. As things are really starting to fall down for U7, K9 having got that recovery, they will certainly strike back once again.
They do know about the positionings right as of now, but not quite sure. They want to overextend. Omega's got a vehicle and he wants to be a little cheeky. The nade's being tossed up exactly on the point. Ninja Boy finds an opening, knows the exact positioning. Bees, Mr. Reliable jumps off. It's going to be a little bit problematic. Everybody's jumping down and yeah, that's it. It's going to be Universe 7 to go down and out with only one finish, and that's already 7 finishes registered in the name of K9 Esports.
Just being the high school bullies. Just playing with kids like that. Just, at this point, it feels, really bad for the others. Just toying around, just having a ball, a gala time. At this point, K9 Esports having no trouble whatsoever to enter inside the circle, but this is going to be a very tricky zone to approach. You've got so many terrains to play around. You've got 2 OP having a good position actually, and Quark to have some concrete cover. But the next circle shift is going to be quite important for all these teams, as even when you look at Royal Emperor, they've got Team Sa trying to squeeze in through. Then you've got Los Hermanos, and then it is going to be the Mavs.
Right as of now, it's going to be BO7S versus Mafia Official. Ghostways, he was a good one in the previous match, but this time dropped down to very low HP. He has been forced off from that particular position. Bunty cooking up a nade, still anticipating that that one player is intact in that position, but it's not the case. Mafia Official, they did not have a really great match in the previous one. They have to make this Miramar work out. They've already got 3 finishes in their name. But will that be enough? The answer is completely no. So they have to take the fight, but in between, Los Hermanos Esports gets decimated by Mastermind Mavericks.
Yeah, without even posing a threat to them. Clean is what Mavs have attained, but look at this. The harbingers of death do arrive. As for now, a little bit of an overextension, and suddenly they get punished. Omega completely enraged. Would wanna get Vortrix's head, needs some retribution there, but finds none. Eventually, we'll have to settle with having one of the highest points inside the zone as Slug. He just does not care. He's on his own merry way. He wants to take a whole squad down. It is literally adrenaline coursing through their veins.
You know what? Omega has kind of, I feel like he's given the information that do whatever you want.
Yeah, he's given that free hand.
This is a classic map for you. Get as many finishes as much as possible, because For now, qualification is not the kind of point. We've already qualified, but for you guys also watching this live, you can get yourself this Realme P3 Ultra 5G, which is launching on 19th of March. Definitely go to Google, search Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you can stand a chance to win some exclusive rewards.
Yeah, because it does houses the first in the world Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. Simply put, if you want to play like K9, might as well get your hands on that beauty. But now coming back, K9 Esports having their wings wide open. They're searching for more avenues. Look at them just circling around like vultures at this point. Any man spotted is unsafe. K9 Esports, this is something that they did in the previous, in fact, in the game of Erangle, their first game they came to play in. As we are all waiting for that circle shift. And Slug finds himself inside the zone. There's 3 teams inside the zone, and a lot of these teams trying to squeeze in from that southwestern side.
Look at the split of K9. Come on, Omega, he wants revenge. He wants, how could you just take down Peace? But Slug is on a different mission. Man doesn't care. Mafia official, they are in the proximity. Slug gets one down, but he knows he won't be doing any overextension because he's all alone. He can't expect any backup to come in, because already Ninja Boy is way too far. He's trying to chime in this time. He has to come up close. Slug has found a really great spot for himself.
He indeed has. At this point, Slug might even go solo against the players of Mafia officials. It has to be a little bit careful though. And this is what I was talking about. Ghostface, not a player to be trifled with. He has also been one of the latest revelations of the Realme BGIS. Does not matter the distance. He is always clinical.
Omega comes in rescue, but definitely has to put some covers, has to get some smokes, because one of the players of Team Mastermind Mavericks, Maximer, he's in the close proximity. Also, Quirky Sports, they have rotated up close. So K9 has to be cautious, having got 9 finishes in total for themselves. They're sitting in a very comfortable spot, and Ninja Boy is keeping everything in check. He will let know Omega and Slug that yes, there is a team coming up from behind, but 2 OP riders who now will be punishing the players of Burnix. Those are in the down range, and that's going to be an AKM-3X coming into the question. A low toss nade being cooked up on the right spot. It can be really deceiving for the side of Burnix.
Never seen Burnix officials this lost inside the server, considering how they were in round 3, and in round 4 it felt like they're choking down to pressure, or they are just getting bested, because their true ability was the true ability for Burnix official was in them controlling those circles. But we'll talk about them as we've got another fight in front of us. It is going to be T4S against 2 OP as Botfire decides to go charging in through, but liability from the backlines. He just comes in and cleans the floor.
2 OP have been performing really great lately. In the couple of matches we have seen earlier on, they have been coming up with some really good games. 7 finishes in total that they have accumulated from this particular match. It's really good going for them, but he gets knocked out. 2 OP, they're just not done. They will make sure that Burnix doesn't climb up this hill, and there is only one player surviving. That's going to be Choke Boy. Doesn't have a lot of room to play along with, but awesome. He's doing an awesome job out there.
He has. Just trying to hold the doors, but no.
Oh my
Choke
God.
Boy. This could be really nice. This is what they wanted. If they could just latch onto it and maybe move a little ahead, but there you have it. The cavalry does it right. The backup is there. Aim hacks in front of us. Burnix official still no means of escape. And this is where it gets very concerning for them. They desperately need a lot of points with bodies all around the place.
This is going to be an interesting fire, and Botfire gets the last hit on Burnix as they have been taken down in the 7th spot. 6 teams remaining, 17 players alive. We've almost passed 24 minutes. In the circle, it has shifted in a good way, where you do see that the eastern side has been getting a lot of favors out there. Quirky Sports will be happy. They were very close to the circle. K9 again on the northern end, keeping everything under their control. But 2 OP, they're literally clearing the entire southwestern side. All the teams, those who were there in their 6, they have cleared everybody. And right now, the next focus shifts to Royal Emperor.
Now that you mentioned 2 OP, now feel like they're back into it. Already inside the top 6. How much of a deeper run could it be? That's the big ask for K9. They have complete control over those northern sides. As for Quark, a very important game. Previous game, we did witness their resurgence as Mafia officials around them. Beast decides to close in on Anmol with that S12K. Beast will just slap him down as Anmol had no answer. As for Arjun, he's got his eyes pinned. He needs to connect. He needs to be precise. He needs to manifest of the great warrior Arjun himself.
He was pinned down at that one point. Nothing, no cover fire that he could have given to his teammate, his comrade, but as now he's gonna just crave on those free finishes that he can just get out there. Beast still surviving. K9, they're also chiming in. Slug is there in the cruise area, but for now, Quark Esports, the only thing that they can rely on is taking a head-to-head fight. But BO7 is also chiming in. Beast, he was there swimming in the map of Sanok, but right as now, if the players are up close and personal, Arjun messed up big time, giving a room, and that's going to be Quark Esports ending their run in the 6th spot.
Yeah, that must be quite gutting, especially for Quark Esports. We were expecting them to bounce back, but for Mafia, they've got 7 finishes in this game and have already touched 30 points. Couple more from position, and who knows, they also might be in the race as 2OP stand a chance to inch in inside the top 3. They've got a very good position to play around. As for BO7, they are oozing with confidence. And now it is where they finally get tested. They have to climb the hills, and it is going to be such a tough one at that.
2OP, the way they have been playing fixes, I feel like they won't allow BO7 to even enter the circle. They're still on the edges. Same goes for Royal Emperor. And yeah, I mean, they're all playing it. They're like, okay, if I see a player, I'm going to take a fight, and Slug sees it. And Royal Emperor, it's going to be Clutchix in front of him. The nade has given a hefty amount of damage, and now the nade being cooked up. Slug, he knows about the positioning. He knows the exact spot. He has seen everything coming his way, and Clutchix will be punished. No questions asked. Slug confirms it. 11th for the name of K9. They didn't had a great Miramar yesterday, but they're making sure that this Miramar turns like a nightmare for the other 15 teams.
It's such a smooth sail for K9 Esports at this point that I do not really want to talk about them anymore. As 2OP official, like you said, Necros, they are trying to put a halt on the players of BO7's 2 players already down on their knees. As for 2OP official, they know that the time is right, but look at this. All of the finishes are getting stolen, and Beast, he's done enough. 2 extra finishes, and this is what could be that difference maker that Mafia officials needed at this point.
So much sound cues given away. Ninja Boy, K9, they're coming up close as well to OP. They have to be cautious. Shots have been fired. Ninja Boy has been dropped down to a very low HP. Liability has been taken down. So it's going to be a fight between both the teams. Those who have kind of dominated 2 different regions of this entire map of Miramar. One in the south, one in the north. K9 versus 2OP. This is one of the biggest fight in this particular map of Miramar, where things have started in a good way for Awesome. One good name, Ninja Boy has been taken down to a 2v3 situation. Bot fire, slowly and steadily aggressing, but Ghostface, he's still in the question.
Exactly. And he could ruin the endeavors of 2OP official. He's what stands, but eventually he's been spotted. Still prone down though, as so much pressure comes in from the players of K9, as Omega trying to pull in all that attention. Amax, he's got his eyes pinned out on Ghostface as Omega has to deal with 2 players charging at his direction, gets dealt with as even Ghostface, almost on the verge of falling down, still finds some answer there, gets a knock. But would he have enough time to patch himself up? The answer is going to be no, as Liability does get that final finish. And with that, 2OP officials get a really great game registered. And from what I can gather, they might be inside of the top 3.
What an immense comeback. What an incredible gameplay we're seeing from 2OP. I mean, this is the kind of comeback that every undergod, every team, those who have kind of qualified from all the previous rounds, want for themselves. You might have first 2 games not going in your favor.
Yeah.
But from the 3rd map, you need to kind of gear up it, level it up, find the mistakes, rectify them inside the game, and evolve through the process. 2OP, they have done it. BO7S, they have also done it. And in this particular map, I mean, Quirky Esports, I feel like they are trying, but it was just a little bit unlucky for them this time.
Yeah, for Quark Esports, it felt like their old problems were visible once again. It was just that desperate attempt in Sanhok where they walked away with a lot of finishes. We thought that, yes, they could be on the verge of a comeback, but in fact, that title has been stolen away by two OP officials, because if you compare day 1 and their performance in day 2, there has been a beautiful difference. They have been performing extremely well. For BO7s, however, they have been quite consistent, Necros. In the previous game also they did fairly well. This game also. So K9, BO7s and 2 OP officials. 3 teams, I feel like they have done their job and can easily just play the last game and have fun.
Exactly. And I feel like when we just talk about 2OP and all these teams that, okay, they're safe and sound, it's fine. But for the teams like when you talk about Gods and Kiddos, when you talk about TWM Gaming, I mean, I don't know what to say about them. As we mentioned earlier, that it was looking like they were scared. They were feeling like, oh my god, we can't just take this fight. This is not the right time. Maybe the positioning is not right. They were not having any information of the players' positionings.
It's not just not having any information. It's about, even if you are in trouble, everything you cannot control in a battle royale game, and that was also the case over here, where they were just suddenly charged in by the players of Royal Emperor. It was that intent of fighting back that was missing. You could see Lobster; he had no idea. It felt like he freezed to death there. He was just waiting, you know, just come, get this finished, let's get done with it. That is what TWM have been pretty much doing. Whilst Royal Emperors, now that we mentioned, they might actually stand a chance, Necros, because Royal Emperors, not really the best of games, but still in it, still in the competition.
And I mean, this is a kind of play. Yep, they are in the they're still in the competition, but you know what? That there is a very thin line that we talk about for qualification, right? And when you just talk about, okay, Royal Emperor, they're doing a good job. They've got points, and in that one thin line above them, almost close to there, but also below them, there is going to be Mastermind Mavericks. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. TMM. It felt like in the last couple of matches, the performance have dipped down comparatively.
Perfectly agree with you as we take a look at the highlights, because even for the Mavs, this was supposed to be their redemption game. They've had a lot of good games of Miramar, but this time wasn't really the case. But even for the players of Mafia officials, Necros, I felt like that last one surviving solo straggler did so much for his team. Those extra 2 points, and it feels like Mafia officials, they're also in the race. As K9 Esports, I mean, they had the free hand, they had the leeway, they had the luxury of everything, and all because of how good they were in the previous games. As towards the end, I think 2OP, a lot might have thought that this could be K9 once again, you know, just flipping the tables in that situation, but 2OP never let it happen.
They have played a better game. Again, they had the man advantage, and the 1-3 split that they were playing was extremely good. But still, one thing remains constant from the first match and the second. It's going to be the MVP. K9 Slug, 6 finishes, 1,350 damage.
Yeah, that is ludicrous considering, you know, it's just Slug, right? We know this player can instantly switch gears, and he's on gear 5. He's not going to come back anytime soon. But Beast from Mafia Officials, a new name that has popped up, even awesome. Voltric, we've seen in the past, even Liability from 2OP. So 2OP and for Mafia Officials, 3 outliers that have made their mark inside this game, hoping that these points should be enough, at least ensuring qualification.
Still talking about the match summary, we've got 2 vehicle finishes that we have seen in this entire map of Miramar. Also, we do see 6 grenade finishes. Yeah. Smokes, the usage has been quite, I would say, less competitive to what all Miramars we have seen earlier. But Kakarot having the longest finish of 361 meter. But that doesn't matter that much, because what matters the most is going to be the point standings and the points that have been accumulated by the teams. 2OP, 24 points in their name, 14 finishes. K9, 17 backed up from this particular match. They were in 69 points, again adding 17. They are way too far, like they don't even have to care about it. Mafia Official 13, Royal Emperor have got 10 points for themselves.
It feels like, you know, the show is over already for a moment. We need a change in the script. We need somebody to really bounce back, because all those teams that were performing well are still performing well. And for the ones that have made the comeback, they have doubled down on it. But Los Hermanos, Universe 7, they have been missing out. Even for SAR Esports, a team that really specializes in taking those central areas. Even as a matter of fact, TE, they have been, taking things for granted, as a result of which they have dropped down. Now sitting at the 5th spot, and look at how close the competition is. Mafia Official, they've made it inside of the top 7. With SAR Esports, there's around 6 points that separates them, which is next to nothing.
One good match and you can be in the top 7 and qualify for the quarterfinals, because the next game, again, it's going to be the map of Erangle. So it's a classic map. You do have a chance and you have a shot to take. But overall, when we talk about 2OP, what a brilliant jump BO7 is. They're sitting comfortably as well. Talking about the second chart of this overall standings, Universe 7 having 25 points. So what I feel like, Universe 7, they need a chicken dinner to ensure that, yes, they are qualifying for the quarterfinals. Almost similar thing goes up with Los Hermanos Esports, because they could have done better, I feel like, but it was not the case. 70 points for Team Force Neck, Quark Esports 15, 10 for TWM, Korba getting 9, 6 for Burnix Official and Godsend Kiddos. So pretty much we can say Godsend Kiddos and Burnix, it's almost done.
So from the 16 teams that we have in play, at least 3 or 4 have already secured qualification. There's no doubt on that. And then from the bottom, we've got at least 5 or 6 teams that no matter how well they perform, they cannot bounce back. So at this point, we've got at least 4 or 5 teams that are in contention for that top 7, which means a lot of these teams are going to be extremely aggressive. They're just going to do whatever they want. They're going to rush on anybody and everybody they can find out. So it feels like it's going to be a very fast game of Erangle, but at the same time, a very exhilarating game of Erangle.
You know what? I'm having a little bit of different mindset. Why not go get a drop clash with K9 if you want to ensure there is no competition in the lobby? Because if you give room to K9, they're definitely going to thrive and again punish a lot of teams and spoil their games. But I feel like a lot of things are yet to be answered in the map of Erangle, because that's going to be the very final map for this Group 1 itself. Let's see what happens, but right after this short break.
Grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gates. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. Got iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, John Wild Master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
Welcome back once again, folks. You are watching the realme BGIS 25 as we are covering the games from Group 1, where we are down to the final game, and this time on the desk with me will be IC Baby. So IC, this group, in comparison to the group that we saw earlier, it feels like it's been dominated by a certain sects of team. It feels like 2 more slots still up for grabs.
Yeah. Dominated by a certain set of teams. I don't know what you're talking about. It's dominated by K9 Esports, that's for sure.
Yeah, it is. But still, 2OP officials, they've bounced back. We have even BO7s, they've been extremely well.
Yeah, agree. And before we actually talk about the teams here, guess what? Right now, up on screen is going to be the Realme P3 Ultra 5G segment, which is the segment's best performance phones, which is going to be launching on the 19th of March. Remember, search on Google Realme P3 Ultra 5G to walk away with some amazing awards. Because why? It is the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, which doubled the performance in its segment itself. And of course, you've got to play with the best of the best, you have to get this phone.
Yeah, and we are also talking about the new colorways that we have, the glow-in-the-dark feature on the back. I mean, imagine, all you're going to do is enter inside a club and suddenly that thing illuminates. It has got that luminous essence of the moon, you've got that lunar presence, that textured back.
Hey,
what else do you need?
I'm underage. I don't go to clubs.
You're underage?
Yeah.
if he looks underage, then I'm a toddler. That's for sure. And I mean, still, you could get away with the race game. Maybe show your phone. Maybe you just pass through. That could work out.
Let's compare the moon and you. Guess what? You, me, we are gonna have something.
I still have
Let's just move on.
Flawless game.
Let's just move on. Let's just move on.
That didn't work.
I ain't got no riz game. 0 L riz.
We are old people, so we're sorry for that. But now, let's get back into action. So, K9 officials, they pretty much dominated. There's no denying that. But 2OP officials, they just came out of nowhere, man.
See, that's the thing about being unpredictable, right? Because, again, you talked about, I like that you actually brought out a very, very interesting point before this segment as well, is that it is a battle royale where, yes, there are certain tactics that you require to do, certain SOPs that you need to kind of follow, right? I feel like when it comes to the unknown factor, there's just so many things that can actually affect you. And in those unknown factors, can you actually make the right decisions? And in this kind of scenarios, I feel like, obviously, K9 is here to wreak havoc on everyone. And in this case, most of the teams in this lobby as well is going to struggle to barely qualify for the wildcards as well, because a majority of points are being secured by K9 Esports. So you can even see in the top 7 as well, the benchmark or the cutoff is so low that in this final game, it's going to be a make or break for some of these teams to make it in the top 7.
We were talking about make or breaks, we were talking about teams like K9. I have to bring in Pernix officials, Los Hermanos. Now, with getting old, we do carry a lot of experience. I've got a couple of grey hairs, you've got a lot of grey hairs. So, according to you, IC, what went wrong with Los Hermanos? They're one of the most experienced team, and yet they failed to perform.
Sometimes experience can get you only so far, but if your reactions are not fast enough, well, that's why you gotta get the Realme P3 Ultra 5G and just beat them. That's what you need to do. That's for sure. But all things considered, yeah, you bring a very good point as well, because sometimes experience can get you so far. But the only problem with having round stages is that yes, experience gives you placement points, etc. But in 6 matches, you have to be very, very consistent. And obviously, the first 3 days, you are not going to have a lot of information. Experience comes from reading the maps, having data to work on, right? But after 3 games, you're basically losing out in 3 games just to get information, and then hopefully things work out. The risk is so high that anything can happen. And if you're not able to find a solution to it, you're just going to be in trouble. And that's the downside of this format in general, is that you only have 6 games to prove and make your mark.
You know what, I feel like they got the basics wrong. It felt like they were not prepared for these new zones, how to approach it. And even if, despite the fact that they did not have a great day 1, it's okay. It felt like they did not do enough to bounce back in day 2, because, teams like 2OP officials, even Mafia officials, teams with relatively low experience, they did well. Is it more about how hungry you are, how desperate you are to get into the next rounds? No. Is that what was missing from Los Hermanos?
I think the thing that is missing is that you must understand that playing as a team, this is 4 different kind of players, and they have to play together as a team, as a single unit, as a single hive or a single mind. And right now, because when the pressure is on, this mind would usually break and drift off. And when different people have different kind of opinions and nobody's able to come to a towards a single decision, which is shot calling,
Yeah.
which will affect the overall gameplay, which we start to see coming from TWM. The hesitations, the mistakes that are being made here is all because of the pressure as well. And also, again, being at the backs of the walls, especially in this low and risk being eliminated, doesn't smell too good, to be honest.
Yeah, and sometimes the pressure is just so much that it gets the better out of you. A lot of these teams have fumbled, but here we go, head on into the final game of Erangle.
Well, the final map of today here for the realme BGIS 2025 Round 4 stages, day number 2. Final match for Group 1 to decide who makes it in towards the quarterfinals and who may or may not qualify in towards the wildcard stages. It all comes down to this map, and the flight path is going to be coming from the southwest corner of the map itself and then ending towards the outskirts of Milta. A very, very one-sided flight path, apparently.
You know what I'm eyeing out for? I'm just looking out where the players of K9 Esports would be dropping, because ideally we know they head towards Siverny. I'm pretty sure they've got nothing but mischief on their brains at this point. As of now, all these teams completely thrown off, especially the ones still in contention, still in the race to qualify. They have to watch out, constantly be on toes. As for TCW, just dropping right next to Sari Sports. Even for Sari Sports, I see they really had a great day 1. Eventually in day 2, they were completely caught missing.
Yep, K9 also opened up this group, the debut match in Erangle, with a very, very strong performance despite how messed up the circle was itself in yesterday's games. This is going to be something that K9 has to experience as well. We've seen it in every single game. They've been very, very consistent since game 1 until game number 5. And they are the closest to try and achieve the best record thus far for the most amount of points gathered in 6 games. But as soon as I say this, because Korva is going to be knocking in with K9. This is unfortunate. But the flush comes in. Arch is able to find an opening.
Yeah, that's looking good stuff, at least for Arch. Something to get on by. As Beast, he's somehow still alive. As from the sidelines, you've got another player, Ninja Boy, coming with knives into a gunfight. As now, Arch, he's making good work of the players of K9, which leaves Beast with a sliver of HP just to survive. As Korba on the verge of pulling off an impossible, could be Arch doing that, as he's got complete control over the situation.
What am I watching? Because Arch is single-handedly dismantling K9 all by himself, but the pump comes in. Beast was able to shut him down despite having 1 HP, but Team Korva, this drop clash was a little bit unexpected here. K9's dreams of potentially breaking the barrier of having 100 points in 6 games is slowly but surely dwindling away, but right now Omega and Beast gets resetted, but they don't really have a lot of help. But the pixel pick from Beast! What is that spray?
This man is mental. This boy is so difficult for us to comprehend. Feels like we're just mere mortals living in his world. Beast, look at him. He's got no meds, but look at that sheer confidence. Still unfazed into the eyes of his opponent. As Omega, he's going to retreat a little bit, maybe find some meds. And K9 Esports, despite all odds, they somehow, I see, managed to pull through.
Oh, it's not over yet, because as of yet, Arch, he may have set the tempo for the team, but he gets confirmed as well. So that's going to be him taken out of the equation. Drawing into a 2 versus 2. K9 hasn't been able to find meds at all. Korba going to be lying in wait to try and figure out whether or not is this a worth it fight or not, because K9 in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the circle is going to be shifting towards the west side. This seems to be a repeat once more on how things has happened yesterday here for Group 1. We saw it in Sandhawk, and now we're seeing it in Erangle again. And the circle did conclude themselves in Gatka, on the outskirts of Gatka, when it came to yesterday's Erangle map.
Now that you mentioned, we've seen so many of these circles repeating themselves. It's become a pattern, and if teams can realize that, but let me remind you, a new update is on its way, and every single time we have got an update on the horizon, the circles, the algorithm does tend to change. So maybe when we return back on the broadcast stages in round 4 from the 15th and 16th, you will see some new zones forming. So teams will be tipped off once again. As for now, Royal Emperors, I see 36 points. Is it going to be enough?
Well, it is enough for now, considering the fact that the only few teams that is in contention is going to be U7 and also Sour Esports.
Ooh.
But again, that's provided if they don't get overtaken by the rest of the pack. TEX, TCW started the day with 30 points at number 2, and now they've only gotten 5 points, and this is their 3rd game. So technically, they should be safe because K9 has gotten so much points. But look at this, Bees! What is that spray? Because a little bit of a drive-by and Beast spots him out. What did I just witness? What a bait and switch coming from Omega and Beast.
You saw how they're controlling the situation, right? For just a couple of moments earlier, they had nothing on them. No first aids, nothing. Then Beast keeps a watch and Omega suddenly gets the load down. And out of nowhere, he knew that he had his opponent pinned. And K9 Esports, certainly, it's a chef's kiss.
Hey, man.
Goes on to show how good they were, really.
You know what?
Yeah.
K9 is going to try and replicate Sandhawk again. 2-man army, 2 against the world. Because that's how it happened. But it was between both Beast and Slug. This time, he's got to do it with Omega.
And I think Omega lately has also started feeling himself. The only problem with Omega that the pundits had was him not being efficient in terms of fragging department. Because so has been the case these days. You would want the IGLs to be more complete, more versatile. And Omega, he's been getting a lot done. Has been securing decent amount of finishes. But for TE, I think you did bring up a very good point. Today, they have been caught napping. If they want to qualify, they have to deliver. But if you want to qualify in the next officials, you got to check out this new beauty. That's going to launch on the 19th of March, the realme P3 Ultra 5G.
The world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset doubled the performance in this segment with a class-leading chipset performance and an Antutu score over 1.45 million, which doubles the score in this segment itself. So be sure to check it out because it's going to be releasing very soon. Meanwhile, the fight is about to happen as well. Korba had a little bit of run-in. Guess what? Pekka going to be completely swarmed by the members coming from Quark Esports. And Quark looking to try and get as many finishes as he can. And they are getting extremely aggressive. Look at Pekka. He's going to be on the hunt. And he gets a casual tap. And he takes a mole down.
Yeah, completely unshackled Team Korba, realizing they've got nothing to lose. But Quark, a lot on the line for them. Pekka, last player surviving from Team Korba against a horde of Team Quark. At this point, he needs to somehow get outside this compound. He's got a couple of utils to work things out, though. As Pekka, that smoke laid out. Quark, they need to rely on their numbers. As Pekka, he gets dismantled. But elsewhere, we did see that Team K9, they're continuing with that run. But eventually, this time Beast, he gets devoured.
Oh, that's going to be Los Hermanos.
Yeah.
Finally getting a little bit of a small revenge coming from K9 Esports. But small or not, Los Hermanos also currently in the back seat there. If they want to try to make the top 7, they need the chicken dinner. At least 13 points gap between them and also Team Mastermind. And of course, as you can see, Quark Esports, they are in the chase to actually get as many as they can. They've only found one, but it's one of many to go. As K9 finally get completely wiped out from the game. So no 100 points for K9 Esports, but they are one of the first few teams to be eliminated in this final game.
Yeah, it's fine. They can just relax, take a chill pill. Because now, look at this, the circle has shifted. You've got 2 teams contesting IC for that Mount Everest. You've got Team 4 Snake and you've got Los Hermanos deciding to retreat back. In fact, hold on to the squad house around that junction area. Eastern side of the Georgie containers, as even the Mavericks, they're also rotating from the southern side of the ruins. But look at 2OP. I really like how they're rotating through. As for Team Empire, they decide to take a couple of pot shots on the players of Burnix officials.
Well, TEX, TCW, currently in a very awkward position. They have to rotate in. They are on the outskirts of the zone. And team in front of them is going to be Burnix official, who arguably were the table toppers coming from round 3 and round 4, they are the bottom from the top. Or in this case, the reverse of the top. Being the last place right here, chances of them trying to make it to wildcard seems to be dwindling away. But all things considered, we still have a lot to talk about because this next fated zone seems to be a repeat again. Maybe Mount Everest, maybe George Bowl, maybe Ruins. It's still all up for grabs. It's still stage 2.
All right, take a guess. Where do you think it's going this time around?
George Bowl, North George.
North Georgie?
Not happening, but yes.
I feel it's going somewhere down the Everest or around the western side of Ruins. And what surprises me, none of these teams have actually taken control of that region. You know, you've got 2 compounds, little ones, but for now, Sauri Spots, again, playing by the book, down to their original style of play, getting back to their DNA, still playing around the center. And not having a great day so far, but look at this, 2 OP continue with the run, and this time, they've got a big fish. They've got one of the players of Royal Emperors.
Well, Royal Emperors was able to take a little bit chill pill, but for Royal Emperors, they are currently in the top 4. They are 36 points. The benchmark is a little bit low, but Sour Esports will find himself a decent amount of compound to work with. However, if you guys want to spot people, remember to check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G, which is going to be launching on the 19th of March.
You did talk about benchmark. Let me give you some numbers. The Antutu benchmark for realme P3 Ultra 5G heads up to 1.45 million. That's incredible considering all the devices in the segment. It beats them by miles. So might as well check it out. Launches pretty soon on 19th of March. Head over to Google, search for realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might stand a chance to win freebies. But as we move on ahead, TWM, I think it's pretty much time where we can call the curtains on them, because same case with Los Hermanos, a lot of expectations, even more, but they severely failed to deliver.
Well, speaking of failing to deliver, Circle is going to be off our predictions here. It's going to be shifting back in towards Mount Everest and towards the south side of Gatka. A little bit more west compared to yesterday's Circle, but as of yet, it is going to be a compounds up for grab. BO7S already has compound, T4S on top of Everest itself.
You know, I see. What does it take for you to tell Fake says you were right?
Well, you said it was the west side of Ruins.
No,
but,
yeah, it's still west side of Ruins.
Technically, that's too far.
Just below Mount Everest. I mean, I can't be more precise than this, but fine. You know, let's not make it about ourselves, or rather myself, as we take a look. We've got a little bit of a competition happening around at Mount Everest. I feel like Team Quark, they want to contest T4S. Just around the foothills is where they are at. But for 2OP official, you know, they've really been cooking, I see. I'm not going to lie, they've been so interesting. Karlan.
Oh.
Ooh, whiffs.
Well, awesome. Not looking too awesome with that spray. A little bit of a pixel there, but very tough to actually pull off. Meanwhile, Mastermind Mavericks, one of the unexpected dark horses from yesterday's games, currently the benchmark for the top 7 in this group, respectively. 33 points alongside with Mafia officials. Still holding for their dear lives, whether or not can they secure their top 7 spots in towards the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that's a big question. Mastermind Mavericks currently right on the precipice. 33 points, and if U7 or Sari Sports end up having a good game, that could be a different story. As 2OP, they decided to rotate through, but Burnix officials, they were the first ones just holding the doors, and they aren't even inside the zone either, but now they want to engage in a fight. Home against aim hacks. Both these players just eyeing each other out, as this is something incredible pulled off by Rishabh. Did you notice how he shifted his vehicle seats and eventually got that finish? Finally, Burnix officials have awakened, but I feel it's a little too late.
It was interesting, you know, buggy, final moments, swap seats, and then just get for the finish. It was kind of the ending as well for the previous winner-winner chicken dinner, right? We saw BO7S, you know, Ghostface was the last guy standing. The final finish came through, but it was a buggy swap seats there. But all things considered, Burnix officials finally showing a lot of signs of aggression here. Rishabh looking for a couple finishes, forces a couple members to fly off. And in this case, they are also going to get shot as well. Noise has been made. Mafia was able to take a couple pot shots in. But aside from that, they're completely dipping out of the zone.
And what I see, Awesome is the only player surviving, and 45 points, I'm assuming it's going to be enough, but considering so many teams down the order, still alive, that makes it all the more difficult, all the more tense, as there you go. Awesome gets dealt with, and two OP officials bow down at 45 points collected. It's going to be interesting.
I
what
think it's going to be
happens
fine. I think they are going to be fine.
I
Considering
hope they are.
the amount of points that's happening here. But guess what? Burnex officials, they're trying to make a comeback out of this game. They've got 3 total finishes. This is the Burnex officials we've seen from the previous round. But as of yet, it seems like if they are able to rack up every single finishes here, just maybe they would have enough points to make it into the wild cards. But again, it seems like a very, very difficult task. Maybe even a tall order, as Crips likes to say it.
25 plus finishes and a chicken dinner. Nothing less than that will ensure qualification for Burnex officials, as the circle really not helping their cause. As for Team 4 Snake, they have spotted out the players of the Mastermind Mavericks. Maxima, he's trying to bait himself out, and I don't know what Filter is doing. Either ways, could be a bait and switch strat going completely wrong, because Erangle, he does not seem to even flinch. He's just waiting for his moment to strike. And Maxima, a little too out in the open. It's not looking good for the Mavs, because they are the ones who's supposed to enter inside the circle. And Team 4 Snake, all they've got to say is, no ID, no entry, sir.
Yeah, it is no ID, no entry. But speaking of no ID, no entry, the spray comes through, doesn't connect a single shot. Rickson able to find the connection. T4S, they lose one player, and that's going to be the confirmation by Rickson. But the rest of the teams from T4S, Fury on top, is not too happy about this. Filter is going to be cooking up a couple nades there, trying to push themselves up. But as soon as they say this, Rickson gets taken out, and that's going to be Fury holding down the fort.
What's going on? So many teams suddenly vying for the control of the mountains. As Fury OP just steps out of his cover against Maxima, will eventually fall. As for Thanos, he needs to provide that cover fire, as the players of Royal Empress, they want to double down on this, want to gate crash this party, as Maxima, he ensures he gets those qualification points at the very least. As of Thanos, he decides to retreat. Team T4S feeling all that heat, as Thanos, he's almost about to get snapped into halves. As for Royal Empress, into the fray, but eventually were caught off guard by the players of Quark.
Wow, wow, wow. 3-way showdown. Everybody wants to be the king on top of this mountain. Royal Emperor make way for royalty. Seems like the third party seems good, but unfortunately say, TMM is going to take a little bit of a standstill to back off for now, as Quark also chimes in to say that they also want to fight. Royal Emperor currently in 4th position. They are going to be A-okay, but seems like the Highnesses, or in this case the Emperors, will actually back off and just say that the circle is about to close in. Maybe, just maybe, the circle will shift out of the mountain.
For Royal Emperors, at this point, they're not leaving things to chance, because not even a single point collected. Still sitting at 36. The moment they get 4 or 5 finishes, they will breathe a sigh of relief. Still waiting for that next circle shift to arrive. I think they've got an idea that there's somebody on their backlines, and now this circle still favors what Royal Emperors have been trying to achieve, but even better for the players of TMM and for Quark. As for LHS, they're closing in. They've got a couple of dips to play around. If they're well versed with the topography, even LHS stand a chance to get a chicken dinner.
Well, that's pretty much the teams inside the zone. But what about teams on the south side? Because look at the huge cluster. Burnex,
yeah.
TX, we've got U7, we've got BO7S. Everybody is on the south side, and they need to push up the very, and I mean very steep mountain up to the north side. And even Quark as well is going to be split off, which is interesting. Why is Quark split off 2-2? Huh, interesting.
I don't know. They haven't gotten enough points, maybe. Trying to get a lot of finishes here and there, but very important game for TE. And look at how they're surrounded. How do they get themselves inside the circle? Given that still sitting at 35 points, they cannot afford to get eliminated right now. That would mean that you're opening doors for Mafia officials and U7 to push in through. So TE, they have to count every single step. And considering the fact that U7 are right beside them, just makes it even more poetic as TE decide to go for the slam, and still not even a single player drop down as they are being shredded apart from multiple directions. All of them pulled so low as Hunter, he's the one that takes the fall.
Oh, they survived 2 teams, but can they get the break? Because BO7S also rotating at the same time. And TE, they're losing even more players themselves. Everyone is getting shot who's trying to rush in from the south side. And they are trying to look for space. And Birdnex official, look at this. Oh my goodness, U7, where are you looking? You're looking in the wrong direction, but it doesn't matter because he also gets taken out. Ras is able to hold on. But Birdnex officials having a very, very heavy collision. And now Stango saves the day for Universe 7.
Some real weird things happening right now, I see. I had no clue how Ras survived in that situation as Pandemonium has taken over Erangle, as we've got a different terrain to play around with. As Stango, he gets bombarded by Universe 7, who is still alive alongside Quad. They've got 3 finishes, but they need more, I see. They need at least 15 plus. How are they going to achieve? That's the big question.
It is tough indeed. Aryan was able to get the confirmation. Meanwhile, inside of the fights, guess what? Mafia officials having a little bit of run in with Sour Esports. Sour Esports desperately needs those points as well, and they are going to get a couple knocks in. But the stalemate comes true. Smokes are a little bit exposed. They need to reset those fights. But look at this. They still have some vehicles, but they are right at the edge of the western side of the circle. Sour Esports able to still get the full reset, which is a good thing. But the circle is about to close in 15 seconds, and Sensei Boy is going to try and advance further to try and take position before this next upcoming fight.
I see Royal Emperor, they've been dealt with. U7, they're out of picture. Think their dreams have been shattered. But Mafia officials still stand a chance, even for Sour Esports. And even if Los Hermanos pull off a chicken dinner with 10 plus finishes, who knows? They also might be able to qualify.
Agreed. Royal Emperor with only 36 points does not look good. Sour Esports get a couple shots in as well. Mafia officials, one of the gatekeepers as of yet, getting completely bombarded. And look at this, they're getting shot from everyone. They need to rotate out. They're so low. They're going to try and make a dash for it. Sour Esports, same time, going to be taking advantage of this commotion as they're trying to push through as well. As the circle is about to close in on top of Mount Everest itself. Sour makes their way, but Mafia somehow finds a little bit of a small edge.
Look at Empire. He has to survive for his team. 36 points is where they're sitting at. He took a big gamble. But look at Sour. Rock Lee opens it up against Ajit OP. Can he get a couple more? As for Los Hermanos, they want to play it quite safe. As of now, it is a little bit of a standstill over here. Squawk are the only ones making some movements. Them trying to enter inside the circle as Empire just stands because of all those smokes drop down. As even the players of Mafia,
oh no,
they're just getting dismantled one after the other, just sprayed from multiple directions. And they have been taken down.
They'll be sharing almost the same points with Royal Emperor on 6 and 7 position on the overall scores. But we have to wait for the official scores right now because do they make it or not, completely rest on this game. And as you can see, Mastermind Mavericks going to be on top of the hill as they will take a couple of shots onto his BO7S, who somehow finds a way to push in from the south side. They've only got 2 players left. Filter in a very, very awkward angle. Sees a pixel on Doroki. Nice knock coming from Filter. And that's going to be BO7S losing another player.
Just like that, he gets that finish confirmed. Still cannot wrap my heads around it. But for Mastermind Mavericks, they've done pretty well. Given that last game, they soaked in all that pressure. And now they've also ensured qualification as Squawk Esports. They're pretty much visible as the Mavs. They have to slowly inch in. But now the objective has to be getting Max Merp back to full HP. As for Khandu,
the name. Oh my goodness, that
just
little
away.
pixel.
Yeah.
That's got to be a Hail Mary coming from Filter. But all things considered, he can still make another attempt. Sour Esports, like you said as well, is inching away to try and break past the top 7 to try and overtake and qualify. And Sour Esports is 3 points away from tying it with Mafia officials. And we are down towards the final 6 teams. They got 3 finishes. They are going to be the conquerors of the West. But they need to find a way to push up the mountain because Mastermind Mavericks is keeping their eyes open on them, and they have 11 finishes in total.
All SAR Esports needs to do is survive. Even if they do not get any finishes, making it inside the top 3 is going to make the cut. The caveat here is they have to get in. They're the ones pretty much at the edges. So maybe going for a couple of more finishes end up in securing qualification for them as Mastermind Mavericks. They've got that King of the Hills position, and they've got so much information I see relate to them. They know every single place where their opponents are hiding.
6 teams remain, and the circle is going to shift up on top of the mountain, and Master Mavericks is going to be waiting to shut everyone down. Quark Esports is going to be the closest to them. And Quark, what are they going to do? Because right now, we are going to be expecting teams to try and crash in towards Quark Esports. And TMM seems to be very, very distracted as they are going to be farming finishes. You can see Sour all out in the open, and Kira, pixel perfect moments, but the zone is about to close in. So the reset comes through for Kira, if he has meds.
Yeah, at this point, look at Maxima. He's running out of util. Down to his last first aid, down to his last grenade. As Empire, he finally falls down. They ended at 37, so could be the cutoff point. As for Quark Esports, they still have their numbers tight. All they need is a couple of more finishes. The SAR Esports, they are starting to fall, and this is not looking good. As Rieger and another of his teammates, Senseboy, they've made it inside cover. 5 teams remain, I see. All they need is top 3 at this point.
Oh, hopefully it's going to be enough because it is going to be very, very close for Sour Esports to get the reset. But guess what, TMM? They made too much noise. Quark is going to be chiming in to try and third party. But as soon as I say this, guess what? Quark themselves also gets shut down, and the rush comes through, and Mastermind Mavericks is able to wipe out Quark. And with that play coming in, Sour Esports makes it to the top 4. And Mastermind Mavericks might be giving them a free pass as we are down towards a 4v2v1v1 situation. And you can see Filter continuing the pressure on Sour Esports. And even Los Hermanos out in open. Maxmer, he misses an entire clip. But could you blame him?
Look at him. He's almost out of ammunition. A lot of death crates lying around as Mastermind Mavericks. They are just whiffing shots left, right, and center. But let's not take anything away from the fact that they've secured 17 finishes already. This is some great numbers coming up as SAR Esports. They muster up some courage, trying to climb the hills once again as Maxmer, in fact, trying to descend. What's going on?
Mastermind Mavericks, they're getting a little bit greedy. They've lost Filter. And BO7S was able to find him, a couple of players, to even the scores. 3v2v1v1 now. As Kandu from BO7S somehow is still alive in the top 4. They're in great position, but they're not giving away points for absolutely free. And Kandu, he is going to continue his journey. TMM is going to try and flush him out. He's got 3 nades. Can he cook him to perfection is going to be the question. He's going to start his way through, but look at this. TMM, they're going for the rush. The nade bounce back, but it gets the knock, but he will go down before he is able to get the confirmation. 18 finishes for Mastermind Mavericks.
This is the perfect cue for SAR Esports. If they want to climb the hills, this is the time because Adi has to face 2 players. Both of them peaking at the same time. Even Afu, he might take his chance. As for Los Hermanos, they do not have a lot of finishes, but SAR Esports seems like they've made the cut. They've already made it inside the top 3. As now Adi
top 2
off. And SAR Esports, I feel like they've done it.
They might have just done it as well. A nearly impossible task. Sour Esports, 2 versus 3. Can they get at least 1 more finishes? Is going to be the question. Sensei Boy with the nades. Maxmer going to be looking for the flank. But at the same time, the beta switch is going to be coming in as well. The vehicles being pushed through for DMM. Maxmer getting clipped off. They need to get this knock. Maxmer has the high ground, but he misses the shot. He gets pumped instead. And now Sour, 2 versus 2 as they walk up. Adi looking for the jukes, and he's going to be able to take down 1 himself. And it's all up to Sensei Boy, but eventually they will fall. But Mastermind Mavericks takes the final chicken dinner in this group with a total of 20 finishes.
That's a 20 bomber hitting there. 30 points secured for Mastermind Mavericks. And just to make sure, if there were any doubts, they've already qualified. And I think they might be on the 2nd spot in the overall rankings. But SAR Esports, kudos to their survival instincts. I mean, it was a near impossible scenario. All the players were out in the open, completely exposed, and the decisions were absolutely picture perfect. But for Los Hermanos, I want to talk about them. Had they got a couple of more players alive, few more finishes, I think they might have also edged through.
Yeah, I agree. And it seems like because of how K9 Esports has conditioned everyone in the lobby,
Yeah.
this is the first time we saw a lobby where K9 wasn't completely shutting down everyone. And this gave an opportunity for Mastermind Mavericks to kind of demonstrate their own individual skills. So, interesting enough, a little bit of a plot twist coming in from all these teams. And it is going to be something that I am looking forward to see a little bit more.
Yeah, we certainly are looking forward. And you could see a lot of these teams have fallen down just like that phone. But don't worry. It's got amazing features, especially that glass panel does not break at all. It'll survive a lot of those falls. So that was a little bit of a cue there. But, you know, I see coming back, at this point, somebody is going home. It could be maybe the... it could be maybe Royal Empress or Mafia Official.
I think
one of them is definitely
it's going to be
home.
very close as well between Royal Empress and Mafia Officials. Technically, Royal Empress got taken out before Mafia Officials, so in terms of overall placement points, it is going to give them a little bit more to actually push themselves up. So based on this recap, we won't be able to see Royal Empress and also Mafia Officials' performance, but we did see a lot of moments coming from Sour as well as Mastermind Mavericks before things get a little bit out of hand. So all things considered, you know, whoever is the king of the hill pretty much dominates the entire lobby. But that's why you can see teams like Royal Emperors, TMM, they were struggling to actually hold down the fort, but TMM just had so much more space to work with, and because of that, everybody was able to come on top. But Sensei Boy's flick right here was insane. They were able to get the knock, but they just couldn't get those confirmation.
Yeah, I think for SAR Esports, both these players were fighting on different fronts. I mean, it's fine, right? When you know you're on the lower grounds, everything is against you, and you still fight back. That shows how desperate they were, and this paid off for SAR Esports because we had almost given hope on them because the first two games was not the way they had planned, but it's a good thing that they decided to bounce back. But it is going to be so much of attention. Even let's not forget TE, because Empire survived till the very end, but did he collect enough position points? Because I feel like even his position is under threat.
I think based on the final position as well, they started the day with 30 points, right? Yesterday they were top 2, they got 30 points, they got 5 points in the first game, after that 0 on second game, and now, in terms of overall position, T somehow barely scrapes by into the top 7, considering that, yes, technically, quote-unquote, they have the easier run to climb, considering that they already had a 30 point from yesterday. But today itself, it feels like there was a lot of shaky moments based on their performance, and consistency might be something that is an issue for them, but that is something that they have to kind of figure out when they actually push through into the quarterfinals, where they are going to be competing from teams coming in from Group A of the grind. The top 8 of Group A from the grind, and I pray that you guys don't match with them, because that is a lobby that everybody knows it is going to be a complete stomp.
Listen, man, next up is going to be the quarterfinals. So you know what's waiting, right? All the best teams from the grind, they will be coming in. And this is the upper echelon that we're talking about, the creme de la creme, whatever you call it. So you have to be better prepared, because there will be teams, if not better, but as good as K9. So you never know what's coming up next, but one thing for sure, the task up is very difficult.
Agreed.
So they have to be prepared for it. Now, talking about, you know, a lot of the other things, it is fair that we have to talk about this device. We showed one of those features that we were not supposed to talk about, but it's unbreakable. Nothing has happened to the glass, but we also need to talk about the features that this phone houses, right? I'm talking about the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. Comes in great colors, does sport the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra 5G chipset, does have that GT Turbo mode also. So whilst you're in the battlegrounds, you do not have to worry about anything except your opponents.
Exactly, with its class-leading chipset performance and an Antutu score of over 1.45 million, which doubles the score in its segment, that pretty much sets a very, very high benchmark for all these teams here. And it is going to be launching on the 19th of March. Search Realme P3 Ultra 5G to get yourself some amazing rewards. So, as of now, I am excited to announce that we will be having the points very, very soon. And based on the points itself, I feel like it is going to be very, very close for whoever is going to be on the top 7. And in the top 8 itself, it is going to be a comparison between them and also Group 2 early on, where whether or not are they part of that 16 teams to join into the wild card.
At this point, what are you anticipating the cutoff to be? I'm anticipating
36 here for this
36.
group.
Yeah, 36. So if
That's
you
the lowest so far since round 2 all the way now.
So if you are around that 8th or 9th position, I think you should pretty much give up because we already have the bar set up really high. I mean, Welt OMG had 39 and
Yep.
they still failed to qualify, and the same goes for CV Academy.
Yeah.
So at this point, it's going to be interesting. At least 4 teams confirmed. 5th, 6th and 7th is what we're worried about. And a lot of you must be also wondering that, you know what, guys, you're just showing 2 groups on the broadcast. What about the others? So I think we've got something in for them. We're going to show the overall standings of the other groups as well.
Okay, we're going to be showing the overall standings of also Group 5 and 6, which is not broadcasted,
Yes.
to give guys a little bit more insights. Maybe tame the hearts of all the teams who's trying to get into his wild card, because, like you said as well, nobody likes that feeling of just sitting still for 4 or 5 days,
Correct.
hoping and that may or may not qualify into his wild cards, because as of now, they do also have to fix their mistakes, right? Like, all things considered, all competition, there will be winners, there will be losers. And especially when you're losing, it's so hard to reset that mentality. And most people will have this mentality where, like, we already lost, why bother training? And that is not good for them, because they need to actually build back the confidence and say, you know what, we still have a chance, let's train harder for next season. But if you qualify the wild card, you still have to train. You have like a week or 2 before you face off against the top contenders, or in this case, the leftovers coming from semifinals or even the quarterfinals itself.
You know, thank you, IC Senpai, for your wise words of wisdom, and we need a lot more because we've got a couple of times to spare, because before we have the overall standings readied up, we do have the MVP in front of us. It's going to be Maxima. 9 finishes for this young beast, and 39 points of damage. That's ridiculous, I see.
Yeah, and of course, Maxima, they were the ones on top of the mountain. They obviously had to dominate everyone, and fortunately for them, they were able to win their fights against Royal Emperor and also Quark, which gave them that upper hand in terms of high ground advantage. So Maxima, obviously, going to be the MVPs, but I want to see is the top 5 all going to be belonging to TMN itself as well, because in the top 5, we also have Rickson with 5 finishes joining him. But even though Rickson is part of the top 2, guess who showed up on the 3rd place? K9, one of the first few teams to get eliminated, got 4 finishes in the bag.
I don't want to talk about them. We've talked about them so much that to the point I'm really bored. They're just too good. We'll talk about them in the quarterfinals a little bit more. But yes, for Maxima, very important game. Round 3 felt like he was starting to manifest. Just when they were thinking they were under pressure, he really rose above the rest. But nothing really extraordinary catching my eye there, because I want to take a look at the points table.
Wow.
In this game. Mastermind Mavericks get 21.
That is a big game.
31 points out of just one game, and Sari spots 10 points. I think it should be enough.
I don't really want to take away credit from Mastermind Mavericks, but if this was the start of the entire run, this would be like, wow. But because it's the ending, and we know for a fact that Mastermind Mavericks won it, this is just them being the bully. You know what? You guys thought K9 was taken out. Guess what? I'm Mastermind Mavericks, baby. It's all part of the plan.
True that. You know, next time Mastermind Mavericks need to ensure that they have K9 out of the picture so that they can actually showcase what they're made of. But as we move on ahead, TE just securing 2 points. Went down that 8-bit trajectory, to be honest. I'm just hoping they have collected enough points, because now we have to announce the overall standings for this group, as we've got TE just barely scraping through. And Royal Emperor, Mafia Official, they miss out.
Oh my goodness, only 1 point diff. This seems to be the same like how Group 2 went as well. It was 39 points and 40 points for the cutoff. In this case, in this group, the cutoff was 36 and 35. It could have been anyone's games, but as of yet, congratulations to K9 Esports, Mastermind Mavericks, BO7S, 2OB Official,
They've made it.
Sour Esports, TXTCW Officials, and Royal Emperor, because they will advance into the next stage.
Yeah, they certainly will. For a moment, I was scared. I thought they were out, but yeah. 36, a lower average Mafia official. I don't know if that's going to be enough, but Universe 7, they had such a great day one. Today, they were quite lackluster. Quark Esports, though, they did fight back. We saw signs of life. Burnix officials, TWM Gaming, and Los Hermanos. 3 big names to crash out of realme BGIS.
Well, it seems to me in round 4 in general here, the undergods has kind of stepped up because the top dogs, or in this case, the best of the best from the grind stages are slowly whittling down through round 3 and round 4. In this case, for TWM Gaming, I really doubt they will be making it to the wildcards. But based on our caster's prediction, it seems like in round 4 in general, my predictions is cursed. Everything that I predicted has pretty much gone down the drain, and so have you.
But our young boy, Baby Necros, he's managed to hit it. Let's give it to him, you know. At least for the day, TMM, they played really well. Anki bot, he's
very happy
got
because
his bidding
that
done.
final match actually got him
And
that
for
slot.
Spiro, he just got away with it. And
Okay.
even for Darshita, you've got to give it because 2 OP officials, that was a climb and a half.
So the only 3 losers here is going to be Engineer, me, and also Fixes.
Yeah,
but
we take
all
that
things
as-
considered, round 4, my prediction has been completely off because I have an amazing track record since grind round 2 until now, and this is my first time in 2 days in a row. None of my predictions has ever hit yet.
So am I the problem?
I think I'm kind of cursed right now.
Okay, I carry a certain type of aura because, initially in round 3, I was getting my predictions right.
Okay,
I think
round
he
3.
could be the problem. Necros could be the problem.
Yeah, I think
because ever since he's come in, that is when we're missing our shot.
I think it's Anki, man. It's either Anki or Sparrow.
Or
They
could be
kinda-
Darshita also.
Yeah, could be Darshita too.
We're just going to keep
I
on
don't know,
blaming.
man.
But either ways, folks, I think we're just waiting for the overall standings, which are almost ready, and they will be in front of you. So different groups, a lot of these matches have been going off stream. So I want to see if we see some new names over there, some outliers, and if there will be any upsets at all.
So I'm curious to see how much points the wildcards are going to be looking like, right? Like early on in Group 1, it was somewhere around 39 points for top 8. Second one we saw was like 32 points, 35 points to actually kind of qualify for wildcards. And now we have a little bit more info for you guys, which is for Group 5 and 6, which is not going to be broadcasted in the entire 4 days here in round number 4. But I want to see how their standings has happened because some of the teams has already played off stream. And that's something that I want to see, which is going to be up very soon.
Very, very soon. But before that, you know, I was talking about you with your words of wisdom. Give me or the audience a message for all the undergods who tried, who got so close but failed.
I think
it hurts, right?
Well, it definitely hurts, but don't give up. Try again, because consistency is key. You know, if you want to make this as a career, trust me, until you get a proper team, don't try.
What the hell? But all right. So we've got the overall standings in front of us for Group 5. Reckoning Esports doing really well, 90 points. So they've been having their own show. 40R official, 64. But look at this. This is even worse if you talk about the cutoff. 31. And Board Army Esports barely got through.
Oh my god.
It has to hurt if you're SOA. 120 TC is out.
120 XTZ's only got 29 points.
Unbelievable.
Dude, what is this lobby? This is actually scary one. This is actually giving a little bit of hope to Group 2 now.
Yeah, especially now, well, to MG, like, for sure, we've qualified into wildcards at least. But yes, SOA and Board Army, they're going to be moving ahead.
Okay.
You know, I'm still having my heads wrapped around the top 6. Let me remind you, folks, it's going to be top 7. So, till SOA, 31 points.
I'm curious to see how 4TR official and THW X non-X esports going to be playing again if we get to see them in the quarterfinals, because this is an absolute domination by both all these 3 teams in general. Reckoning Esports, 4TR official, and also THW non-X esports just completely shut down. But in the second half here, we do see MDN Esports only 16 points. What? MDN Esports was one of the consistent teams from round 2 and 3.
Yeah, forget that. I mean, look at Jux Esports. You've got RGC Esports, Cosmic, Karunadu. So many returning names, and I pretty well remember Karunadu did have a good time. Like, they were a roster that had been sticking on for a long time, and This was a stacked up lobby, man.
Like during round 2 and round 3, like Coronado Esports and Kutra Tigers was one of the top contenders, but for them to actually only get 24 points, I'm genuinely worried for them. So as of yet, this is pretty much Group 5. I want to see how Group 6 looks like. Okay, this seems a little bit closer, but it seems like the cutoff for Group 6 on the 8th position is only 30 points, whereas 7 is only 40 points. So technically, well, the OMG is gotta be a little bit happier now.
They will be. But you know, look at all those top 7 teams. Everybody a known name. Troy Tamilian, finally they seem to somehow survive the scare. Team ENG though, this is one of those teams that we saw struggling in the grind phases, but still, they've also made their way through. But look at this. After them, you've got INT Furious at just 30. So, well, to OMG, they're playing the wild cards.
This is interesting as well because GlitchX Reborn, Hyderabad Hydras, and Troy Tamilian Esports are teams coming in from the grind stages here. And the top 3 seems to be a new faces, and we might expect new undergods to actually appear and show up to grace us into the grand finals.
Team Insane?
Huh? Virgo Esports as well? What is going on in the other groups?
Insane do not even have a single position point.
This is going to be a little bit of a tough spot for this. But of course, all these points will change because it will be updated based on post verifications, because we will have to go through all the legitimacy of every single player based on their proper procedures, which again, recently we had a little bit of a scuffle between all the announcements and the community itself. And of course, we have kind of resolved it momentarily.
You know, at this point, looking at Insane Esports, no matter even if the world gets flat, I don't see a world where they qualify because Team Insane such a big banner, and let's not forget, this is the same Team Insane that dominated round 3.
Well, all things considered, we saw a lot of domination, but again, as the round progresses, the teams are gonna slowly dwindle down, and of course, potential undergods are gonna be table topping as well, because like since round 3 onwards, the grind teams has been slowly cut off, and eventually into the quarterfinals, things are gonna get very, very tight.
But Insane had 100+ points. I think they were the only team to have gotten away, but that has to hurt. But yes, these are all those tough pills that we have to swallow. But that does mark the end of the first half of round 4, as we're already over with 6 groups. More to follow, but we'll be taking a small hiatus, right? Tomorrow and day after will be a short holiday because of Holi and the new update, after which we'll come back with the remainder of the matches of round 4.
Yep, it is going to be a very, very interesting one here to see that in general, but happy holidays to all you guys watching. My name is ICBB12, he's Fixers. We'll see you guys 2 days later.